Yeah, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Hanging in there, hanging in there. Bryson Gray's really on top of things, man. He has a Brittany Griner song, which I have not heard. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Bryson Gray and Tyson James on the FBI raid. I don't know if we heard that one or yet. We have the Let's Go Brandon. We know that one. We have the Hunter Biden hacking song. Julia, you should have a co-host invite from me. I'm not sure it's still there. She's having internet problems probably.
So I'll say a few people I noticed in the room. I want to say, and there he is, off season. Off season. It's been a while. He was always a good commenter.
Yeah.
I see him. Helen. I see redacted Mark. He was in here. I don't know where he's at, but yeah. Don't lie. Yeah, we got a lot of good people returning tonight.
Yeah, I love what it's what's his handle, the douche, because all his stuff is blacked out, so I can't see it. But he's got a picture of a cat, so he's got to be good. Or he says, "I'm a cat with a bow tie." But it's black and yellow, right? So you think it's Ukraine, but then it says, "I stand with Blockbuster Video." I fucking love it.
That's awesome. And no, I'm looking at a different cat.
Are you? Go down. You can't miss the blue and yellow.
Oh, I see it. I'm looking at Lori with the cat.
I see that too.
Sideways face. I stand with Blockbuster.
That's great. If Blockbuster went online, they would have been fine. But why am I going to drive to Blockbuster now? Well, I can't.
Doesn't that show you just how critical a business decision or a decision not to act can be?
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember back in high school, not really college so much. I think college was the time of like the MP3s, and I mean, I never had a Zune or anything like that. But you know, what's funny is I went with my friends to this thing last weekend, and Julia's back. Let me invite her to co-host. I went this weekend with my friend to something, and it was like this little like chill hangout like spa thing. It was that I think I told you about it, Mark, or maybe I didn't. We went to like a salt spa.
Oh yeah. You definitely sent me pictures.
Yeah.
And recommended it.
Yeah. So it was good. It was chill. Like you went in, like you know, they got the salt running around and all that. But the funniest thing is, they come in and they hand us iPods, right? So I know what an iPod is, and I had a few in my day, and so they hand it to me and my friend goes, "Oh, look at this! It's like a tiny iPad." I was like, "What?" I was like, "What?" I was like, "No, it's an iPod." And the person was like, "Huh?" I'm like, "It's an iPod. Like their number one seller before the iPhone, the iPod. Like, and they're like, "Oh, so it like has a." I'm like, "Yeah, it's got a screen. You can scroll on it." I was like,
"Yeah, the first ones didn't even have that."
I know. I remember like the very first ones, you had to like click and hope you got onto your favorite song.
So two funny iPod stories. One is whenever I tell people about the podcast and I say, "Oh, you can find it on Apple iPods," and they look at me, I'm like, "I'm sorry. I said something dumb again, didn't I? Apple Podcasts, but I call it Apple." Pod.
So let me ask you: was that an actual funny story, Mark?
No, I don't even know what I said.
I'm just asking. I just want to know.
No, I guess it was one of those you had to be there.
Yeah.
But when in my first deployment, I wanted the Air Force just changed the rules where you could listen to music while you run. And I was a young guy, and I said, "Oh my God, I want to listen to music while I run. Like that's just so freeing." So I actually had to date myself back to my first deployment. I actually had to ask my mom to buy an iPod and put some songs on it, and which sounded like an incredible accomplishment for her in the time.
Yeah,
and she did
I would have never been able to. My parents would have looked at me like I just swept them in.
She didn't. I mean, don't think she did it. She just, begged, bartered, or stole, or convinced someone to help her poor son in war. Listen to some music.
Listen, Mark. You don't want to know what your mom had to do to get you through stuff. All right. You don't want to have to know. Let me try to bring Julia back. BY, are you able to have contact with Julia to see if she's able to see what's going on?
Yeah, she said her iPhone spontaneously rebooted a couple times, so it's like the Twitter app BS.
Okay.
It's not really the internet connection.
It's probably just the feds.
That's okay. Twitter kicked me from the space 3 times now.
Really?
I restarted my phone and everything. Like, I'm not doing anything else. Every time it just keeps booting me. And earlier I had trouble actually seeing the space. Like, it was blank.
Shadow banning isn't enough for them.
Yeah, right.
Is it hot, Julia? Is your phone?
Oh, Jesus, Mark with his
It
hotness.
is actually, yeah.
Go get a cold pack and set it on top.
Yeah, is your iPod hot, Julia?
I'm not going to touch anything. Which one? I've got like 2 or 3 iPods.
Yeah, I think I have one somewhere around here. I have to find mine. Yeah. I can't.
I love the Nano. You could even do video on the Nano.
Yeah. Let's get right into it real quick. Let's bring some people up and see what's going on here. And let's just see where the night takes us before we even go. Let's see what's going on.
Hey, Jonathan, Julie, do you need to do an update on it? Because mine did the same thing until I updated Twitter.
Yes, we're familiar with the nuances of technology.
BY with the good quick comeback there. I think
my operating system and Twitter automatically updates because I always check that when things aren't working and it's always up to date. So this is very, very strange, but I've had this happen another time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we know Julia's up to date because she's the only one with 100% icon.
Yeah, I still have this fucking thing. I still have the 4 things with the heart and that. So, great. Julia has it like every day. That's how fucking pathetic my life is. Like every day I check for updates on Twitter to get new emojis. Jonathan, how are you tonight, sir? Jonathan, are you there, buddy? Jonathan, are you there?
Hey, Jonathan, hit the microphone in the bottom left.
In the bottom left, you can unmute yourself and you can talk, bud. Or you can just be in it. Are you there? I can't hear. Hey, Jonathan.
Yeah.
How are you tonight?
How are you? Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing?
I am great tonight. What do you want to talk about?
Just joining here. I don't even know what you guys are talking about here.
We
just first I'm interested.
Oh, we are
yes, mega.
Excited for Biden's speech coming up at 8:00, Jonathan?
Sorry?
Excited for Biden's speech, which is coming up at 8:00?
I'll take that as no.
Yeah, I don't know. I moved him down. If he gets the grasp of it later, we can try again later on. We're gonna try Jimmy here. Jimmy, are you there? Jimmy, are you there?
I think it takes a second.
Yeah, no, it does. There's a lag. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? I'm not excited for Biden's speech. I haven't seen a single one because it seems like he has a lot of problems stumbling through just speaking normally. So, yeah, I wasn't really looking forward to it. Didn't know he was actually speaking tonight. As far as what is this? Bank loans only for, I guess, black people. I guess that's what you're talking about tonight. I mean, I think it's a great idea because I love to watch things blow up in people's faces later on down the line. So I'm all for it. Pretty much everything that's happened out of this administration has blown up. To be honest, though, I think this administration has done more for the Second Amendment in America than any other administration has ever done. They're passing 2A laws in, I think, over 28 states now. People are allowed to carry. I'm a big 2A advocate. They're losing all of these battles in the court systems with assault weapons bans, magazines banned, and so on.
Yeah, I agree, Jimmy. So, I guess two things. One is Mark spoke about time, place, and manor, MANOR, like we live on the manor. Time, place, and manor when it comes to carrying a gun. So, Julia, stop showing off with your emojis.
I thought you might notice.
Oh, I know. You're right next to me. How can I not notice?
Manor is a place.
You're right next to me, so I see all of them.
That's her manner of supporting the Second Amendment.
So time, place, and manner. And I noticed that New York obviously said you can't have it in Times Square, can't have it in churches, can't have it in synagogues, can't have it in schools. So pretty much everywhere you need it. They said, no, you can't have it there. So expect the court battles to carry on. And then something I want to carry up later on, someone made a good point. This whole thing with Biden with the student loans, which I don't really want to talk about that so much, but, my personal quick take on that is, 10,000, and this is coming from someone who racked up a shitload of debt, getting a couple graduate degrees, one being a terminal degree, my JD to be a lawyer. So, it's not like, I just, some people go to school just to go to school. I had to go to school to, you just can't go from high school to law school. But so, it wasn't so bad in undergrad, but in graduate school and then in law school, I racked up a shitload. And, the funny thing about this is that, so Biden does $10,000, for which I think he's making, I think he's making a problem for a few. And when I say a few, I mean in the overall scheme of things, a problem for a few into a problem for many of us, for all of us. And the issue is going to become is that we don't know if this is legal or not, right? Because under the HEROES Act, he's saying he's doing it under the HEROES Act and it's legal, and he's doing it during a time of emergency under COVID. Pelosi and everyone else and other people, but this is Pelosi before this happened, obviously, said, no, only Congress can do that. So I think what's going to happen is we're September 1st right now. So we're 60 days out until the elections. I hope the Republicans and anyone else hold off. I'm not sure when his actual executive for us, when they start saying that GOP or conservatives are suing Biden over the student loan debt. That's just something that someone mentioned. And it was actually a good point. I never really thought about it. So I'm not sure when it goes. I mean, it doesn't affect me because I paid mine back. And of course, I'm not going to get a check. But it's a good point that, I wonder if in the next 60 days, anyone is going to bring suit on that, if they haven't already. I don't know. So just a total side point, because obviously, what's that thing called again, Julia, in Alaska with rank choice, wank off choice? What the fuck is it called out there?
Oh, a ranked choice voting.
Ranked choice. So I need to learn about that. We need to talk about that too, because Jesus Christ, guys, if there's 2 R's on the ticket, somebody back the fuck off. Like, just talk. And I mean, R's get 61% of the vote, yet a Democrat wins, right? So, Jesus, but that needs to be dealt with, because it doesn't make sense. If you have more than 2 parties, it makes sense, I guess. Then you can spread the vote out and you can just find out where it lands. But if you're having 2 R's, the other person, just by being on the ticket, is going to take 5, 10, 15% away from the other person. So obviously, if you're the only Democrat, you're going to be in the top 2. So not really a fan. Let me bring up TT. And while I do that, Coleman, good to see you, brother. The floor is yours. And Terry Maga, thank you for showing me the hundreds I don't have. I appreciate it. Why do only some people have it? Like, we need to contact I can't even say. Oh,
I don't
Jimmy. There's Julia. Yeah, I know. We're like stuck. I would say we should contact Elon, but Elon. Oh, Julia's got a thumbs down. Oh, she's just throwing them all out. Yeah, I would say we should contact Musk, but he's got his own thing going on. He's out there trying to repopulate the world and get out of this Twitter deal. All right, September, I see you. So if you're in my top of the 4 rows, I can see it. But now that I'm going down, I can see that a lot of other people are doing it. So yeah, man, I'm just waiting for my Twitter update, which I had a Twitter update like a week ago. But thanks, Terry, for the sad face. This is horrible. This is ideally, I think, Mark, is this not my 1000% of whiteness that I have in my first world problems? That this is what I'm currently crying about.
What did Adonis you say? You have $1 million?
Yeah. Like Adonis was like, we were rich in.
Remember those days?
We were rich in whiteness, man. Listen, I pay all my credit card bills in whiteness. Even though Adonis,
I'm just wondering what kind of loser am I that my $1 million of whiteness isn't just launching me and getting me out of every jam.
I know, and
getting me paid.
What's funny is the 2 guys who like ultimately came in and then blocked me, Sir Major, who caught federal charges and is still dealing with federal charges, and Adonis. Those 2 are so much whiter than me. They are so like me yes, as well. Like Sir Major and Adonis. If you lined Sir Major, Adonis, and me up, and you said, "Here's a gun to your head, pick the person who is black," I would be picked every time.
me too. I have a pretty successful tan going on. Those guys are, one is actually an albino,
right?
And the other one is just super pasty, but it's okay. But yeah.
So, all right. So we're just going to the hands real quick before we hop on topics. Javier, good to see you. Allison is here. Good to see you. So Allison here, if you see the blue check up top, it's Allison Hayden. I've been talking to her for a little bit. She's running against Fang Bang Bang, Eric Swalwell out in Cali. And Swalwell. Every time I say Swalwell, I think of Swallow. I just think of Swallow, Fang Bang Bang. He's such a bitch. But anyway, he has refused to do any debates, because why would he? I mean, he doesn't need to, right? So Allison, I will bring you up as we go. So Coleman, good to see you. The floor is yours, man. Before we get into anything tonight, we'll just go to some hands right now. We'll kind of mix it up.
Well, I noticed up my thing up there, you were talking about about the bank loans. So I thought you were hitting on that.
Yeah,
so.
We haven't got into it yet. We haven't got into it yet. So there is some fine print that title up there is a little clickbaity. It is a little clickbaity. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to talk about it soon, but it is a little clickbaity, and then if you read the fine print, it does say, I will give out the end all be all now that all races can apply for that loan. But
for the black loan, anyone can apply.
So, but it doesn't mean that as written is going to be as applied, which we all know.
No, it never was.
Right. So,
but I'm glad to see somebody brave enough to take on Mr. I'm going to nuke Americans.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. So I'll see if Allison wants to come up. And off season, we'll go to you, Allison. If you want to come up, just let me know, because you were coming up, but I think something happened. But let me know. But yeah, I also liked how Swalwell. I never see his stuff, or I never respond to him. But in the picture of the FBI raid, where they put out some of the documents and they took a picture, Swalwell zoomed in on it to take out the times. Like, so there was a box with photos of just like the magazine, like there were covers of like the time. and he zoomed in so you couldn't see it. So I just took I found the actual entire picture, and I was like, "Hey, Fang, here's a full picture for you." So,
you hear what Joe Pollock did to him. He put down, Adam Schiff's phone number, Russia hoax information. He made a big old meme out of it and put it up in Breitbart.
Yeah, they are good. Mark and Julia, let me ask you real quick before we go to off season. Let me ask you, who wins in a 3-way cage fight? We have Eric Swalwell, Adam Kinzinger, and Adam Schiff. Who wins in the 3-way match? Mark?
Yeah, that is a good one.
I want to know which one of the Beta Boys wins.
Yeah, Swalwell. Adam Kinzinger, he's so emotional. I just don't know if he can compose himself in a cage with men.
What?
I'm serious.
What is he going to do? He cry when he gets punched?
Maybe. I have seen grown men cry when they get punched in the face. I don't know, Kinzinger's fighting skills, but he can't contain himself emotionally, and that is a problem if you're going to be a fighter.
Are you saying that the military can't fight?
No. Well, actually, I mean, the technical answer is the military is supposed to kill, but
Well, is Kinzinger going to hop in there and start snapping necks?
I don't know. There's not a lot of. The military is very large, and it's a very small amount of people that are trained to snap necks. Very few are neck snappers.
He was one of those pillow officers.
Well, I'm just giving you my evaluation based on only what I know, which is I've seen him be super emotional, and so because Schiff is I can't take him seriously as a fighter. He's his neck, his structure, his demeanor. I can't.
Kinzinger's also the shortest one.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 5'9". Swalwell's the tallest at 6 feet.
And Swalwell, I don't particularly like a lot or any of his decisions or his comments, but he is having sex. We know that, so there's testosterone there. In the cage, I would put my money on Swalwell.
Julia,
I'm going to say Adam Schiff.
I can see Swalwell.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, I got to agree with Mark on Swalwell, especially because he's got at least 20 years an age difference on Schiff. So that definitely matters, and he's got the height on all of them. Schiff is close. He's 5'11", so could be a little bit of a battle there, but I do agree. I think Kinzinger is just going to be overcome with emotion. I don't think he'll be able to compose himself. I don't think that would be a fair fight at all. I think Schiff will give him a run for his money when it comes to Swalwell, but I definitely think Swalwell will just, go crazy and take it all.
Interesting. Let me go over to off season, and then I'll hop over to Coleman and TT, and then we'll start talking about some things here. Off season, anything you want to talk about, or who do you think takes the fight?
Well, I'd like to get in that one, but I think I'd have to go with. I think all men on the planet lose that fight for the demasculization we would have to withstand. But for the record, I'm blocked by Eric Swalwell. So
congratulations.
And a hot tip is all you got to do is send bang, 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 bang to his DM, and he does not like that. If he's in a bad mood, you get the quick axe. So anyway, I just wanted to quickly jump up and say, people don't really understand. This is our first time. That awesome jungle primary bullshit, and this new voting system that was brought in Alaska. This is our first year with it. There's a lot of people saying, well, we do it different up there. It's like, no, we've been doing it the same way as everyone else. As a matter of fact, we had a closed Republican primary up till last year, or up till 2020. This jungle primary that we got, was the gift that kept on giving from the 3 a.m. vote count on the Dominion bullshit. And we've that's just where we're at. We use the Dominion systems up here. We haven't cleaned our voter rolls in a long time. And I'm willing to bet that a good portion of the votes that the lady who beat Sarah Palin with, she got them very, very much so just flat fraudulently. So that's all there is to that. But the other point being is that Alaskans are kind of new to this, and there was a whole bunch of confusion that was being spread. Your ballot wouldn't be counted if you voted for only one person. No, you got to vote for two. No, you got to vote for this. And a lot of people didn't know. And then finally, just days before the election, they come out with a little bit of clarity that you can just check one box. Well, a lot of people who voted for Eric Begich, they didn't know what the hell they were doing. So, I mean, just like a lot of people who voted for Sarah Palin, they were like, okay, I got the right to walk in and just check one box. And if a lot of them people who just checked one box would have just done us a favor and hit the second box, this wouldn't have happened. So we got a learning curve here, but the bigger picture that I would want to point out is that there's been some conversation with some of our local, with our representatives and state senators. We're trying to get a constitutional convention on the ballot so we can actually address this and eliminate a lot of things. We have a lot of issues up here that we want to take care of that way, be it our permanent fund dividend situation or our voting is the way we got it set up right now. So yeah, we got a bunch of shit flying up here that ain't right. So I wouldn't take too much, it's not good. Well, but I don't think, I'm not sure, but I hope that Republicans will learn from this little incident and take it with them to the ballot box in November that checking one doesn't work. You have to hit the second choice. Because if you don't give the second choice in this system, we're screwed. Now, hopefully we can just get rid of the whole damn thing. Right. But there's so much confusion over it right now. But I don't believe a lot of Republicans who just took the safe option of checking one box because they wanted their vote to count. They were worried that something wasn't going to work. They didn't know how it would work. They're worried that there's manipulation in the elections and that if they vote for a person, even if it's second, their vote's going to go to them. And they don't grasp the idea behind it. And I hate to say it, but ignorance literally fed us this result, but it was brought to us by 2020. So I just wanted to clear that up. This is a Dominion thing.
Thanks, Off-Season. I appreciate it. So, Mark, that was very bold of you by not giving instructions and early on going to the monkeys or the turkeys.
Yeah, well, Off-Season's a hunter. He knows exactly.
No. He knows. I'm just saying it was
he's a gentleman.
It was very. I just didn't expect it. So people that are in here, up in the nest and top, I have put out a tweet. 3-way cage match. Have your vote. Have at it. We have 20 votes right now. Kinzinger is in the lead at 45%. Swalwell is 40%, and Adam Schiff is now on the board with a vote or two. So go up there, give me your vote. We'll see how it lands. Walter, who's in here, gave an absolutely awesome response. He goes, Schiff probably would do the Ric Flair thing, get on his knees, pretend he's helpless, and hit the dudes in the balls. He's just a weasel. Oh, my God. That would be funny. That is funny. Yeah, I want to see.
That's a problem in professional fighting. But yeah.
Jennifer wrote that. Yeah. Okay, so Trump 1 goes, I cannot bring myself to answer this question. Jennifer said that Schiff would run away. The problem is he's in a cage, so I don't know where he's going to run to.
Right.
So this is funny. I want to see where this goes. I want to see. Okay, so definitely the room has chimed in because Swalwell has taken the lead. That just jumped. So we just had another 15 votes come in. Swalwell is at now 50%. Kinzinger dropped to 39%. I think Kinzinger being over emotional is by far. Oh wow! Now it's jumping further to Swalwell. I think Kinzinger wins, man. Kinzinger is by far he's definitely the shortest. But Kinzinger is definitely the strongest, the most in shape. He's got those little BY moves he can pull. Maybe he's a grappler. He doesn't have obviously the floating skills of BY, but I think Kinzinger just manhandles both of these guys. So I don't know.
I mean, the guy is so hyper emotional.
How's he going to handle what though? In a fight, that's what I want. I want my fighter to just go nuts. Go Mike Tyson, bite an ear off. That's what I want. Bite off Swalwell's fucking ear.
Well, we haven't seen that kind of aggression from Kinzinger. We've seen the opposite. We've seen him tearing up about guys holding the line.
True. Listen. Kinzinger's my guy, and it can go either way. He can get in the fetal position and cry in the corner, or he can go nuts and no one's going to leave that cage with a fucking ear, and then my man wins. So
yeah, I don't see it.
I don't know which Kinzinger is going to show up. He very well may have to get a baby carriage from BY to sit in it, and just tap out in the corner. But I mean, I don't think anyone can doubt he's the strongest in shape. I mean, the guy's in shape. Schiff, I think, his head would just fall off at some point during the entire fight. But I am really surprised that people think Swalwell could beat Kinzinger in a fight. I mean, I get the whole Kinzinger crying thing.
I don't know if I've seen them. I don't think I've ever seen them next to each other, so I can't size them up, physically. But I'm gonna assume that they're okay. Let's say within, and
Swalwell's up by over 20 points now. This is like a blowout. I can't believe this. I cannot believe Kinzinger is getting blown out like this.
Hey, Crypto, I'll give you a little thing. Kinzinger's from basically Rockford, Illinois. And I don't know what it means, but Rockford's a pretty tough area. So he either got his ass beat a lot or he knew how to handle himself.
Yeah, the guy's military. He's jacked. I mean, he's little, but so is Mark. I mean, I don't write Mark off. I mean, Mark, you're a little guy.
Don't, just because they're in the military, listen, there are some very tough guys in the military, and there's some very, very not tough guys in the military.
Yeah, you have to remember, though, Fang may have taught Swalwell some karate.
Yeah, that's very true, BY. You know what I should have done, and this is why I wish they had a fucking edit button, which they don't have yet, is I should have put Mark in. I should have put Kinzinger, Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, Mark Naughton. Oh my God.
I like
Swalwell.
I like the change. Yeah, now, according to my fight card, I'm 3-9.
Well, so, yeah, but you're not. But I cannot believe that we're closing in on 100 votes and Swalwell is still 20 percentage points up. I can't believe Schiff has 12%. Like whoever in here voted for Schiff, come up. I want to hear your reasoning because Schiff is
hilarious.
Schiff is a bobblehead where his head will fall off if he walks the wrong way. Yeah. TT, go ahead.
Schiff is dirty.
Yeah,
Jeff probably get their phone records before the fight starts, and they probably won't even make it to the fight because they'll be in jail.
That's true. He is dirty. This is fun. Before we get into really not so much the loans. The loans was kind of a little clickbait thing to see who would come in, and we can chat about it a little bit. But I want to talk more about Biden really calling out MAGA. Which
I do have something to say about the loans if I can say it real quick.
TT, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said I do want to say something about the loans if I can say it real quick.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
I believe the loans are a trap, and I believe it was for blacks and Latinas or Latins to get the free loans.
Right.
But I believe it's a trap because right now the housing market is inflated, so they're going to get loans on inflated houses. They're not going to have to pay closing, and they're not going to have to put anything down. They're not going to be able to hold those houses. Yeah. So when the interest rates go back down and the prices on houses come down, they're going to be stuck with these expensive houses that they're going to have to somehow pay off.
Right. No, you make a great point, and the housing market is already this past quarter, this past month. I'm not an economics person, but I can read an article. So the supply and demand is starting to level off, and Nasik, I'll bring you up. So the supply and demand, TT, just as you said, it's definitely starting to turn the other way. So prices are well, first off, prices are totally inflated right now, but what goes up must come down. And you're absolutely right that the prices right now are just too high. They're inflated. And because of interest rates going up, what the Federal Reserve is trying to do to catch the inflation, rates are going up. It's getting harder to lend. And those prices will be coming down. Obviously, I'm not a real estate mogul, but, even I know, probably 6 months to a year out from now, these prices may be cut in a third. They could be cut by 40%. So, taking a loan out now for a high price, it's like it's getting both worlds of the bad. You have the high price, which hasn't come down yet, and now you have a higher interest rate, which the interest rate means everything. So even the difference between a 2.5, 2.7, or a 3.0 interest rate on a loan for that big and that long, there's a dramatic difference in it. So not only are you getting the high price, but you're getting higher interest rates than you could have gotten 6 to 9 months ago. So you're getting both of the bads. So, and
Right.
you're absolutely right. And listen, I know people that have done 3% or 5% down, but if you're going to go 0% down and you're going to have zero in closing costs and there's no credit check, I mean, wow, you bet.
It's a trap.
Yeah, you better know what you're doing, because otherwise you're going to be in foreclosure. And I will say this, I've said it before. I have a family member that has gone into that, had a good year or two working, didn't really save money, went out and bought a nice house, made a couple payments, and then spent like 16 months in foreclosure in it. And, it happens. So, this is the perfect, this is the perfect storm for bad things to happen. So yeah, high interest rates, high prices, bad thing. At least 9 months ago, you were still paying a high price, but at least you were getting great interest rates, right? You were getting, 2.7, 3.1, 2.9, even a 2.5 I saw come through.
Exactly.
With one of my friends. But now, you're up in the 4s, you're up in the 5s. So you're going to pay double the interest rate for almost the same price. So yeah, I agree. It's bad timing. I would hope that they get a real estate agent, because there's people that are not going to think twice about this, right? They're just going to go do it. They're going to sign up. They're going to see a house. They're going to do it, and then 6 months in, they're going to realize they're way in over their head. So hopefully, they can have someone that can advise them that, listen, the price is probably going to come down. We have inflation right now, and it's just not going to stay up there too long. So I'm going to bring up Never, and I'm going to go over to Gnostic and then Coleman. And update on the voting is Swalwell is at 50%. Kinzinger is climbing his way back a little bit at 35%, so he's only 15 points down. And Adam Schiff is still hanging around at 15%. So,
hey, Crypto, quick update. I just checked, and I didn't think it was possible, but I actually feel a little bit sorry for Swalwell. He actually dealt with palsy. I forget exactly what it's called, but whatever that's called, something palsy, where you deal with paralysis as a kid.
Cerebral palsy?
Bell's palsy?
Yeah. What's it called, Jules?
Bell's palsy.
Bell's palsy.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So I'm Kinzinger all the way now. But real quick, Crypto, did you just say that with this new initiative, whatever, there's no credit check?
Yes. So so we'll get into it right now. So I'll just read from this article and also what was put out as well for this. So just a heads up for our voters now. You can't change your vote, but it looks like Swalwell has a past history of possible injury. So for any future voters out there, you may want to take that into consideration. So let's go right to it real quick. We'll talk about it just a little bit. This wasn't really what I want to talk about too so much. So Bank of America to offer zero down payment mortgages in certain Black and Hispanic communities. And I don't know the metric of what they use for what to consider a low income and or a Black or Hispanic community. But so I'll just read you part of the article from CNN. And then there's another one with, I think it's MSNBC or CNBC or one of those ones, which has the key points to it. So the key points, this is from CNBC. Bank of America is launching a new zero down payment, zero closing cost mortgage products to help members of a predominantly minority community buy their first homes. So even though in the fine print you will see that any race is accepted, this is obviously what it was designed for because you have to be in a certain locality. The program, called the Community Affordable Loan Solution, will be available in certain cities, including Black and or Hispanic neighborhoods. Eligibility is based on income and home location. No minimum credit score is required, and no mortgage insurance is required.
So crypto,
this,
there,
yes, sir.
There's an important differentiation you have to know, right, to really think about how important or unimportant it might be. Banks are subject to CRA requirements, Community Reinvestment Act requirements, which means that a portion of their total lending, a certain percentage, has to go towards a certain demographic. They can either, purchase credits from someone else that might have done a lot of that business in a certain demographic, and they'll look at area median income to determine where are underserved communities. And so they have to do X number of lending for that sector, or they can buy the credit to offset it because someone else did it. And then there's also tax implications that are involved with it in terms of.
Let me stop you real quick. What sector are we talking about? People or location or color or demographic, as in race? What
Demographic, as in, the determining factor is the median income of the areas and the racial makeup, right? And so they're required to make X number of loans in those areas. So what will happen for something like this is,
geography.
They're not lending right now on conventional stuff. Why? Because the people that want to borrow, it's far too risky to lend to them, and sophisticated borrowers are not, at this point, given what's going on, are not looking. And so they have to meet that requirement. They've got to be able to demonstrate that they deployed X number of dollars, and there's different ways to meet it. And maybe they feel that whatever the benefits that are going to come, I don't know what their obligation is in terms of what the penalties are if they fail to meet it, et cetera. The harshest penalty is you get your bank charter revoked. So if you're Bank of America and you're not doing that, not doing that is not an option. Even if you have to lose money doing it, you're going to go ahead and do it.
So I just want to hammer this down. I'm still stuck on this demographic thing. We're talking about socioeconomic, which you may and they may make a correlation to race, but that's not really it, is it?
It's based on AMI, area median income. So you have to be lending in areas where, the area median income might be at 80%, 50%, 30%. And so you're required to lend in, and I think that what they're doing is a PR aspect of what they need to do as a business anyways. And so it's like, okay, how do we spin this as good press and maybe garner support for the brand? And it's like, oh, well, they're going to, target blacks and whomever else, right? It doesn't matter. Whatever the current race of discussion in the media or wherever else is, social issue wise, right? And it's a different race. A lot of times it's black, a lot of times, some of the times it's Asian. Like that's a different conversation. And I don't want to get into that conversation because I don't think it's going to be a pleasant one for a lot of people in here.
Why would it not be pleasant?
Well, because it's a real conversation, right? And a lot of people can't have real conversations.
Well, we can have a real conversation. We've done that before. That's what we do. So,
and I also don't want to go too far off track, right? I wanted to stay within.
well, no, I'm curious because you know a lot of stuff that I don't. So I was reading from the article. The articles are up in the nest now. So, so I am curious on what you know, and I'm curious. This is obviously a geographic income based program, which is going into I haven't seen where they're going, but I don't see them going into trailer parks here that could be rented. So I guess my question is, you seem to know about this, so I'd like to know. So what's the real conversation you're going into? And then my other question is the zero down and the zero. Coleman, I'm just going to mute you because I'm getting feedback. The zero down, the zero closing cost, no minimum credit score, no mortgage insurance. Is that something that is typical of when they lend into certain areas that they don't want to lend in, but they're going to lend in because they have to?
I think that I don't know their business well enough to comment, and I don't, speak to anyone in that line of business there. So, but my view is that it's becoming increasingly difficult to satisfy that requirement in the current atmosphere. And so maybe they're forced to, introduce things that they otherwise may not have in terms of structure of the product from the financial side.
I got you. And what was the part that that you thought may have been uncomfortable to chat about?
Oh, just about what the particular topic about what's the flavor of the month in terms of what race we're defending or putting in the spotlight, and then that obviously garners interest from corporations around that subject as well. And and it's not just race; it could be ESG, it could be climate change, it could be a number of different things, right? It's just what's popular today.
Sure. Yeah. No, it definitely changes.
I didn't think that was too hard, portfolio.
No.
Yeah, the main danger is that it's extremely boring and wonkish, and I say that as a person that's spent over a decade in banking.
Gotcha.
Yes, it's I think there's more to it. Maybe they're betting on, there being perhaps. Look, we already just got a bunch of stimulus, right? Although you're told that QT is happening, it's not, because it is on one side of the house, and the other side of the house is
QT.
injecting quantitative tightening.
Okay.
The Fed, you should believe that that's happening. Why? Because the Fed is increasing the cost of capital, and that's what should happen. But then you have policies that are coming out from the administration, and they're injecting a lot of money right back in. And I don't think that's talked about enough. You look at what Biden did with the student loan relief or forgiveness, whatever it ends up being, because I think maybe it changes a little bit, but that's you're extending the forbearance or moratorium on payment for another 4 months. So think about that's a lot of money back in the system, and then you're wiping out another 10,000 or 20,000, whatever that number is. You're wiping that out for a specific segment like that. That's a pretty big windfall for, I think like you guys, myself, others may be sophisticated enough to think through money decisions, but I think the vast majority of Americans do not, and that to them is perceived as kind of like winnings of a sort. And rather than saying, okay, well, how do I engineer the situation based on this change to get a more optimal outcome? They're like, oh, you know what? Which pair of sneakers have I been wanting to buy that I can go get now?
Right. What's your take, portfolio, on the $10,000 up to $10,000 in federal loans, and then up to $20,000, including Pell grants and some of the private grants that he's included? What's your take on that?
I haven't dug through the numbers enough.
No, I'm just talking about the generalized theory of it, not really the numbers per se.
Look, I think from a theoretical perspective, I really like that they put a cap on incomes, right?
Mhm.
Because what happened in during the stimulus in COVID, it didn't matter who you were, and yeah, some of that money got reclaimed back to the government through tax filing, etc. But there is a very large number of people out there that don't file taxes. That there's a lot of leakage in the system.
Mhm. So just more of a broad general question before I head on to any of the co-hosts and the hands. Do you think that student debt relief should be done by Biden or no?
I think that you got to control the cost of education itself.
Mhm.
And I think that, look, so what are you have two choices. It is a problem. It's an existing problem that's large. So
Mhm.
you kind of need to address it one way or another. And the question becomes is that, what percent of the loans are government paper versus private lenders?
Right.
And if it's vast majority is government paper, like yeah, they'll sort through it and they'll do it, and it's like not at a massive expense. It's just another mismanagement of government itself, like how things happen. And so I think like I don't think I think the in theory I like the idea, and it would be
Mhm.
great for a lot of people to get that relief that they deserve, because maybe they didn't have the guidance or the support to help them make the right decisions, but they were still striving to do something good and better with their lives, society, everyone that is in their family, etc. And
Sure.
so I think like it's a problem. It should be addressed. I don't know
What
what
about what about what about the tuition of these schools and some of the money they have in these $40 billion endowments that they have? So I was able to go to a private in-state school. I went to UF. My parents didn't have the money to pay for me, so I took out the full cost of living of cost of attendance or whatever it was per year. So I took that out and I paid it back. But if you go to somewhere, say Harvard, right? Harvard is going to be $50,000 per year tuition alone. And then on cost of living and everything else, you're probably taking out close to 80 or maybe 100,000 per year. So what's your take on some of these schools with their tuitions and their, I think to put
Okay,
it
so
mildly,
let me ask you this.
their multi-billion-dollar endowments, and they're doing very well.
Yeah, let me ask you this:
Yeah.
is Harvard a for-profit or not-for-profit organization?
I think not for profit.
Okay, so why do you think that costs have? So I don't know if their endowments generate. So an endowment that size may target an annual return during normal times, which a lot of people in here probably haven't seen. But during normal times, an endowment might target anywhere between 6% and 9% annually as a return.
Mhm.
And so I don't know if they're generating enough income off of that for them to, because look, their tuition, yeah, part of it is for the brand, part of it is for the experience, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality of the matter is that the network that they have to allow their students to access comes at a big price, meaning high profile professors. And I don't know Harvard or any of the Ivy League schools well enough, but this is my general view on it, is that they've got to go spend money. They might have to pay a $2 million a year salary for a professor, where every other professor makes whatever, 120 grand.
Well, I mean, but you can go to any private school and they're all going to be in the, because I've been in the market. I still help people get into law school. I still talk about people. I still have professors. I'm a professor, so I know what they make at UF, which is the highest ranked school in Florida, which is anywhere between 250 and 400. And UF has billions upon billions in their endowments. So I guess my point is, aren't the schools, kind of making out like bandits here?
I think it's, look, so UF is a state school, yes?
Correct. Yes.
It's probably run very much like how your DMV is run, right? That's the easiest way I can tell you.
God, I hope not.
Well, I'm very certain that if there's not that much difference between the two in how it's run. So I think that's one. If it's a private institution,
Mhm.
they can charge or not charge. I think the issue here is that, is there enough state-sponsored education available? And if it is, like, are they being run efficiently, and do prices make sense on getting an education?
Right. Well, I mean, there are places like Harvard, which I think you said you're paying $50,000 because you're paying for the brands. Um, there's a bunch of other schools that are simply private. Look at Nova Southeastern University. Most of you guys probably haven't even heard of it. It's a private school down in Fort Lauderdale, and if you want to go to law school there, I think it's 35 or 40,000, and that's just on tuition alone. And that's simply because Nova is a mill. They churn out lawyers, they churn out doctors, they churn out dentists, and they pay a premium to go to a shitty fucking school. So that's my question. My question is, twofold. My question is, are the schools, making out? And I believe the schools are having a windfall. And at the same time, I think people, if you're going to sign on to take loans to get where you want to be or do what you want to do, you shouldn't have to. My personal opinion is you shouldn't have to hope and pray that someone else is going to come in and bail you out. I was very aware when I signed up for the MBA JD program that I was taking on these bills, and I was going to have to pay them back at some point, and they weren't going to be erased.
Look, you know what should have happened, right? What should have happened in all of scenarios that are similar to this in history is that there should have been no intervention. You should have let I'm getting phone calls in the middle. You should let nature take its course and let the cycle happen. But
I agree.
But in a world where everything is,
you're breaking up, Portfolio.
So he's basically talking about perverse incentives, screwing up the natural balance of creative destruction, which makes capitalism so great.
Right.
Moral hazard.
Gotcha.
I used the term I intended to use. Thank you.
BY. All right, guys, before we hop to the next hand, do me a favor. We are running behind on our Portfolio. Are you back?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Because you just kind of fell out. Guys, if you have not subscribed to our newsletter, we are there. 2 full days have gone by, and we haven't gotten a single new subscriber to our newsletter to get our podcast. The podcast, the thing that generates us $0 that we give to you by busting our asses and kissing people's asses online to come and chat with us. So if there's anyone who is not subscribed to our newsletter, if you could do so, that would be awesome. How do you do it? It's super easy. You go to my Twitter page. So if you're on your phone, you tap on my face. If you're on the computer, you click on my face. And right below my bio is the word subscribe. You hit that and you are subscribed to our newsletter. We are doing our next podcast. Let me check real quick. We have Damon Inman, I know, coming up. I think he's Saturday because he's in Denmark. So Damon is 1:00 on Saturday. If you don't follow Damon Inman, really got a bolt this past couple of weeks, and Michael could talk about him a little bit later. Super funny guy, just really doing a lot of great stuff. So we're gonna have him in on Saturday, and then just real quick, as I give a pause for the cause for you guys to go over there and do that, since I see 2 people have do it. So RR, you know who you are. If I say the rest of your name, I'm gonna out you. So RR, you know who you are. Thanks for signing up. Trey, thanks for signing up. So let me just pause while you guys continue to hopefully click on subscribe to our newsletter. Let me take a quick look. Give me 2 seconds, guys, to just continue on with our pod. Who do we have? So we got Saturday, we have Damon Inman. On 9/6, we have Ryan Fournier, close to 1 million followers here on Twitter. 9/8, we have a squeezed in last minute podcast with Julie Kelly. She's a regular on our show, but she wrote back today. She's saying that she wants to hop on. 9/13, we're actually pretty packed this month. We're now booking out into October. 9/13, we have Elijah Schaefer. If you guys don't follow him, he's great. 9/15, we have Hotep Chad. If you guys know about Hotep or not, it'll definitely open up your eyes. And he will be the first white Hotep that we interview. 9/16, we have Bricksuit, who everyone probably knows Bricksuit. He's currently on his way through ups and downs and lefts and rights to make his way to the Trump rally in Pennsylvania. 9/20, we have Tom Sauer. 9/27, we have Charles Love. And 9/30, we have Gabs, who is essentially the national face for fighting against CRT and school boards. So, and we also have Allison Hayden in here tonight, who we're going to talk to, who we're setting up with as well. So if you guys can hit the newsletter, we'd be much appreciated on that. And my last comment on that, let's see if we have any new ones. We do. So I just want to give thank yous real quick to Jiff, to 1991, to Lang, to Jade, to I don't want to say your first name, so Bell, Bel. And then I don't want to say this person's name either, just because, I just don't want to do it. Moore, so Mooring. So thank you as well. So we did have, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Great response.
Yeah, that is. And then last thing, which people can sign up for, we do have a sponsor. They are in our newsletters. So if you guys ever see any of those awesome sponsored ads about foot fungus or this new pill that will, fix your ED, or, something about Biden and how great he's doing. I have no idea what our sponsor puts in. That's not my concern. My concern is the sponsor gets paid and we get paid for our operations of our network, the website and the running of the system, if you guys click on any of the sponsored content. So if you happen to, that's a really cool ad about, what's the one they're sending out right now? It's like Roku or Gmail. Houses. Interesting. Yeah.
So I just clicked it and closed it. That's
right.
That easy.
Right. So we all get different ones, and God, they kept sending one. It wasn't Roku. It was like Roku, but Rooku. They were blasting that one out. So I have no idea what the sponsored content is from our sponsor, but I do know that we get nothing out of it unless it's clicked on. So if you guys feel like throwing a click, you're essentially tossing a quarter towards our bills of Podbean and our networking, and our actual network and our newsletter. And so luckily, we got a sponsor back, and God, they find some of the worst shit to put in newsletters. Like, I read all sorts of articles all day, and I just wonder, like, does anyone buy this stuff? Like, I remember the last one I saw, like, they're really pushing an email one right now, but before that there was like a foot fungus thing. I swear to God, there was a foot fungus thing. And then I remember it was so funny because we had like a MAGA episode, and at the top was Biden doing something. It was like, I don't know what it was, but everyone gets different stuff. So if you guys can throw, I guess we'll call it a courtesy click, a sympathy click, because, just to give you guys the stats, we don't hide anything. None of this money's pocketed. It all goes back into Podbean. It all goes back into our website. It goes back into our newsletters because it costs to get all the stuff out. Our last one went out to 1,100 people. 250 people opened it, and 25 people clicked on something. So that means 25% of people on the newsletters are even opening the newsletter, which is kind of weird because we send the podcast right to you. So it's kind of weird. What I was told, which I didn't want to do, I was told by someone else who's in this business, is that I should just cut it off of Twitter, and that way it forces people to go to the newsletter. But that's really not what we want to do. We want to just get it out there as much as we can. So, probably it's my fault because I'm putting it on Twitter as well, which then you don't have to go to the newsletter. So, if you guys can go to the newsletter and, check out the podcast, because the newsletter, is developed and drafted by us, that night as we go. And, there's, for the last one that we had with Alex Rosen, I guess we can call him the pedo hunter. There were the text messages between him and Sophia Loren, who is a trans woman who tried to meet up with a 9-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 1-year-old for sex. There was a video of the incident with Berkeley police in there. So there's a lot of stuff in the newsletters that we can't put on Twitter, which is why we have a podcast.
Yeah, it's a significant thing, guys, because we were able to, one, get him on the podcast, but two, get his actual evidence that will be used, hopefully, but will be by the police department. And, you'll probably see a pedo conviction. The guy has a perfect conviction rate of all the arrests he's facilitated. So that's in the newsletter, the actual evidence. Can't find it anywhere else, as far as I know from talking with him.
Right. Yeah, so it's all in there. Julia, not to put you on the spot, but anything about the newsletter?
No, I'm glad to see that, we've got the exciting ads back. I heard you talking about those. Always has good information in there. The summaries are great. I would encourage people to read those because they give you a good idea of what's going to be in the podcast, especially if you don't have time to listen to it at that moment. But yeah, and if you have any suggestions, we always welcome those. You can reach out to us.
Of course.
I don't know if you can you actually respond? I know crypto. Can people respond to the email?
Yeah. So if you guys respond back to the email, it goes back to our server. So it comes from newsletter@cryptolawyer.vip. But if you respond back, you'll respond back to me and I get those. So you guys can, so it's a whole server that we have, which is why I spent the last 90 days trying to find an advertiser for us because we were running deeply in the red. So we have, we have actual servers as well. So that's why we're doing it. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not in the pod. There is a write-up that we try to put in there, which tells you about what's going to happen, what's in the pod, what we're talking about. And then we always try to put extra stuff in. Like with Alex, we were able to get the text messages between him and the trans woman who wanted to have sex with a 1-year-old. It was amazing stuff. So for those that have subscribed, thanks. If there's any episodes you missed, you guys can catch them on Podbean. But if you want to see the newsletter, just feel free to send me a DM. Or if you, for some reason, missed it, let me know. I can send it back out because I can always do a round 2 for Alex. So thank you to, I'll just say the first one, Callan. Thank you for signing up. So that's the last one we've had in the last 6 minutes. So,
hey, Crypto, I got something.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah, guys, listen, I'm going to kind of break character a little bit. Everybody on the team, I mean, Mark, Jules, Crypto, Baby Yoda, even Brick Suit and some others, we work really hard. I don't think you guys kind of maybe understand how much time that we take to try to get guests. We host the space, Mark, Jules, Crypto, they take time out of their schedules and stuff so you have a place to listen and get some good information. So I just want to say, if you ever involved in these spaces and, you join the pod or whatever, all it is some clicks, give us some support so that we can continue to grow and, hopefully get some of the people that you really want to hear, because we do have some big names possibly coming up, but the bigger that we grow, the more receptive they are to doing the pod. So that's my little spiel.
Thanks, Michael. And yeah, just to give you guys an update, I'm still talking with the producer, which you guys know, and I got to be honest, I really think it's going to be one of those last minute, hey, he or she's available this day, this time. And I know that we all have different schedules, but I think that one, which we're all waiting for, which everyone thought it was Dr. Sebastian Gorka, which was funny, but it wasn't Gorka. There's someone much larger. Johnny's here. I'm going to bring him up. Someone much larger, much bigger that we're trying to get on. It's just his timing is just unremarkably limited. And I really think it's going to be one of those, we get an hour or 2 notice on this. But we're trying to set it up. So, and also back to Michael and, at this point, I don't really care if people are leaving or staying. I just want to say thank you to Michael because he's done such an amazing job. He's out there and he gets a lot of shit from people, because, he does what a lot of us do, which a lot of people don't have DMs, right? So you got to catch them when they put a tweet out, if you happen to see it, and then you have to be one of the first ones to respond, and hopefully they get back to you, which is a lot of way we got a lot of people, believe it or not. So Michael gets a lot of shit out there for people, and my advice from him, is obviously, because Michael is constantly saying, thanks for your response, and they're like, why are you kissing this guy's ass to come on your podcast? And I was like, as it goes, just move on and block them, because that's what we got. But
I've become a block expert. I love it.
Yeah, you just have to block and move on. But I will say the last two podcasts and even our Twitter space tonight, we've gotten big enough that scammers will hop in. So that really happened with BitBoy too. If you guys don't follow BitBoy, he's a cryptocurrency expert. He has 15 or 10 million followers on YouTube and some other places. He's got 1 million followers here. And it was really amazing for me because I've been in crypto for a while. And BitBoy has made billions in crypto since 2014 or 15. And having him on was like, I think, I'm not sure, but I think it was kind of like maybe BY with Kurt Schlichter. BY, does that sound about right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Kurt Schlichter kind of has my sort of sarcasm, so it was really good to talk to him.
Yeah, so it was fun. It was great having Kurt Schlichter on. Obviously, Kyle Rittenhouse, Nick Sandman. I'm trying to think. Julia helped me finally get a date for Tim Young, who I was blowing up his DMs. There's a lot. There's a lot to get people online and to coordinate dates and things like that. And I can't tell you how many times we've had people just blow us off, and it happens. I mean, not as often as you think, but more than I would think. Hey,
I've been let down by one or two people.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we have our pod that we scheduled, like a month ago coming up, and they're like, oh my God, I'm sick today. I'm like, bullshit. By the way, who cares if you're sick? Just turn on your phone. You don't have to show up and do fucking gymnastics. So,
have I ever let you down?
One time, Johnny. One time. I think you know what it is.
Yes. I'll leave it there.
All right. Oh, Johnny, too funny. So, all right, let's bounce around, and then let's move on to Biden and MAGA because I think for our serious topics tonight, we have some serious issues with the president, and then we'll get to Allison on Swalwell and what's going on over there in that California race.
How's the poll doing real quick?
Oh, let me check real quick. I was checking for subscribers. Let me do subscribers real quick on a refresh. Okay, so 58D was the last one 6 minutes ago. Thank you, 58D. I appreciate it. I will upload our new subscribers into our server. And the poll is, let me see here. Oh, but by the way, Mark, on a total side note, did you see my tweet of today, September 1st, 2022, and the following are true? Number one, Alec Baldwin killed a person.
That's fact. Keep going.
Okay. Number two, Biden has started a war with half the country.
Figuratively.
Okay.
Figuratively.
Number three, banks will loan 0% down loans only to minorities.
Keep going.
Okay. Number four, MAGA will continue to survive and thrive.
Yes, that's probable. Yeah.
Wow, God, you're just fucking Debbie Downer tonight.
Well, I think you're pretty good at writing one-liners and suggestive speech.
I was gonna say, are you saying that I'm leaving room for interpretation, or there's some suggestive language in there?
Yes, there is, and I think you're quite good at it. I give you respect. That's well done.
Get out of here.
You start with the indisputable fact.
Yes, you do.
Nice job.
Let's go to the poll. Oh my God, the poll's tightened up. Here we go. I like it. Wow. Kinzinger, my man Kinzinger is making a comeback. He's only 10 points down. Eric Swalwell at 46% of the vote. Adam Schiff has somehow gotten to 17%. And Adam Kinzinger is at 36%. So my guy's only 10 points back now. I'll do a little like and a retweet, try to get it going. Move it to
Oh
the
my
top.
God! You see the one gentleman's comment? I missed his name. Let me go back. Sloan for TN.
Oh yeah, that's Sloan. He's always in here.
Yeah.
He wrote, oh, that's funny. Plot twist turns into a circle jerk.
What counts as winning at that point?
Right. Is it the person who finishes first or last?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Someone put Liz Cheney. I should have put her in there. I definitely should have put Liz. Liz Cheney
Liz Cheney's not gonna. She's not. She's. Come on, guys. Cage fight.
First is always the winner.
First is always.
Cheney's need a shotgun to have a chance.
Yeah, I was just gonna say her father would shoot everybody first.
This is so ridiculous. Oh my God.
Do you remember? I know Michael does. What was that called? Celebrity Death Match. The little clay figures on.
Oh yeah. That was great stuff. Yeah.
That was really good, and I think if, in a different time we probably could have wrote for that.
Yeah. That was funny. So all right, so I put up in the nest those two articles. I can't keep them on my timeline, guys. I feel like I have to shower, so I'm taking down the CNN and the MSNBC article. I feel like I should go shower now that I even put them on my timeline. So I feel dirty. Okay, so let's do this, guys. Anyone who has their hand up, we'll go to you now. And Mark, if you could take the first round of hands for this one. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the part up top. I'm not going to keep Biden hates MAGA, but we're going to talk about Biden and MAGA here in a little bit. So, Mark, if you could go ahead on that, and we'll continue on with the hands.
Yeah, I'm going to just call them as they're lined up, guys. So your hands up, you'll be picked. So Johnny, go ahead.
Right off the bat, I was not the first hand up, but I will speak. I'm late to the show today. I don't know if we talked about it with the angle of the custodian of records for Trump and verifying that there were no classified material at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, we could all debate the language of the language, but my point being is, how does this person let this happen? I mean,
the attorney?
Yes.
The attorney? Yeah.
Yes. I mean, how does that happen? I mean, does Trump just have every nincompoop working for him? I mean, challenge it, not submit. I need more time. I mean, I'm no lawyer, but there's 9,000 things that probably could happen before they turn around and verify, yes, there are no classified, marked as classified documents. The language, like I said, we can all speak to, but where does he find these people? It leaves me scratching my head.
I think there must be a website that I'm not on, which is called hotlookinglawyer.com. And if you're a hot-looking lawyer and you've gone to a shitty law school and you have done no government work, then Trump will hire you.
Well, I guess at Crypto, you probably know more than me. So the person that signed off of this, are they a hot-looking lawyer?
Yep.
And then you know what? Maybe I give him a pass. I don't know.
Both of his lawyers currently handling his cases, both of them are extremely attractive, which is good for them. I'm just simply stating the obvious.
Right.
Both of them are extremely attractive. Both of them went to shitty law schools. Both of them never worked in the government. So if you're fighting the government, those are two people you probably, if you want them, that's fine. But I don't know, maybe, my services are no longer currently available, but you may want to find someone who, I don't know, maybe spent a decade or two at DOJ, someone who specializes in criminal defense, something
or
like that.
Or it's just somebody who has a little bit of common sense, because you are representing Trump, who was the initiator of Russiagate, impeached twice. Then they're coming after him under J6. And now all of a sudden you get a subpoena from a grand jury, and you're going to give them a document that you don't know whether it's false or true or false. I don't know. Whatever they did, they did. But I mean, at one point, you're going to wake up and sit there and say, I think they might be after this guy. You know, that's my point. At what
Yeah.
point do these guys wake up and sit there and say, this might be a trap?
Yeah, I'm not too impressed with any of his attorney's work right now. But they definitely make for good talking pundits or pieces on TV. But you know,
I mean, are they better looking than Melania?
Well, I mean, they're younger, but you know, they're on that level. I will say this.
On that level, all right.
I will say this. I know a lot of the attorneys in the Southern District who are picking up clients such as Hillary Clinton, DNC, Mark Elias. I know a lot of the attorneys that are making appearances right now in the Southern District in Trump's lawsuit, and they are very good, and they're from big firms, and they're heavy hitters. So if he thinks he's going to go forward with Peter Tickton, if you guys don't know Peter Tickton, you guys can Google him. Peter Tickton has a law firm down here, which I think is probably his local counsel. Peter Tickton is friends with Trump, and they grew up together. Peter Tickton's law firm really did foreclosure for the past 2 decades. And, you know, now he's got people like Lena Haba coming in and some other people coming in. But if you think that these lawyers that Trump has is going to go head to head with some of the people who are, I mean, some of my friends and then people who I've just heard of, they're monsters. Like they are big, they're good, and they know what they're doing, and they have a massive firm behind them with almost an endless checkbook. So his attorneys, if they're incompetent, it's going to be shown. So I hope he's got better attorneys coming in, because you know I've been checking that case on Pacer, and a lot of heavy hitters have been making appearances in that case. People that know what they're doing. So I hope his attorneys do too.
Yeah, that's concerning for him, right? So let's do Never Vote and then Coleman.
Oh, well, earlier when y'all were talking about the interest rates, you know, one of the things you mentioned was that it was 5%. Unfortunately, it's actually risen from there. As an investor, I was quoted 7% for interest rates at this point in time. And also going back to Trump's lawyers, my understanding is that
mortgage interest rate. I'm sorry.
Mortgage. I'm sorry.
What interest rate?
So that was for a mortgage interest rate for 7%.
What do you do with that as an investor? Do you got to bite the bullet and get some skin in the game, or you sit around and waste some time and wait for the rates to come down? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, because they said to buy down points, it would cost me pretty much $12,000 just to get down to 5.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane.
Just to when I got my first mortgage, it was 8 3/4, and it was a steal, and that was back in the 90s. Yep. That was a steal then. Today, forget about it. But there, you know, everything is relative, and you got to look at it. But the fact that it's already gone from 3 to 7 in what, 4 months, 5 months? That's craziness. That is craziness.
Be expecting, I'm thinking 1980s, you know, where it went up to 25. That's where I'm seeing it. If we don't do something about who's in office at this point.
Why wouldn't you snag it for 7 then, if you're thinking it's going to 25?
You know, that's a good point, because at this point in time, I'm just like, well, I'll go a different route. Commercial rates are still lower. So I was thinking I'd switch over from residential to commercial at this point in time and go that route, because they're still low. Because people are, you know, with COVID, a lot of commercial offices, you know, a lot of people are working remote now. So commercial is a little bit lower. So that's the way I was going.
Yeah.
Thanks,
and the general, I was just going to go with the conventional wisdom is because Biden got 6 months behind on the interest rates, meaning he was scared to, and the Fed was scared to raise interest rates early to fight off inflation. that they've basically got a 3-year process where they're going to be chasing it, and it's going to kind of just have a life of its own. And of course, there's tricks they can do. But yeah, it's one of those things like once you let the genie out of the bottle or the horse out of the barn, you're kind of screwed, and it has a life of its own. So yeah, the next 3 years are going to be pretty screwy. And the financial markets, the main decision people are going to be making is where the best investment is, because, the money will, if there's an easier way to earn, 10% or 8% than real estate, that's where the money is going to go.
Thanks, Baby Yoda. Never vote. Did you have anything else before we move on?
Oh, yeah, I wanted to go back to, yes, I voted for Schiff because I think he's dirty and he would do anything to win. I don't think Swallow and Kissinger would basically fight that same way. He would just do anything. And and you've seen that on TV, Russiagate, everything. And then after the fact, even if he lost, he would tell everybody he won. So
you're saying he'd have like poison in his ring, like a little needle?
Oh yeah, he would do anything whatsoever. He would fight dirty. But I still. And the last thing I was going to go back to was Trump's lawyers. My understanding is that I hear that he has difficulty keeping lawyers because they end up getting disbarred, or at least the firms that he does business with, or they'll basically other clients will drop them. So that's what's been a little difficult on the Trump side.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of big firms that, and when I say the big firms, I'm talking like, the big guys that are international. They have, 35 to 50 offices. They just don't want to go with Trump, because why would they go with Trump when they're making billions, literally billions per year with their corporate clients? Their corporate clients may very well drop them if they go with Trump. So, for a lot of the big hitters that are coming in, but it's interesting because you can come in for Hillary or for the DNC or Mark Elias or other, people like that, and that's okay. So it's just an interesting, psychological, I don't know, I would say experiment, but it's just interesting. But yeah, for most big firms, Trump is hands off. But
yeah. Well, but you said earlier that you were otherwise engaged and you're off the market. Why wouldn't you go represent Trump unless it would be a conflict of interest?
No, it wouldn't be a conflict. And I've actually had a conversation with some people and even the family, and they are currently, let's say that the conversation, and it was a very skeptical process. Let's just put it like that. They're very skeptical of people they don't know, unless you're a smoking hot chick, apparently. But yeah, I was actually contacted by someone else who's running for something, and there's a whole backstory to that which will not get out. But yeah, so I don't know. The answer is I don't know. I don't know why he's not hiring people with the requisite experience you'd be looking for, as opposed to someone who went to a tier 4 unknown law school and then right away open up their own practice when he's going against the government. Because there's firms that are massive, which, again, I think he should be going after them, but A, they're probably conflicted off, or B, they don't want to do work with him. So he's stuck where he is. But at the same time, you don't have to go far. Look at Jenna Ellis, who is an absolute train wreck as an attorney, in my opinion, all the way to his current attorneys that are making mistakes. And, they all have a lot of things in common, which is, whether you think, I think he's probably upgraded since then, which is probably a bad thing to say. But, Jenna Ellis and then Alina Habba, and there's someone else currently doing his cases. There's two different attorneys that are kind of the out in the front people. But yeah, it seems to be that he, for whatever reason, doesn't look into backgrounds too much of what the person's done. So we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how it turns out, because his lawsuit is going to be dealt with by other attorneys that know what they're doing, who have been in federal court. So hopefully he knows someone that is local who knows the local rules, because federal is the same across the country, but there are differences in the local rules. So we'll see how it pans out.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks, Never. So let's go to, I said Coleman, right? And then we'll go to Gnostic. Go ahead, Coleman.
All right, you can't hear me too good. I'm sorry. Anyhow, got a little info on as far as it goes with banking. There was a guy on radio years ago called Jerry Doyle, and some of you might know who he is, some of you might not, but he's the one that back in 08 when the crash happened, I started learning about what caused it, and the guy was crackerjack on the reasons behind it. Matter of fact, it took me about almost a year and a half to learn what 70% of the cause was. And but pretty much, if you go back, look up Jerry Doyle, the Community Reinvestment Act, and Bill Clinton, that's pretty much, you can find articles on it, and it'll pretty much explain what's going on with this thing with the B of A, because of all this is the same thing that led up, that pretty much was one of the causes of the crash, just repackaged and put a fresh ribbon on it, and they think they can, do it all over again. So that's about the best advice if you want to learn a little bit more detail about it. Because
Coleman, you're breaking up, but I think that's a good reference. It's probably a good reference point, right?
Yeah, I'm on my
thanks.
Truck, so
I'm sorry, Coleman.
That's okay. All right, I'm gonna get
that's
off.
All right, thanks, man. Okay, thank you. Gnostic, and then Jimmy, you're on deck. Go ahead.
Hey there, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, what everybody's talking about used to be called ninja loans. No income, no job, no reference check, no anything else. Just a body coming in the door, signing the documents for whatever the loan is. And the loans turned out to be actually horrible loans. They were basically reset loans that would keep resetting to a higher interest rate going down the road and would bankrupt people. I did a loan in New York where somebody asked, basically said, do you want to get one? And I looked at them like they were crazy, and they said, well, sorry, it's all we have to offer. It's like, well, actually, no, you don't. I am an analyst, and I actually look at your bank before I came in here to sit down and look at stuff. And no, you do offer other loans. Well, no, we don't. And it turned out that they actually bonused everybody for handing out the ninja loans within the bank system, which was quite different. I ended up getting a loan, but it was a loan through a different bank at that point. But this was a small regional bank in Lower Manhattan, and you scratch your head and go, "Oh, they're going to do that again." And the other thing is that it used to be there were what were called red line districts. These are districts where no bank would give a loan anyway. Basically, they were multi-ethnic regions of Hispanic and African Americans, and they couldn't get a loan. But the odd thing that happened in those areas was because they couldn't get a loan, the properties in the area were relatively inexpensive, and so people could go out and buy them. Problem is, as soon as they changed the rules and said no, you can't do red line loans anymore, and people went into them, the property values went up, and basically people couldn't afford property anymore, and they became renters, and investors moved in. As an investor, real estate investor, the property started looking really nice because you could put the rents up quite nicely. I thought this was a horrible thing to do suddenly to a group of ethnic people.
Yeah, Gnostic.
They were
you're coming in kind of low and then broken and loud. But I think
I just got cut off. So and I have a phone call, so it should stabilize in a second. Or if it's too bad, I'll step down.
Yeah, I'll let you wrap it up. It's but I guess what I'm saying is it sounds a little predatory to me. So I guess the question is like, what's kind of the yield of successful mortgage, borrowers that turn into home owners, with no mortgage, pay the house off, versus how many will be foreclosed on? Do you think that
It's horrible.
Horrible, right?
Yeah. Because they don't have any money. They don't have enough money to sit down and maintain it. They can't maintain the mortgage rates, and they can't maintain the rest of it. They don't really understand it because nobody explains it to them. The bank just wants to issue the mortgage, and once the mortgage is issued, the people are stuck. So they end up either in foreclosure, and then investors go in and look at it and say, "Hey, you're in foreclosure. We'll give you pennies on the dollar," and it just spirals down from there. So it's a horrible. It sounds good. I mean, it sounds like we're trying to be nice to these people, but in fact, it's extremely predatory and very nasty to do in the long run, and basically destroys whole communities. So, I mean, it again, like student loans, it sounds nice on the surface, and you're attempting to help people, but when you look further down the road, it's just as destructive. And when you get to student loans, I mean, you're going to get money to go to school. Yay, this is great. I can go to school and everything else. When people forget, they have to pay it back down the road. And I think about 50% of the loans were by private institutions, and another 50% were by government. And so even if you try and wipe them out, the private institutions end up having to pay. It was the wrong way to do it. And as soon as those loans came in and people started doing it, up went the university fees, which oddly enough just matched the amount that people were willing to do. And this was like theft from the endowment funds and the university fees for the students, because now they were paying the debt off and putting money in the endowment fund, but not getting any benefit for it. And so it's without equal controls on either side, you've got a problem. And I think that this just will mount that problem for an ethnic group that just doesn't deserve the hard luck. Some people will do well, but a lot of people won't, and it's just not going to work out well. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
Thanks, Gnostic. Yeah, it's I think it'd be low yield. I don't run the numbers like yourself or the other financial gentleman, but I'm just using some logic and some common sense and some past practice. I mean, remember 08, but okay. Jimmy, go ahead.
So for the gentleman who said that he thought the interest was going to go up higher for a house, if you buy at 7% now and you think it's going to go up higher, and if it just doesn't, if you're flat out wrong, why not buy it and then just refinance, like at a lower interest rate? Like if that interest rate actually ever does go back to like 2%, like wouldn't you be in a better state there, especially if it's going to go up, because you're just going to have to play the wait game until it comes back down. Because I don't see prices coming down anytime soon. I mean, I feel like, yeah, it's leveling out right now, but like if you believe that it's going to go up past 7, why not buy at 7 now if you can afford? And then if it just goes lower, just refinance.
Yeah, I think with the speed of inflation and the value of the dollar, I mean, I'm not giving financial advice, but I'm just thinking of numbers. I'm with you, Jimmy. But
I was just going to say to your specific point, sure, if it drops like 3/4 of a point, then it's probably worth doing the refinance, but it's got to drop enough to make the fees and everything worth the refinance.
True. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. But if you're on the path of, it's going to go up and we're going to see like an 80s again, the 70s, 80s, like if you have the money, then just buy now. Like if you're going to buy for sure and you have the money now and you can afford it, why not just lock in at today's rate and then just pray for it to go back down in the future?
Yep. The smart thing is to lock in a 30 or 15-year fixed rate now, and then you have options. Yes.
I mean, the only I guess never could probably speak for himself, but I'll just move it along. So I'd say this. He did mention he just doesn't want to go in that arena, and he's looking commercial and looking elsewhere. So I guess there is a difference between investing versus purchasing your primary or only residence, right? But yeah, numbers are numbers. If they're going up, if you think they're going up, then do what you can when you can. I'm gonna do Anthony, and then Matthew. Good to have you back. You'll be up next. And guys, so especially if you're already in speaker box. If you want to go again, just raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll do the rotation. So go ahead, Anthony.
Good evening, Mark, Julia, Crypto. You recognize the voice, but just not me. I'm back again.
You sound like the coach and
Yeah.
and 100 other guys.
No. What coach? I don't know a coach. I don't know a coach.
Nope.
I've had a lot. I've had a lot of people in my day, but hey, man. So what's up? How's life?
Good to be back. I wanted to ask you about what you was talking about with Trump's lawyers. I kind of missed the lead into that. You have concerns about some lawyers he has representing him on what? Against what?
Right. So I wouldn't say I have concerns. I would just say that Trump's attorneys don't have the requisite background. I think that some of the other attorneys that are involved in this case, and the one I was talking about in particular, was not really the Trump raid per se, because I think that's a big nothing burger, and without a criminal case coming, that's not going to go. It's really not going to head anywhere. The one where he filed a lawsuit against like 26 individuals, so his local counsel is Peter Tickton, who is essentially a foreclosure firm. If you go to his website now, he may have some PI stuff or other things on it. But I am afraid that his attorneys that I know of who have made notices of appearance for him, just based on their background, and that's all I can say. Based on their background, maybe they're a little overmatched for some of the attorneys from South Florida who I know have taken on clients in that case, or I'm sure high prices, who are very good, heavy hitters. They know what they're doing. They've been on the other side of me in DOJ criminal cases. I've dealt with them in civil cases in my job now. And I do not know. We'll find out. I don't know. There's a lot of motions to dismiss pending. So if some parts of Trump's case starts getting tossed, we'll know that the complaint from the get-go doesn't have any teeth. So we'll know. But then really in the discovery stages in civil, that's where a lot of it happens. So, just looking at the background of his attorneys, I know, I just know the other side has very good, very high-priced, large firm attorneys that are coming in. And, I think his attorneys, while they may be great to take a photo op with, I don't know if they have the legal knowledge and or backing, to be quite honest, to go up against some of these firms, because firms that have entered an appearance have been Greenberg and Trorick, Holland and Knight. Just some monster firms have gotten into this case. I don't know. Time will tell on whether or not he's going to be out lawyered.
Okay, then the only other question I had, I just wanted to pop in and say hello, but how do you think this judge is going to rule on the appeal from Trump on I can't remember the title of these DOJ documents or whatever, the magistrate or something like that? I don't know if that's it. How do you think she's going to rule on that?
The special master,
yes.
To be quite honest, this week for me has been, I've done so many depositions this week that I have literally had zero time pretty much to do anything during the day. So I haven't been caught up in that, but my understanding was DOJ filed a response. I don't know. Has there been any movement from the judge after her order of her initial, her what's it called? I'm fucking losing my mind tonight. Her intent to appoint a special master. Has there been a ruling from Canon since then?
She had a hearing today at 1:00. There was no announcement or decision made today, but everybody that was following it, so to speak, that, we follow all the same people that's following this stuff. Right. They're inclined to believe that she's not going to support the DOJ's request, that she probably will go ahead and honor it.
The gist is that she's going to give her decision in writing, and she didn't lock herself to a specific date. So I think she wants to do it as soon as possible, but she wasn't willing to commit to when. So it was kind of disappointing from that sense of not saying it would be, in a week.
Got it. So, but from what you guys are telling me, it sounds like that Trump will get a special master. Is that
It's
what I'm?
50-50.
She hasn't said anything that would make you think otherwise, except for the delay.
Okay. Well, I mean, as far as the delay, judges have their own personalities. Some judges like to rule from the bench. Some judges don't. Federal judges definitely don't like to rule from the bench. They like to do written orders, especially in high profile cases like this. I am in a lot of cases and have been in a lot of cases with Judge Cannon, even though she was recently, I think she was Trump's last appointee to the federal bench. But I've had a lot of cases with her. And Judge Cannon has always ruled by paper at all of our hearings, whether it's whether it's criminal or civil. I've never gotten an or tennis oral ruling from her. It's always been by an order coming off of PACER. So that's going to be normal course for most federal judges and for Judge Cannon in particular. That's just how she does it. I think when you go to state court, you find more state judges don't like to write or don't have the time because their docket is so packed. So more state judges will announce from the bench and then ask the moving party who won to give a proposed order which speaks to his ruling. I mean, that's how backed up state judges are. A lot of them don't even write their own orders. They will.
So I just want to bring up there was
Sure.
so yeah, I think it's like you said, based on that, it's probably closer to the 75% to 90%. There was only one weird thing with the DOJ side of it was they were like challenging the standing for Trump's lawsuit. So that's probably what she's going to sort out and make sure she doesn't get overturned on.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a whole weird thing. We're pre-indictment, we're pre-criminal case. So, this is, not that it's uncharted territory. It's just territory judges aren't used to. The attorneys have the time to be able to look this stuff up on Nexus. Geez, I can't even talk tonight. On LexisNexis or Westlaw or, whatever they get to use. They can spend an entire week looking up this stuff. Judges often will get the briefings, but then them and their clerks, because there are federal judges, so they usually have 2 to 3 clerks that are out of law school and very smart. You have to be very smart and high ranking to get a clerkship with a federal judge. And so judges will usually read the briefs prior. They'll ask the law clerks to shepherdize the cases to make sure there's no bad law in them. And then they'll usually sit down with their law clerks and then they'll go out for the oral arguments. But, judges want to do their own research on the back end because as BY said, you don't want to make a pronouncement or, you just want to make sure that your written order is proper. So, again, we're kind of in an area that's not really touched upon too much, which is pre-indictment, pre-criminal case arguments over civil matters of constitutional violations or not. This is not your everyday case with Trump. So I'm sure there's a lot of case law being presented by both sides that judges are not totally familiar with. So, all right, Mark.
Yeah, thanks. So Matthew, you're up, and Saraf, you're on deck. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone's doing well. I just wanted to clarify, that these mortgages that they're focusing are not focused at Black and Latino people. They're focused at Black and Latino neighborhoods. And I think that in very specific parts of the country too, Miami, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Charlotte, these are rapidly gentrifying areas. And when you were talking, Mark, about what is predatory about them, I think it is a way of kind of redlining and blockbusting a little bit because it's taking people out of more secure housing options rent controlled apartments and lower cost housing, giving them loans they really can't afford, and then kind of moving them out as these neighborhoods gentrify. And I think I think these loans are horrible, but I think just for different reasons than a lot of people were saying. I mean, these are people that oftentimes don't have a lot of options when it comes to mortgage products or access to credit. Payday lending is high there. car, the car dealerships that are no money down, but you're paying $500 for like a used Tercel, So it's, I think there's a lot of like things going into it, but I think it goes back to like the Community Reinvestment Act under when it got strengthened under Bill Clinton, and they started loosening the credit standards for mortgages. Is just a recipe for disaster. I mean, I think it's we really need to be going kind of a traditional credit lending, rules and kind of things like that, because otherwise we're going to have another speculative bubble where, there's all of these really bad products that are out there. And unfortunately, these poor people that are, like in high cost areas. And so they're like, oh, I got to stay here. This is where my work is. This is where my family is. And so they're, like, I remember before the '08 bubble, it was, people were buying interest only loans where they were only paying the interest. They were not like paying their principal at all. And I was like, that was just like a crazy, crazy product. And then, with an adjustable rate mortgage, like you go from 7% to like, 17% or something like that, some crazy number. And then we're going to have, like those strategic walkouts and all those things that happened during the last bubble. And I don't know if we can recover from another one. So I think these are predatory. I don't trust Bank of America. And yeah, that's all I want to say. Thanks. Hello to everyone.
Yeah,
Have a great
Matthew.
night.
Good to have you back. And it's funny because I think you and I have disagreed many times, and not tonight. I think I completely agree with you. So I appreciate it, Matthew. Saraf, and then I'm gonna go to I'm back, Jack, and then Poison. You're in the hole.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Good to see everybody tonight. Julia, Crypto. What I wanted to touch on was a couple things tonight. First, I want to say what Bank of America is doing, I'm going to identify as Latino when I apply for a loan. Fuck them assholes. Second of all, that quote-unquote picture that the DOJ released of supposedly all this classified shit that they found, one, that doesn't happen because it is against very many federal regulations to photograph these documents, even if they are whited out or whatever, however they had it. There was really bad redactions on them. When you have the cover sheets and the documents together, that's no bueno. That's bad. That can get you 10 years in prison for doing that shit and then leaking it to the news. And I've had people argue with me. I handled classified information for over 10 years. And I've had someone argue with me like, oh, they're redacted. Oh, it gets released all the time. I'm like, okay, so name me one case where the FBI has gone and recovered classified shit from someone they raided and put it on the fucking news. I bet you won't find any. Go ahead, fight me on that. And it's nothing but crickets after that. But, I mean, the bottom line is that picture's fake. I ran that picture through photo forensics, and I found evidence to where the top secret cover sheets were photoshopped in. Crypto, if you'd like to see that, I can DM you that picture.
Yeah, please do.
I don't think it's genuine at all. And I think it's very much a setup. It's very much bullshit. And anyone that has ever held a security clearance throughout their entire fucking life is going to look at that picture and go, oh my God, I could at minimum lose my clearance and get walked off, or I can get prosecuted and go to jail because that's bordering on espionage. Because
but Saraf, let's say for one moment that it's I don't want to say you're wrong. I'm not saying that, but just follow me down this rabbit hole. So some agent takes it out, lays a few out, puts white papers over the actual documents. And by the way, everything, and that's everybody that sees what says secret and top secret. Those are just the cover pages. Those are just the pages
right.
So they're the warnings that says what's under this is secret. Anyway, okay, so who's gonna police them? Who's going to ruin an investigation, an indictment, a case to lock up the cops who mishandled evidence?
The good old whistleblower, baby.
So, I mean, they could have been rolling around having sex on those documents, and I would put my money on that information wouldn't leak out unless it would require a whistleblower. So, but go ahead, Stroff. I'm just stuck on that. No one's gonna No one's gonna pursue or prosecute an FBI agent on a crime scene.
Well, the other sticking point with that is this is supposed to be an active investigation, and I don't know of any time when under an active investigation that the evidence has been put out there, because they're still investigating it.
They leak out all the time. Cops are always texting each other pictures of crime scenes, and sometimes it leaks, sometimes it doesn't, but it often leaks.
Interesting. But there's that, which is also a no-no. And then the, like I said, the documents. Those documents are not supposed to be even outside of a SCIF, let alone photographed and put on a news article. It's just not. I mean, I also have the DOD regs. Now, as far as who can prosecute them, the Department of Defense can go after them. They can most certainly do that. If there was any of their information that's supposed to be in there, they can most certainly do it.
Not only that, but I would hope that Trump's lawyers are looking into these pictures, the authenticity of them, and what's going on with them. I mean, that's why that's why his lawyers are there.
And the Office of Professional Responsibility, which is
Right.
essentially internal affairs.
Right.
Correct. And all that's supposed to be making sure that everything's being followed to the letter and according to regulations as far as handling classified info and violations concerning that. So everything about that picture is wrong, guys. I mean, that's just, and people are buying it, and it's just, it makes me throw up in my mouth that people can be that's silly and that's stupid and not look into shit. I mean, just holy fuck, talk to somebody who has a clearance. There's tons of them out there. You know what I mean?
Because for me, I look at it, and I'm not very concerned if it's real or fake. If that means anything, I just don't see a ton of value. Okay, so it's fake. It doesn't look good. So it's real. So they took out a few cover pages and put some, blank computer paper over top of the documents and took a sloppy, crime scene photo. I'm not really following the impact of it or the optics, but that's just me. I just don't see it.
I should just throw in for crypto that one of the things the judge did is she did basically say that they're going to have to deliver a much more detailed receipt, which maybe Mark's point goes into that or Seraph's point goes into that, which is if the DOJ is leaking, it's an unfair thing because they can selectively link and there's nothing Trump can do about it. So maybe, having that detailed receipt helps them.
Yeah, thanks, baby. Saraf, anything further?
No, that's it. That's all I wanted to touch on. Just don't buy into the bullshit.
Thank you, Saraf. I appreciate it. I'm back, Jack. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? How you doing? I'm sitting here. I'm looking at the Bank of America with the loans, right? The zero down mortgages, only for Black and Latino neighborhoods.
Yeah.
I'm reading here on Zero Hedge, it says applicants won't have to disclose their race, as the bank will use U.S. Census data to determine which neighborhoods are predominantly Black or Hispanic. Does that ring any alarm bells for anyone?
I got to be honest. Just Jack, I know you because you've been in here all the time, but you bringing up this comment with that fucking picture, I just can't take you serious.
The picture is so distracting. I know who you
Listen,
are.
man.
I know who you are, and I can't even place you.
Okay, listen. Let me just remind you of an old saying we all grew up with: a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yes,
right?
It is.
It's like, listen, and I wish I could do a better imitation of Biden, but I just can't mumble that like he does. I mumble plenty, but I don't mumble like in his style. With that, when he said, "You remember," he just burst out. He was like, vote for Trump, you ain't Black." Like, I was fucking taken aback. Like, there's very few things that make me go, oh. But when he said that, I was like, this guy is a fucking moron. I couldn't even believe it. But yeah, the picture's great. I'll mix it up and change it to something.
Just so Jack, just real quick before you move on to the next thing,
Go
I
ahead.
want Fetterman to run for president so him and Biden can have a debate.
You're not gonna listen. It's so bad. It's like I literally like sometimes people go, oh, it's so bad you want to cry. I'm telling you, sometimes I'm like, because it's the U.S. citizen I'm disappointed in, because two things I've seen that have disappointed me deep into my soul. One is that Americans are much dumber than I thought they were, and that was a slap across the face. That was a wake up call for me. And the other thing is they're huge pussies. Because I know damn well that 80% of the people wandering the streets agree with us, but they won't speak up. And if you won't speak up, we're going to be stuck here and we're going to be marginalized like this douchebag is on TV calling us MAGA Republicans and we're fucking the most dangerous threat to the... If 80% of Americans stood up and said, whoa, 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 he would never be able to stand behind a podium and say that fucking garbage. So, I'm like sitting. But anyhow, with the bank thing, applicants won't have to disclose their race as the bank's going to use census data. So that tells me that immediately it's a money grab. This is going to be Bank of America is a primary dealer, right? They got the bat phone to the Fed. So for them to launch this program, yeah, it's predatory lending, but I just finished up a development, a 26-unit apartment complex, and the only reason I even got the zoning approval was because of the affordable housing element, right? So I rammed it in a place where it really could never have gone if it wasn't for these regulations with them trying to pack housing everywhere. So I wonder if maybe they've saturated some markets and they're starting to look back at the inner cities and say, we still have a housing shortage. And let's try and get them to fucking revamp some of these shithole cities. And I'm looking at the cities that they picked, and a lot of them are in red states. Now, if you're going to cram people somewhere, if you're going to cram Democratic voters somewhere, cram them in a red state. So I don't know. I'm looking at this whole thing. I'm trying to look for the angle behind the predatory lending, and it looks to me like Blackstone or BlackRock, whoever the fuck they are, can go in there and buy, I don't know, $50-60 million worth of homes at a really low interest rate. That's what I'm thinking.
Man, I'm glad Scott Presser's in here to hear that last 60 seconds. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. And I recognize your voice so well, and I can't place you. So. Not with that face. It'll hit me later, I'm sure.
Oh, me? Oh, me. I'm just outside New York City. You know what I had? I had Elon Musk sticking his beak through the Twitter bird. Mark, that was my last profile pic.
I'm missing it. Send me a DM. Who is this guy? I cannot. Well done. I'm very. You got me good. That's all I can say. I gotta admit it. So let's go. Poison. You've been waiting patiently. Thanks, man. Go ahead. Or Poison. You there? All right. We will come back. We'll give him another shot. Let me go. Rachel 2.0.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Y'all been talking about the loans, and I really think that they are very predatory, and they're probably what the last guy said. I'm Blackjack. That guy. He said he was talking about how you don't have to disclose your race or anything, but a mortgage lender, if someone is sitting in front of you and they say they don't want to answer those questions, you're obligated to mark what you see. So if a Hispanic man is sitting in front of you, you mark male, Hispanic. You have to by law.
What's the law that says that? I'm just blown away that a mortgage lender, a bank would have to interpret by way of visual what you are and required to put it down.
Correct.
Help me
Yes.
out.
I don't know the exact name of the law. I did mortgage lending for about 2 years, and we were required by law to visually assess the I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Ethnicity and gender. Things you could tell by visually looking at a person, because the government gathers that data, especially for FHA loans. They want to make sure that um, minorities are being treated fairly, and that they look at how many loans are being made to minorities. And so they gather all of that information. So yes, they are required to visually answer what they see. And another thing, y'all were talking about, everybody's been talking about, how it's just going to be another 2008. And if what Bank of America is doing, it's FHA loans, you only have to have a credit score of 580 to qualify for an FHA loan. And so that's a very low credit score. A conventional loan, you have to have at least a 620. And sometimes that won't even work, depending if you don't have enough assets, which is your ability to make the down payment. And if you have too many liabilities, or your debt to income ratio is too high. But an FHA loan, your debt to income ratio can be high, and you don't have the down payments not as big. And sometimes lenders will do what is called a temporary buy down, where they will buy down the rate of the FHA loan, the lender will, and pay it. Okay, so they'll absorb the cost, but for a year. But then after that year, your loan goes back up to the higher interest rate. So they'll buy down your loan. Let's say if you're qualified at 7%, and then the bank will buy down your loan another 2%, and they'll absorb the cost. Well, at the end of the year, it goes right back up to 7%. And the only thing that they have to show in order for you to qualify for the buy down is that you have the potential. So it's just wishy-washy. You have to show the potential for increased income. So like if I was a janitor, but I'm taking classes to be a lawyer, so I have the potential to make more money. Or if I have the ability to accumulate savings, which, how is that possible if you need a temporary buy down?
Mark, did those turkeys die, or what's going on?
I'm sorry. Rachel, if you could mind, if you don't mind, let's wrap it up a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it then. Thanks.
Okay, Rachel, thank you. She was so sweet, Crypto. The turkeys were listening. All right, Jessica, and then Ben, you're on deck.
Hey, what's going on? So I don't know if anybody's talked about this specifically. So if they're doing predatory loan lending, which was pretty much kind of, I guess, the same as 08, right? So if they're betting on these all falling through, what is the big goal? Is it just to, have a lot of foreclosures, buy them up cheap, and then they get bailed out, by administration? We bail them out, the banks out.
Well, I got to be honest. I'm waiting for. I mean, this is just icing on the cake. I mean,
Yep.
we already have hyperinflation.
Yeah.
I'm already sitting back waiting for the house. I mean, the housing market is turning. I saw that 30, 60, 90 days ago. Now it's actually out in the numbers. I'm just sitting back waiting for the shit hit the fan to pick up a property. I don't know what everyone else is doing.
I'm not sure how it's going to happen here though, because so when I purchased my house, here now a couple of years ago, during all this crap, being self-employed, I had to have a minimum of a 620. I had to have, all my cash down, but also I had to do a profit and loss projection. Then they waited a month, had to do another profit and loss projection. And then again, they maybe do 3 profit and loss projections to guarantee that I would have that funding,
Yeah,
to be able to pay for the
long
house.
process,
Despite
right?
yes, exactly. Despite years of having, great income tax and showing, good money. So I'm just thinking, all right, so with that being said, here, I'm not sure crypto, because everybody that's here now that I've noticed, because I'm out with the public constantly, I have so many clients, and a lot of the clients, a lot of them are also from upstate, from New York. So a lot of these people have moved here, sold their house up there for shit tons of money, bought their houses here outright. A lot of these people were buying without even seeing the property. Some were even forfeiting their inspections just to get the property. I mean, it was crazy here.
Yeah, but that's how it was. That's not how it is now.
No, I know that. But at the
Right.
same time, so these people still work remote from home,
Mhm.
making the money they make back home. So I think a lot of the people will still have, money to pay their mortgages here. And then of course it's always, supply and demand, and we don't really have a lot of supply.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know if those people are going to hold on to those. And I mean, I don't know what jobs they're in. I just don't know if all of these remote jobs are all the jobs that were made, created, or done during the hyper, puffing of inflation of during COVID. I don't know if all that's going to hang around, but at the end of the day, cash rules. And if you have, 400 grand sitting around, they're not going to ask any questions if you come around and just want to pick up a property. So,
I'm hopeful it dips, because I'll pick up 2 more pieces. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has nowhere to go back down. I mean, again, I just look at the charts that come out, but the charts that have come out have shown it's worse than 2008. So
what do you think about the predatory loans? Do you think that's kind of the goal, is to, if they're giving out these loans to people that they don't even know if they can afford it, and then they foreclose, banks will rebuy them up cheap?
Yeah, I mean,
get bailed out maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think someone before said this was a PR thing, and I think it probably is kind of a PR thing. I think the shit's already going to hit the fan. I think this is probably going to be one small part of it, that goes along with this whole real estate coming down. I don't see this being the straw that breaks the camel's back. And oh my God, the real estate's fucking collapsing because of these 6 areas they did the predatory lending in. But yeah, I mean, definitely, are they making it easier? Yeah, they're making it easier, but they're also getting out of, a lot of the checks and balances that, some people may need. And there are people, and I know people that just don't give a fuck if they're like, hey, okay, I can just run through the process. It doesn't matter. I get free money. I'll deal with the consequences later. And that's what they do. And I got some of those in my family.
Yeah, so. They live fast and loose, right?
Fast and loose, rather. Fast and loose. And then that's why they wind up living with me.
Yeah. And you know what? They have a lot less worries in life. So maybe we're doing it wrong here. Maybe we should
Isn't that so true? But it's like, if you it's essentially, well, I can quit my job, or, well, I don't have to live here, or, well, I can, go on a 6-month trip and just kind of check out the United States. And, and you can do that because, you got someone who's dumb enough to fucking find you when you fall every time.
I'm like, like in my mind, I'm like, to take 6 months off, to drive around, I'm like, what do I think that would cost me? And I look at how I eat and how I, stay, and I'm like, oh, so that's 150 grand for 6 months for me, like rolling around the country, having a grand old time.
Yeah.
And how do you do it with no money and no job?
I don't know, but I will toss this little thing out there for the people that are either in the area or want to go, or if they can somehow track me down. September 29th to October, I think 1st or 2nd, there's an RV show in Orlando, and Orlando is about 2 hours north of me. But I am going to this RV show because another person in my family wants to get an RV, and I am going there, and I have no interest in RVs, but I have a feeling I will be there for financial and emotional support on this. And
we should take a poll on what their interest rate they'll be offered at the RV show is.
Yeah, I mean, to be quite honest, this person wouldn't get a loan, so that's not going to happen. But I think I may have to go live. I think I may have to go live in like some of the real nice ones, like the buses that are like $1 million, which would be great, to have. So maybe I'll take some pictures there. But yeah, kudos to anyone who goes there and finds me with some other people looking at fucking RVs that I don't give a shit about, because I'm not traveling anywhere unless. Well, I mean, I guess I could if they just kept we have to be able to do trials on Zoom, which we can't do, but yeah, RV hunting, man, RV hunting. To be quite honest, I know that Julia likes to hike and take pictures, so maybe Julia will fly down and check out some RVs with me.
No joke. I thought it would actually be easier to travel around the West in an RV than deal with like renting a car and booking all these freaking places.
Oh yeah.
I now see why people.
Julia,
maybe I will.
You cut out.
I have friends there.
Yeah, it's in Orlando. Yeah, and I mean, if I were going to go on a 30-day or even a 6-month tour, yeah, I would absolutely get an RV. Now, the RV that is expected to be bought here, I think, is more like a trailer-ish RV. So it's not exactly the one I would pick out if I had to spend 6 months in it. But we'll see how it goes.
Am I the only one that would be very uncomfortable traveling by RV?
Yes, Mark, you are the only one that for whatever fucking reason likes to do Airbnbs and sleep in people's rooms, and you like to
sleep in houses.
No, you sleep in some fucking random person's bed.
I had one incident.
No, Mark, you're in these.
Did I tell you all about that? I guess I did.
Yeah, you fucking sent me pictures of this weird room you guys were in with the cross on the wall and all sorts of weird shit going on.
Slave art.
Yes.
So guys, actual slave art.
Yeah,
if there's
Mark,
a thing, if there's a thing.
Wow.
Slave art.
So
category.
Before Mark gets into this, Mark is all about Toro, renting cars from private people, Airbnbs where people just whacked off the night before. Listen, I am either doing hotels, or if I'm really
because
going
that stuff
out,
doesn't happen in hotels.
No, it does. It does. But listen, where I'm going, if I'm going out in
people everywhere they go.
Listen to me, you little fucking midget.
Well,
if I am going out into the forest, into the national preserve, I don't need a hotel. I need an RV. I'm not doing this Airbnb shit that you do. That I get a fucking teepee from someone who, they just fucking smoked fucking cayenne in there. I don't know why you like these rooms.
Well, first
they have
of all,
Conestoga wagons too.
Yeah, I've only ever stayed in major metropolitan areas or cities.
Well, in that
Airbnbs.
case,
I never stayed in.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure you got a great room in Chicago.
Camping?
I actually haven't been to Chicago. It's one place I really actually haven't been. And it's not burning to get me there, but I am an Airbnb fan, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the uncomfortableness of actually being in a moving vehicle while I'm supposed to be kind of relaxing and eating and
Mark, you have a kitchen, a couch, a bed, a sink, a shower.
Yeah, and the thing's still going at lethal speeds. I want to
lethal. Oh, dude, I'm driving at 55.
I'm not comfortable in the RV.
Listen, you're very little. It's like a house to you. So just go do what you need to do.
Yeah, well, I can't pretend like it's not on the highway. I can't pretend like it's not on the road.
Okay,
driving.
well, Mark, you still have to drive to get around.
They make some really nice ones though, Mark.
I know. Some of them are gorgeous, and then I'm like, but I would be uncomfortable convincing myself that I'm not doing 70 miles per hour in a bus.
Pooping, going over speed bumps.
So Mark, sit in the front seat with your booster seat,
Oh.
and when we park at the campsite, you can then use all the amenities on the bus.
I would be so annoyed at the cars zooming past me while I sit in this giant glass bubble looking at the road just coming at me.
Is this fucking guy serious?
This is the greatest conversation I've ever heard.
Is this fucking guy serious? How else would
nothing to do with
how else
sitting
would
in
you
an
get
RV?
Mark?
Play
okay,
card games.
You know
I'm
what?
sweating thinking about it. This is horrific.
Okay, Mark, how would you travel the national parks, buddy? How would you get around from park to park? And where would you stay?
In a convertible.
What?
Exceeding the speed limit by at least 25 miles per hour.
Okay, but when you get to the park,
what if it snows?
Good, Julia, good.
Like, what if it snows at the park you're going to?
Higher
Higher
drive
elevations.
car, or if we're really in some exotic place, a Jeep. But yeah, I'm in a.
Do you ever
I'm in an
camp?
automobile.
Oh, Jeeps are terrible on snow. They have a wheelbase that's equal width and length, and it will just spin like nothing.
All
you're
right,
driving
fine.
out on the
Subaru
beach, Mark, you take the
WRX. What do you want from me? I don't want to be in an RV. I want to be in an actual engineered automobile, not a bus with some couches. You know,
Mark,
you reject American culture.
You do. You do.
Traveling the highways and byways.
You do. You're anti-American and you're not MAGA. So let me ask you, when you get to the park, Mark, and you go hiking and you're in the middle of fucking South Dakota and BY's not there to help you, where are you going to sleep at night?
In a tent.
Wow, get the fuck out of here.
Are you kidding me?
My
I
God.
put the tent up in the backyard because my kid wants to go camping. And I say, all right, baby, hold on. And
There's
I
a
pop
big
the tent up
difference
in the
between
backyard.
There's a big difference between your backyard where you can go running in your house in South Dakota in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, well, I can pee in South Dakota just outside my tent. You know, just walk 20 feet over, no big deal.
Yeah, and your dick will freeze off at the same time.
Yeah, and you better not do it over my property line.
First of all, I no offense, BY, I don't have an intent to camp in South Dakota. It seems very cold.
Okay, name
and,
any
and,
park,
and Mount
Mark.
Rushmore is way too patriotic, and Spearfish and Sturgis just too much testosterone.
Right.
It's going to be a heat wave during the day, like 90 degrees where I'm going, and then freaking 48 degrees at night.
Subaru was a good choice, though, Mark. I will give you that.
Thanks. Yeah. Where are you going, Julia?
I'm going to the land of Liz Cheney. I'm going to hit the Grand Tetons. I'll be in Denver. I'll also be in Glacier National Park and Yellowstone.
This is awesome. Are you flying out there to start?
Definitely flying out there. I don't have the RV yet. Not until I head to Orlando and check out, what's available.
So well, A, that's good that you're going to check it out in Orlando. But B, Julia, you're just not going to get some leaves off a tree and build a little fucking hut to sleep in?
No, I'm definitely not. Definitely doing hotels all the way.
Okay.
There's going to be a freaking heat wave through next week, unfortunately. It's going to be like 87 in Yellowstone and in the mountains. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so prepare for the rolling blackouts, Michael Dean.
Well, yeah. I love it. Michael Dean, they have said that you cannot buy gas cars after 2035, yet at the same time your power grid's falling apart. So good luck with that. You may want to move out at some point. So unfortunately, I know Mark well enough to know that he's actually dead on serious because he doesn't know his ass from his elbow about apparently how to go hiking when he's not fucked up.
So what about survivability? Like, can you start a fire, Mark? Orienteering.
Yeah, I would say with some fuel and oxygen and heat. Why can't I start a fire?
And a cigarette lighter.
Yeah, what is that? 3 elements? Why? What? Yeah, I can start a fire.
So you're not going to apply for Naked and Afraid anytime soon.
If crypto led you out into the middle of the woods and then just ran away,
I would
be able to survive. Yeah,
I
exactly.
would.
I don't listen, guy. I mean, I hunted for years. I fished.
Don't pivot, buddy.
I have I own two tents, and I have two kayaks. I am an outdoorsman. I don't know
what the fuck do we care about any of this? We don't care if you take your little kayak and your little lake in the back. We're talking about if you go into a natural preserve, Yellowstone, a big park. Are you going to be able to make it, or do you need your,
I'll do well. I'll do well. I mean,
okay. Now, are you going to stay out there? Are you going to put a tent up? Are you getting an
Stay out there
Airbnb?
for how long?
Are you willing to rip that Brooks Brothers shirt and use it to fashion like a bow and arrow or something to hunt for yourself?
That's funny, Julia. I hope not to rip any of my shirts.
Like he'll use his tie pin as a mirror to reflect and get the search plane's attention.
Yeah, thanks.
He is.
Mark, aren't you retired aren't you ex law enforcement?
Yeah.
So so you're strapped. You're not only riding in a secure RV with a lock, but you're strapped up at night.
No. I'm worried about crashing, man.
No. He doesn't want to. No. He doesn't want to go in the RV. Instead, he wants a convertible, and then somehow it's going to convert into a Subaru at night. I haven't really figured it out yet.
Right, and the two-way mirror. He wants the two-way mirror with the video cam in some stranger's house.
Oh my
God! So basically, glamping.
Yeah, I just telling you, I'm not comfortable in an RV. I don't mean why it's parked. I'm talking moving. I'm talking.
So Mark, check it out. Just real quick. When I was in 1979, we hit all 48 states, and we were gone for, I guess, 10 weeks, and it was the most phenomenal. I mean, obviously, I was young. I wish I was a little older. I'd appreciate it more. But it was absolutely phenomenal because you had no itinerary. That was the beauty of it.
That sounds great. I just find it extremely nerve-wracking to be in a moving bus without seatbelts, pretending like it's all A-okay.
Okay. Have you ever been in a bus? I guess we should start there. Have you ever been in a bus?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been on an airplane?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So which is easier for you? The crypto driving the RV at 55 miles an hour on the road while you lay on the couch and watch TV in our RV, or flying off, let's say, from Pennsylvania to Arizona? Which one is more nerve-wracking?
Oh, definitely driving.
Oh, you're a fucking lunatic.
But let me tell you something. I just thought of something. I just learned something about myself because you had me really thinking. Private jets, the couches, everyone's pretending like you're not flying, right? It's like RVing.
That's the point, Mark, to be comfortable when you travel.
Yeah. But
okay, so we'll put you in your.
But I will say who's driving this RV? Because at least in the private jet, I have a professional who's getting paid up front. I don't know what's going on on this vacation RV.
He's popping oxys.
Eric Swalwell's driving.
I feel like Julia would be the better driver.
I am a pretty good driver, not gonna lie.
Okay, guys, I've been holding on to this, but I can't take it anymore. Have you all been seeing the images coming from Biden's news release? Holy mackerel, he just pulled the Nazis.
No, I haven't seen him.
Bro, he literally is pulling in Adolf Hitler as in his speech right now.
Oh, that's reserved for Trump, right? He's the Hitler. What are you talking about? Some context, Ben. Describe it.
Well, I just went on CNN like 5 minutes ago, and Biden looks like Adolf Hitler speaking at the big rallies in Nuremberg as we speak right now.
That's true. I saw that.
Yeah, hey, Crypto and the gang. I DM'd as many as I could. Jules even retweeted, and I did a tweet on it too. It's kind of the big talk of the night with Pasovic and everyone. The images are unbelievable, and obviously people are making some memes of them and stuff. But maybe check out our bullpen DM, but also I retweeted a lot if people want to go to my page and look at other people's stuff. But I will just say real quick, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Ben. I've worked in some television and film stuff like that. I understand colors. I understand subliminal aspects. I understand of the purpose of setting up shots. You know, this stuff is wild. I mean, I'm literally kind of like, wow.
Michael,
It's
People
really
edited that.
dark. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the contrast has been turned up. They also edited the saturation on it. Yeah, but I
Yeah,
see what you're
Michael,
saying. They didn't really choose the colors very smartly there, putting just a completely red background with the darkness.
yeah, I
So
was about to say, Michael, they literally just pulled some Joseph Goebbels shit up here. You know, the minister of propaganda and truth under the Nazis. Like, here's the thing: the Democrats is basically the Nazi Party after seeing those. Like, holy hell! If you don't see the Nazis in those type of images, I don't know what you're thinking right now.
Mark, you want to take the wheel of the fucking RV and keep going, or what? Or are you just going to drive us into the woods?
Well, you know,
would you escape Biden in an RV?
Where
Like you had to leave DC. Like crypto comes and picks you up somewhere near DC. Is like, we got to get going. They're after MAGA Republicans. Get in.
Hey,
No
Mark,
time to explain. No time to explain. Get in the car.
Mark, what about John Madden?
Get in the RV, baby.
He would only travel by RV. Remember that?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh wow. Okay.
He actually used a bus. Actually.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he had a whole bus. He wouldn't fly.
Yeah.
But okay, so I'm looking at the bullpen and some of the pictures. Michael Dean. Yeah, the back. So him talking with the back red looks very fucking creepy, but not as bad as the next one. The next one where they zoom out and there's like black and then like red lights and stuff behind him.
What about with the U.S. Marines in the background, Crypto?
I haven't seen that one
Yeah.
in the bullpen.
So it's like the head on. There's the photo. The first one is definitely the one that you'd be watching if you were staring at the speech. But then there's some photographers that obviously did they really got down like on their knees and shot upward, so you can't really see the Marines in the background, and they made it look much more foreboding because Biden's towering over them in the shot, and then
you can't see the hair plugs.
Exactly. Yeah. And then you do some editing with, post editing, and boom, you get a great shot with, getting some seriously contrasting colors between the red and the black. And yeah, it's terrifying. Dictator Joe, or Satan, however you want to look at it.
I'm calling him Adolf Biden, and I saw Michael retweeted this. You should look at what is his name, Papo Trumpo or Il Papa Trumpo's tweet where he put the Hitler mustache in like a German dubbing of one of Hitler's speeches.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff. If you guys just go on Twitter on the news feeds, let me see. I'll find one. I'll do a retweet of MTG that. Yeah, I mean, he's doing a political speech with this. I don't know who decided on these colors in the background, and then you have the Marines behind him. Not really sure you should have the Marines in a political speech like this.
Where is he doing this, Julia?
Philadelphia.
This was at Independence Hall.
I wanted to make sure that's
hollow
Independence
ground.
Hall.
Yeah. He opened the speech by talking about, He opened the speech by talking about the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, saying that those were documents, the foundational documents of the United States, and they're more important now today than ever before, and that basically Democrats are the ones that really champion these documents. Some of the statements, I'm going to pull those up, some of the things he said were just more shocking than these photos. Things like the MAGA Republicans, that's what he's tagged us, because he's really setting up this midterms showdown between MAGA Republicans and Democrats. And he said that MAGA Republicans don't believe in the Constitution. And that was one of, honestly, in my opinion, the biggest statements of the night, because it's just mind-blowing that he would say that when he is someone who has admitted that some of his policies and things he's wanted to do, especially during the pandemic, he thought would probably be, against the Constitution, but that he would push them forward anyway. So it's just unbelievable. But of course, we know they lie. We know that the Biden administration and the left, they're not the party of law and order, but he's literally turning around, doing a 180 and saying, we are the party of law and order. We respect the Constitution. MAGA Republicans don't, and we need to put a stop to this. They're dangerous. They're the enemy. And it was really kind of a call to action. But I'll pull up some of my tweets because I live tweeted it. And I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
Julia, you literally just pulled the words out of my mouth. And this is some of the same shit that Adolf Hitler did on Kristallnacht against the Jews, and Joseph Stalin against the enemy of the state that had views different from his inner circle. This is seriously, we just went 180. Now we're in the 1930s. We're not in 2020. We just went pre-World War II purges. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. I was just gonna say, with the pictures and everything he's putting out there, obviously there's a lot of Hitler stuff and there's a lot of swastikas here, but when I look at the picture, it almost seems like he's trying to imitate, he wants to be dark ultra MAGA, but he can't be because he's not us.
He kept moving his arms around a lot and then kind of pounding the podium. And then at the end, it's a very strange ending. It was like, God bless America, democracy, thank you. And then as he said democracy, he pumped his fist in the air like AOC does. He did that a few times. I'm sure he was kind of coached to do that. But then as soon as he ended his speech, it was like he finished doing a play or, a soliloquy, because then he turned and he kind of just hung his hand. He didn't even almost to shake a ghost hand again, but he kind of just dangled it in the air, realized, oh, there's no one there. So then he turned around, did a salute and then a thumbs up, looked confused again, then turned back the same direction, tried to shake a ghost hand. And that's when Jill ran up, put her hand out to shake it and they started to basically make out on stage. It was really gross.
So she did the Eva Braun role.
Yes. And he clearly was so confused. It's like he turned right back into, okay, I'm done my role. What do I do now? So they told him probably, be really emphatic. You need to get this message across that these people are bad. They are enemies. They are extremists. They want to take over America. And if we don't stop them now, if you don't get out, the big message at the end was vote, vote, vote. If you don't get out and vote for midterms, this is a problem. And of course, he's doing this from the state of Pennsylvania, which is the second time he's visited this week. Big, big swing state, and a very important state for the midterms.
Am I the only one that's not as concerned about the imagery? I think his words are a little more important.
No, I completely agree, Mark.
I'm more concerned, Mark, with the imagery. The imagery was way more powerful than his stupid fucking words.
Yeah, but that was controlled by photographers. This isn't his. He didn't hire photographers to take those pictures. Those were taken by outlets, right? And then sold to the media.
No, what I'm driving at is this. They just put him up there. They could have put fucking anyone up there. They know that the imagery is extremely intimidating, and that imagery is for you and me, right? That's what this is.
Are you intimidated by it?
Hell yeah, I'm intimidated by it because it's basically telling me that they're ready to switch to another gear.
And I think it's more the hypocrisy, right? Because they say if Trump says peacefully protest, he's instigating insurrection and riot. But if Biden says the right is these evil extremists, then, we're just supposed to say, well, those are just mean words, mean tweets out loud.
Right.
So do you want me to run through a couple of things he said?
Yeah, Julia, let me play a 30-second clip real quick on one I found on where he talks about MAGA Republicans, and then I'll go to you, okay?
Okay.
All right. See if the volume's too loud, too low. We'll see what...
And now... America must choose.
Hold on, I have to start over.
To move forward. And now, America must choose to move forward or to move backwards. To build a future or obsess about the past. To be a nation of hope and unity and optimism. Or a nation of fear, division, and of darkness. MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. They thrive on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies. But together we can choose a different path.
So not only are his words kind of out there and, I mean, at the very least, divisive, but the imagery behind him of having two Marines with this shadowy red background, all of this is very disturbing in general. But Julia, I will kick it over to you for some of his quotes tonight.
Yeah, and that's something a lot of people brought up, is that they thought it was very strange they had those Marines there. So just really quickly, he said that the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution are how we became the greatest nation on earth. And as I stand here tonight, equality and democracy are under assault. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundation of our republic. But he also pointed out, I want to be very clear, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, intimidated, and driven by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a problem. Then he said, MAGA Republicans, this was like the one that really, it got a lot of people, really made me very angry. Because normally I kind of just laugh through a lot of these speeches, but MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. They do not believe in the rule of law or respect the will of the people. They refuse to accept the results of a free election, and they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state to give power to decide elections in America to partisan cronies, empowering election deniers to undermine democracy itself. And of course, he's referencing, primary election results like Carrie Lake running. Then he said MAGA forces promote authoritarian leaders. That's super laughable considering, him and how he was giving the speech, and fan the flames of political violence. But I thought it was interesting. He said that people who attended J6, he said they attended not as insurrectionists, but as the dagger at the throat of our democracy. But then he kind of closed his speech by saying, we're not powerless in the face of these threats. We are not bystanders. And this kind of felt like a call to action, in my opinion. He was really raising his voice at this point. He said we need to stop the assault on American democracy and asked all Democrats to help him. Well, I guess everybody, not just specifically Democrats, but he said it was time to, step up. Really made it clear he wanted this MAGA movement crushed. He said, this is a nation that rejects violence. There's no place for political violence in America. And he was shouting that. I just found that laughable that they don't reject the BLM, the Antifa riots. He said, we can't allow violence to be normalized in this country. It's wrong. Then he added, we can't let the integrity of our elections be undermined. So it seemed like he was tying that together, like he expected MAGA Republicans to become violent if we somehow don't get our way, that's his narrative, over election results. When ironically, it seems like both of those things, the undermining of elections and violence being normalized in this country, were pioneered by the left, right?
Didn't Biden at one time threaten to take Trump out behind the bleachers and beat him up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, God, I would pay for that.
Yeah, sure. He said, I also insinuated this was very insulting, that MAGA Republicans aren't patriots. He said they don't understand what every patriotic American knows. You can't love your country only when you win. It's fundamental. And then he said, MAGA Republicans look at America and see carnage and darkness and despair. They spread fears and lies. To me, that just felt like complete and utter projection. And then
that's such a good point, Julia. This guy's like the dirtiest motherfucker ever with all of his stuff with Ukraine, with China, his son, and he has the fucking audacity to have this kind of a stage with the military behind him, with this
at the birthplace of America.
Yeah, just speaking the way he does,
and then paint us as the evil and him as good.
Right, and it's not the first time he's done it. He said, and I'm trying to think when it was. This week has been so hectic, but he was mentioning, well, you better have an F-35 or something about that. Like you're right. Like you're talking to people who actually want to overthrow the government. That's not what any of us want. What we want is we want to stop, being the short man on the totem pole here. And while I say that, if I was in a BLM room, they'd probably laugh at me, right? But I mean,
Yeah.
essentially what we've had ever since Obama, and then the pendulum started to swing, is you had the everyday citizen, whether they were black, white, or Hispanic or whatever. You had the everyday citizen, Jane Doe and John Doe, the hard worker, just getting fucked for president after president. And it didn't matter what color you are. If you were just middle class, you were getting fucked. And, Trump came around, and all of a sudden, things started happening, things started changing. And he wasn't part of, just the ins and outs of, what everyone calls, the military industrial complex and war criminals and, all these labels we have for them. But Biden's been around for 40 fucking years and hasn't done a damn thing. But I'll tell you what, these last 4, and I don't think he's going to have another 4, but these last 4 are definitely icing on the cake, because he has turned into a just mean old man. And whoever is telling him to go this way it's almost like he's fanning the flame. It's almost like, J6 and all this other stuff, which, we feel that people are being treated unfairly. It's almost like he's rubbing our faces and stuff like that, and almost saying, I mean, I don't know if he's saying it without saying it, almost like, take your shot again if you want to. I mean, I don't know if that's a subliminal thing that only I'm getting on this, but I don't know. It's just weird wording from a president.
Crypto, I just want to say real quick too, just this is my opinion. The reason and or the purpose of the Marines specifically was because it's almost exactly to a year when 13 Marines were killed.
Okay, got it. But then we should have spoken about that and not had a political speech about how bad half the country is. So
yeah, he's definitely stoking division in a major way. And no doubt,
and trying to marginalize us, Julia, trying to say that it's not all
we're the
Republicans.
minority. Yeah.
Yep. And he's also trying to make us look like we're going to, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to lose this thought, and it's so important to me. I smell a desperate establishment that has a very large military and a lot of weapons at their disposal. They wanted to let us know tonight. It scared the shit out of me. So I don't know. I don't know how other people feel.
Yeah, we've seen what they've already done to, weaponize the government against their political opponents. And I just want to point out that Trump did say, it came out today, he's financially supporting some of the J6ers. He's met with them to offer them help with their legal fees. And he also reiterated that he will offer pardons if reelected. That's his plan. So, and we've talked about this before. We've said that like one of their only hopes, justice is Trump getting back in office. So I just thought that was an interesting note. But yeah, Biden had a very similar message to Trump, which was at the end to get engaged, stand up, get out there, and then vote. So they are desperate when it comes to midterms. So this does feel, I agree with Jack there in that they're lashing out in a big way. This is a party that is weakened and they're desperate. But
I agree. The House Speaker did it today too in her speech when she was talking. Started a division. The narrative is definitely
very dangerous rhetoric, though.
Yep.
Yeah, and that was the point that was made, is by marginalizing, by labeling people as others, it makes it okay to attack them, right? You call somebody a Nazi, well, everybody knows it's okay to punch a Nazi, and that's what they're doing, whether it's a school board or what have you.
Yeah.
And by the way, just the last thought, they're not worried about us fighting. They're worried about us winning, right? They're worried about us winning the elections. So they have to absolutely crush us before that. They know we're going to win. So they have to crush us ahead of that.
And did anyone feel like it was just interesting the way they said, like, oh, they may lash out if they lose? Like they're almost setting it up for, gosh, if you lose, you better not accept the results of it this time. When it's assumed that we're at least going to win the House for sure. So to me, it seemed a little strange. Like, why do you have to put this out there when we're expected to do well in midterms?
Right. It's almost like the justification for our intelligence agencies and our federal law enforcement to get and investigate people ahead of time to infiltrate, because they know this will happen afterwards if we lose.
It's projection.
Yep. And they've got that power.
And they went all in. This was an all-in
super scary.
speech.
I know that he has to go. Javon, great to see you tonight. I know that you got to bounce soon, brother. The floor is yours, man. What's up?
Crypto, I mean, first off, thank you for having me, Julia, Mark, Michael, Baby Yoda. I see Todd in there. There's so many people I want to say hi to. I love you all, and it's good to see you. I want to make one thing clear. I am blackety black. I'm a Black American. My family has been here for generations upon generations, and I am as MAGA as you could ever possibly get. If you don't believe in making America great again, then you can go straight to hell or get the hell out of this damn country. The fact that we have a sitting president, and I'm going to be very careful and cautious my words here, demonize, I would say, a majority of this country. I'm not using half. I'm going to go 51 plus some, as fascists, as people who don't respect our republic, who don't respect elections, who don't respect the rule of law. It's not only an affront to all of us, but it spits on everything that we represent as a nation. If you listen to what we say as quote unquote evil MAGA Republicans, everything we talk about is making this country great, making it better than it already is. So for them to come up here and suggest that that we are the antithesis of that is ridiculous, especially when you have unprecedented levels of censorship, both in the private and public sector. When you have an attack on Americans who think differently. Hell, I'm a Black conservative, a Black MAGA Republican. The hate I usually get, always, I'm gonna say not even always get, is from leftists. So I see this speech as one of the most disrespectful things you could ever do. It's a spit in the face to everyone who loves this country. And I hope and I pray, and I think that this is an opportunity for the GOP to go out there and talk to voters, some of which look like me, and say, well, do you hate this country? Do you care about low gas prices? Do you care about not investing $50 billion overseas? Do you care about, your kids not being subjected to a failing school because they live in a poor district? Because that's what being MAGA is. It's making this country great from the inside out, not from the outside in. And when we understand that, when we can capitalize on that, we will win every damn election. I just got done watching this speech. I couldn't be more surprised. I'm disgusted.
Yeah.
And honestly, and I'm going to comment on something. The fact that he has two Marines standing behind him, to me, that's a statement. I don't want people to lose that.
Mhm.
That to me is using the military for political purposes. That I think, in my opinion, I don't see how that's acceptable. I don't see how that's appropriate. I think it sends a stark message. And given everything that's happening with the persecution of President Trump from the DOJ and the FBI, it is not a coincidence that he has the Marines, one of the most, I would say, the most respected branch in the American psyche, flanking him as he's making this speech condemning half of the country who believes in making this country great. So uh, all I got to say, brother, I already tweeted it out. I'm a MAGA Republican. I'm proud as hell. I hope this motivates us. I hope we get out, and I hope we make their asses pay come November, because this is the most I mean, I can't believe this. I mean, everything going on in the country, and this is what your primetime speech is about. What about the fact
Right.
that people can't afford to fucking live? What about the fact that people want to be able to send their kids to school? In DC, they said, if you're not vaccinated, well, guess what? You're not getting educated. How about we talk about those things? This is an affront.
Wait, Javon, are you serious? They're not allowing students to go to school over
Absolutely. Mario Bowser said, if you are not vaccinated as a child who lives in DC, there will be no options for virtual education. You are not allowed to attend school. This is ridiculous. It's fucking I'm sorry, crypto. I mean, I'm sorry about my language. I am
That's fine.
outraged. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Fascism.
You're
I
right on
agree.
point.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't really, I can't really gather having the Marines behind him for this speech. And there's so much, this was obviously this was a voting speech. This was nothing to do with, just anything, all of the things that we have going on right now, which Javon mentioned a lot of them. He decided, and he's done it through his press secretary. I forget her first name, or I just forget her name in general. I
It
don't
don't
pay
matter.
attention
You
to
don't
her.
need the first name.
Karine.
She's horrific.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
horrific.
yeah. She's horrible at what she does. But you know what? She gives the same. When she talks on an everyday basis, she does the same thing. MAGA, 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 and They are certainly trying to demonize MAGA. It seems like Jesus.
Crypto,
Go ahead, Javon.
it's an elitist attack on America. This is why
Absolutely.
this is exactly what this is. This is someone who is so smug to walk up there, and I'm trying to be careful with my language, for obvious reasons. But someone who has the audacity to walk up there and call half of the country fascist. Last time I checked, fascists are the ones who prosecute and persecute political opponents. Last time I checked, fascists, censor speech. Last time I checked, fascists team up with big tech, big business, big pharma, and force things upon Americans. That is fascism, when you disrespect individual liberty. So the fact that you would go up there and say this with such resolution, to me, I mean, it's beyond tone deaf. I mean, I don't know how you recover from this. This is fodder from the base, but it's an attack on America. I mean, let's be honest here. These people don't give a flippity fuck about this country. They don't care about making it great. They care about making it fascist. They care about making us communists. And I am not going to sit idly by while this shit happens. This is absolutely ridiculous. And if you are not offended by this, you need to wake up and smell the coffee, because this is how this shit happens. Look at history, read your history, know your history, because we can't afford to have this shit repeated. Not in this country.
Yeah,
I think he's priming. This is Allison. I just
Hey,
have
Allison.
to jump. Hi. I see it as priming really for an all-out conflict before November, because like you said, they know that their days are numbered. And this is really trying to stoke MAGA people and to get someone to react. They have military behind. To me, they're really, it's a call to civil war. I think that they are mustering their forces, and they are going to stoke and they'll get some, Ray Epps or whatever to really fire the first shot. And they know that their days are over. So I you know I don't know how, except through these spaces, that we can reach as many people to not fall for it, because you're right, we're angry, righteously angry, but we can't do anything.
How is this not a call to violence? This is a call
It is
to violence.
I know, but what I'm saying is that we cannot, we can't bite.
I agree.
They're stoking us, they're poking us, they're gonna anything they can. So what we have to do, just like really January 6th, the same thing. They were, Ray Epps trying to get as many people riled, and so we just have to back up and let it fall where it may, and let them expose themselves. I really believe that they are exposing themselves in all of their tactics.
So let me ask a question to Mark, because if I know Mark at all, I think this is probably running through his head, but I could be wrong. Mark, are you thinking? So Javon and Allison astutely put, this is Biden. And by the way, what I was going to say prior is he seemed very angry up there. Besides of his wording in the background, he seemed very angry up there. But notwithstanding that, maybe he didn't get his pudding tonight, because, I mean, that may do it, kind of just by itself. But Mark, let me ask you, do you feel that, and obviously be careful with your words here, because we're not on our podcast, we're in a Twitter space. Do you feel that that this is similar to Canada, their 2.0 chance, and that this is something that's being pushed, and at some point you have to push back, Mark? Was any of that like running in your mind, or no?
No, not at all. I'll tell you what's
then
running in my mind, and this is probably going to be a little unpopular, but that's okay. I think this is overblown. I don't I don't know how he can be an Alzheimer or or dementia or whatever, and then all of a sudden we're all surprised that he walks out in this red lit up Independence Hall and says some angry things and waves his hands and divisive and aggressive, and I don't know if he's the demented crazy one that which might be the case. Then I don't know, we kind of I don't know how this is unexpected. And
well, it's not that it's unexpected, but why are you not bothered by the president saying that half of the country or more is essentially the government's enemy?
What? No, I don't like it, but I'm not bothered by it. I just
then at what point?
I don't think he has a lot of.
Well, at what point?
Listen.
What? Yeah, he has the entire Democratic Party that listens, and everyone tonight.
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
Mark, it's the main topic of what we're talking about right now.
Well, that's everyone in this space. I don't think that he raises. I think there's more people on the right side that listen to him, and there's more MAGA that listens to him, and there's more conservatives that listen to him than his own quote unquote supporters. I don't see them tuning in. Biden's gonna speak. Let's hear it.
Well,
I just don't.
Well, then you're not following Aaron Parnas tonight, and you're not following all those. No, I'm serious. You're not following all those other douchebags, because I'm in a group of some MAGA people down here in Florida, and they are those people, Aaron Parnas, people like him, Democrats. They're blowing this up as the most righteous thing ever. So if you don't think his own party is praising this, you haven't seen Twitter comments tonight.
Well, maybe. I mean, look, it's fair. I could have a better pulse on this, guys.
And remember, when Democrats get mobilized, they go outside Supreme Court justices' houses.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
beyond that, Mark, this is an attack on everyone who loves America. This is when I use mobilization, I use that in terms of how the military used that. This is a mobilization of troops on the left. If you don't think censorship, if you don't think persecution of people, of conservatives, of people who believe in putting this country first is coming because of this speech, you will start to see, and I don't think this is not like a crazy, prediction, but you will see the CNNs, the MSNBCs, the left, these elected members of Congress start using this language. They are going to start calling conservatives fascist on a consistent basis, and this will be their tagline: defend democracy against the fascists. And if you don't see that as an encouragement of violence, Mark, I think you're missing the mark here, buddy. Pun intended. But it's going to happen because these people, they hate this country. They want to change this country. They talk about breaking down systems and all this shit. They never tell you what they're going to replace it with. The replacement is fucking communism. They want to strip Americans away from our identity, and they want to replace it with some utopian globalist bullshit. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. My ancestors did not build this country for these fucking liberals from Harvard, Yale, and Princeton to tear it down in the name of helping my people. If you want to help our people, stay the fuck out of our way. The government has caused more problems, and this is an encouragement for government intervention on the federal level, quote unquote, in the name of democracy. They're going to push for voting rights to federalize our voting system in this country. They're going to push for more of the bullshit they pulled in 2020, where they fucking went out and really rigged this election in favor of a man who's not popular. I mean, this is what we've got. And this speech right here, I think we need to wake up. This is not, they went into President Trump's home and raided documents. I mean, are we serious now?
Separate issue, though, Javon.
No, it's all interrelated.
It's not life. You don't get to say that. It's life. Everything's
No, they've named him he named him as the leader of this quote unquote fascist movement.
The MAGA Republicans. Yeah, they mentioned him multiple times.
This is pointed. This is pointed.
I have not met you, Javon, before, but you are 1,000% spot on to what's happening in this country, and I'll just say that. And I'm just going to mute myself, but you're 1,000% spot on to what's happening.
I don't think this is the call to arms that it's easy to say this. It's fresh. Now, to be fair, I've been in here. So I've only listened to word for word that Julia has, pretty much read from the speech. But again, I don't see this as such an elevation. Is it an elevation? Maybe it is. Okay. But I don't think that this is a tipping point. I don't think this is going to spark a war. I don't see it.
Mark, I only have one question for you. This was a speech apparently about the soul of the nation.
with everything going on in our nation. You have people that can't afford to get to work. You have rent prices through the roof. You have energy prices about to skyrocket.
Yeah, it sucks.
You've
I
got
give you that.
infrastructure coming.
I
So
give you that.
why is
Yeah.
so? Here's my question: if we're talking about the soul of our nation and the future of democracy and the future of our republic, why are we not talking about the most pressing concerns facing Americans every day? That is the future. We can't have a country if people
He's
can't
running a
afford to
campaign.
work.
He's trying to rally whatever base he has. I don't understand how
look.
this is any different than anything else.
I won't go on the limb and say I see this as the beginning of a civil war and returns of violence. But what I do see absolutely is I see this as an open invitation to begin to persecute conservative MAGA America First Republicans, of which I belong.
You think that only happened tonight?
No, but this
I
is
think
a
it was an
ramping up.
escalation. That's
This
what I'll
is
say.
this is tit for tat. This is what you do when you want to raise the stakes. He wants someone to respond to say something off the cuff so that Democrats can go out there and say, look at them. See, these fascists have done this. And what they and I just got to mention this. I'm sorry. Just last thing I'll mention, and I'll stop because I'm heated tonight. When they talk about MAGA Republicans, they never talk about people who look like me. God damn it, I'm a blackity black American. I am as MAGA as it can fucking get. So when you talk about MAGA Republicans, stop excluding people who look like me. We are a part of this movement. We are not political props for your fucking voting rights push that you want to push, Democrats, okay? We're not sitting here going to vote for you because you promise us the world and give us nothing in return. Whereas President Trump gave us so much in the span of 4 short years that Democrats have never done over the span of 6 decades. So this is ridiculous to me. This speech was pointed towards white conservatives as if black conservatives do not exist. And if you don't see the soft bigotry, the racism, and the prejudice that has gone into this, then you're not looking. This is ridiculous to me. I'm furious, dude. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Can I sort of pipe in here
Javon,
for
you
just
got
a
to
sec?
run for office. Javon, run for office, brother.
Yeah,
I wanted to say something on top of that because, Javon, like I said earlier, I don't know you, but you're fired up and you have every piece of righteous indignation to be fired up because I felt the same way tonight, fighting for this president since 2015, college freshman when I started my organization, did not know that it would get me to this point. And I look at all of the history from, where we started to where we are now as a country. To see this guy who claimed to be the great unifier, which he proclaimed in his inauguration speech time and time again, has proven to be nothing but false. The guy is an empty suit of lies. Tonight, this speech, I saw nothing but an Emperor Palpatine is what I saw. I saw a pedo Hitler is what I saw, which is now, by the way, in case you guys haven't seen, is now trending on Twitter. Pedo Hitler is trending on Twitter. This is scary times that we live in. They hate you. They want to see us dead in the streets rather than being able to defend ourselves with the Second Amendment right. They're creating this narrative, like Javon said earlier, where now they're going to open up sort of this cesspool of language where they can use these terms against us, coin them against us. We're fascists, semi-fascists, whatever. They're saying semi-fascists. So when it comes to midterms or 2024, they can call us full-on fascists. It's what they're doing. It's a preemptive attack, right? So the way that I look at this entire situation, really sort of how we fight back on this, is do not fall into the bait. Biden's speech tonight was nothing more than a red flag call for violence. They see how divided this country is. I do not think Biden is all there to realize everything that's going on. I also believe that the DOJ, we saw what happened where, nuclear secrets at the Mar-a-Lago, obstruction of justice at the Mar-a-Lago, process crimes at the Mar-a-Lago. They have nothing. They have nothing to go on. They wouldn't wait till after the election to prosecute this guy. They said that because they have nothing on him, and they're going to wait to see if they can find any legal reasoning to indict this guy. And don't be surprised if they do. But I'm telling you, they're doing this systemically, for the purpose, really, of readying up this attack force to attack us. I mean, what it comes down to. We are sort of in this political contrived where MAGA Republicans, in a way, are being put in this corner as terrorists, as enemies of the republic, as enemies of democracy, to where they can attack us. So, I think at the end of the day, what it really comes down to for us is do not fall into this trap. They want another J6. They want another false flag. They want us to go to the streets and burn down buildings as Antifa did. So then they can turn the narrative on us like they did with Hillary Clinton, right? It's like, oh, Hillary Clinton had God knows how much top secret information on her private servers in her house. They never went and prosecuted Hillary Clinton. In fact, Comey even came out and said that, right? They never did that, but yet they're going to turn the same thing on a guy who had the ultimate ability to fucking declassify anything he wanted as president of the United States of America. I'm sorry I'm so heated, but after watching Palpatine tonight, I can't be but heated. And I think that this is a point in time in history where, we can be heated, we can be mad, we can say the F-bomb because we've earned that right. But it doesn't give us, the right to go to the streets and burn the country down like Antifa's did. Let them do that. Let's enrage them to the point where they do that. Let's reelect Trump in 2024 to where they do that, and it gives us every sort of legal ramification in history to fight back against it.
Exactly. Spot
I
on.
would, I'd say
Hold
this.
on, Mark, hold on, Mark. Representative Dan Bishop is in here tonight. Republican congressman from North Carolina's 9th. So I gave him the
Great
invite.
guy, by the way.
Yeah, if he wants to come up and talk about what he feels as a sitting congressman about what he saw tonight. Dan, the floor is yours if you want to come up. I sent you the invite, so let me know. With that being said, we'll come back to Mark in the hand. So, Mark, go ahead. The floor is yours. We'll see if the congressman wants to come up, but go ahead, bud.
Yeah, thanks. Javon, Ryan, everybody in here is entitled to their own interpretation. I don't, although I may not like the speech, okay, and even perhaps Julia's right, maybe it's just an escalation. I don't know, Ryan. I don't know if it's as you said, a call to violence. I don't know that. Okay. But I would say this: the parallels that I see are. Remember when Trump had his first annual military parade, and he's flying these jets, and everybody thought there'd be tanks.
I was just going to say
Trump
that
is
this
a
is a
dictator.
write down Saul Alinsky's list. And
Do you understand what hold on means?
Yeah. I don't know what what you're doing here. I'm trying to speak.
Sorry.
And
Mark, go ahead.
Thank you. You guys know I get distracted, right? So my point is I hear the same thing, the same riled up, the same emotions, and even the same accusations when Trump did things. Okay, when Trump had his parade, everyone's up in arms. This is what dictators do. Trump is Hitler. This is Nazi. This is fascism. I don't even think most people can't even define fascism, anyways, or fascist because everybody uses it. Everybody's a fascist, right? So I'm just like, is it an escalation? It's certainly escalation verbally. It's certainly a political escalation where the optics of it with the red, and everything, and the Marines in the background. Yeah, I'd say that's, not good. I would say you get an F for the setting. But I don't know, Ryan, if this is your call to violence that you said it is. I just don't know it. Everyone's in, I'm willing to be wrong, especially because I've only heard what Julia has said, word for word from the speech. So, I guess I certainly can be wrong here, but I'm not ready to have the same reaction as I've heard tonight. Sorry to disappoint.
No, that's fine. So Julia, any other comments from the speech?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that this was billed by the White House as a major address. Of course, this is happening it's a little bit, we've got like 2 months before midterms. I thought it was very interesting. I think a few others have pointed this out, that he only really attacked Republicans, and he's got us labeled as MAGA Republicans. I said this before, so he's got the showdown lined up: MAGA Republicans versus Democrats. but he didn't actually point to anything good that his administration has done. He didn't point to any solutions, nothing to address the issue with inflation and everything that goes along with that, the economy, nothing about our, the mass immigration we have happening at our southern border, nothing about rising crime that's happening at all these, blue cities, typically across the United States. And yet you've got Biden, who's someone, I think he famously tweeted, decency is on the ballot in 2020, I think it was. So yeah, it was just really shocking to me that this speech was just filled with such, I hate to say hateful rhetoric, but it was just really, really, because usually I tune in and I'll tweet some quotes from it and I'll say, okay, I can laugh at this. But this, to me, I wasn't laughing through most of it. And I think a lot of people should watch it just so you know where the left is coming from and that's why I use the word escalation, how they are really escalating, at least in their rhetoric, how they're addressing us and how they're addressing, just conservatives in general. And when people say they're trying to make an enemy out of 75 million Americans, and those are the people that voted for Trump, they really are, and they're doing a great job of it. So I think people need to watch this. I think we need to be aware and just always be prepared. And as Ryan pointed out, definitely, be careful with what you're saying, with what you're doing. There is no reason to go out there and get violent. That's not what we do. It's never been the way we are, but they're definitely trying to kind of push us to do that. And, we're not going to fall for it.
Yeah. I mean, it seems
very different speech.
Yeah. Julia, it seems like to me, it was, from what I saw from the clips tonight and from what you said, it seems like to me with all the stuff going on, with all the troubles we're having, which we've named almost all of them tonight, it seems like this was an emotional speech over a factual speech. He didn't really, he didn't hit on any of the facts or any of the issues that we currently have. And as Javon put out, when they do hit on that, they don't tell us how they're going to fix it. Or if they do, there's some generalized theory, which we can't pay for or we can't do. This was more of, kind of like, I hate to say the phrase, but it was kind of like a rallying call of us versus them. And we have 60 days until the election. And, these are these deplorables. And we've already seen what happened in past history, even when Trump was president. And then after Trump left, and this goes for a variety of classes, but we saw people wearing just red MAGA hats getting their ass kicked just because they were Trump. So the fact that you have the president not normalizing that, but normalizing MAGA, the red hat, the Trump movement, MAGA Republicans as some sort of demonized class, it kind of goes back to what the Supreme Court with the people at the House, right? Biden and his talking pundits are saying, well, people have the right to protest, right? You should probably tell them not to go to the Supreme Court Justice's house, right? That's probably something that, our president should say, but that's not what he says. He says they have a right to protest. So continuing on with this part, he continues on with his, piecemeal step by step of putting MAGA in a box, which he's trying to do. And at some point, we may be talking 6 months or 6 years from now. At some point, MAGA is going to be synonymous with something we never thought we would be. And we're going to ask how we got there. And we can all come back to this space.
I
want to say, oh, Julia, go ahead.
I was just going to say real quickly to your point, Crypto, the really dangerous thing is they're using words, which, Marxists love to do, to relabel things. So they are redefining MAGA Republicans and the MAGA movement as a threat. And it's a threat to the future of America because it's trying to take us backwards. It's going to give us we are going to give no right to privacy, no right to choose, no right to contraception, no right to marry who you love, and then calling us extremists. So by labeling us as a threat, by labeling us as extremists, like Javon was saying, it's becoming open season on people that are MAGA Republicans and whoever identifies as MAGA, because it's saying you guys are so dangerous, we cannot allow that. And that therein lies, and that's exactly what you're saying as well, Crypto. Therein lies the real danger. You wear a MAGA hat, then you're no longer just a conservative and someone that believes in all of these great America First things. You are someone that the president has labeled as a threat to this country.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to 100% agree with that. Redefining terms is out of 1984. This is communist Mao China is what you're explaining. But I think what we need to really set this up for, and maybe this is separate. I joined in here kind of late. I want you guys to think of this in a way. You've heard things on Twitter, you've heard things in the media that Trump will be indicted, right? There's certain scintillas of this out there in the air, right? I think everybody's kind of seen something like that. This is a setup for that, right? They think they can nullify him from running for president, which in the Constitution, there's nothing there that could possibly nullify him if he were indicted. But they're setting it up for this. In this speech, I didn't really fully think in the moment when I heard that he was going to give a Soul of a Nation speech. I didn't think that it was going to be like this, with the red background, with the Marine Guards, the Sentry Guards behind him. But this was a full setup in a way to sort of affirm and approve, in a way, an indictment of Donald Trump. I mean, he called MAGA Republicans a threat to democracy. His press secretary, 2 days in a row, if not more, has reinstated that fact. They're setting this up to make it look, to put out there that Donald Trump's a criminal when he's not. They're creating this narrative to make it acceptable to maybe not all of the country, but a portion of the country in their mind, to where it is okay for us to indict Donald Trump because these folks are a threat to democracy. They want to do this, that, and the third. I don't need to go into the details. I'll be here forever. That seems to be what they're doing right now. They're creating this narrative to put everybody on a page. Donald Trump is Hitler. Donald Trump's a threat to democracy. Donald Trump is this, that, and the third. This is what I got from the speech tonight. It's almost like this approval that if it happens, it's okay. America will be fine. That's sort of what I got from the entire thing. And I don't know if everybody, or anyone here caught on that. I'm sure some people did, but it is a scary thought. This is not America. I mean, this is not like, something you see in our judicial system. It's not something where you see the Department of Justice leak to the media photos, which some are now saying were photoshopped. Files laying on the floor with no description as to, some people may think, oh, he just had these laying out on the floor as if this were, walking into a skiff and seeing these laying on the floor. That's not how this worked whatsoever. This is not the situation. They pulled these out of bankers' boxes, out of locked, secured safe rooms. They threw them on the floor. They're creating this narrative to, the blue anons, which I think President Trump, for the first time ever, maybe in history, mentioned it on Truth Social yesterday. He said blue anons, these blue checkmark individuals. It gives them this ammunition to fight against us, right? And that's where I think this all leads down to. It's a big narrative game, and it always have been, and they think they're winning it, and that's kind of where it sort of scares me in a way. Sort of scares me as a person, a fighter in this movement, as I'm seeing this every single day on Twitter, every single day on social media. And I think this is something we really need to target and fight back against, because it's not the case. They're trying to create this whole thing that's not true. In this speech tonight, to me, kind of reaffirms that, if that makes sense. I don't know if everybody understands that. If you do, you do. But you have questions, let me know. But I think that there's something deeper here that, if you scratch beyond the surface, you're going to see it. You know what I mean?
I agree with you completely, Ryan. And I also think that it's only one piece of their entire plan to collapse America. So we were speaking earlier about this, the real estate, the giving away loans for nothing, and to people who really probably aren't in a position, many won't be in a position to manage the debt, and to move them out of their rent controlled areas, and basically BlackRock to swoop in and take over those properties. And so it's a wholesale restructuring of our landscape of America, from home ownership to being renters, and to being debt ridden, right? And to be at odds with each other, because if we got together and organized, they wouldn't be able to do it. So all of these different mechanisms to divide, to take property, mobility, all kinds of things, debt. It's just, I think it's a storm that's orchestrated. And like you said, there's something deeper. And I think it really is a takedown of America. And we just, I agree. We can't bite, and we really have to unify in any way we can, using all the means we have available. That's why I'm running. I'm running. I think the first thing, really, the people that are in there have to be flushed out. It's elections, and we have to clean up our elections. If the people's voice is gone, then this will never end. And so we do have to reclaim our elections. I don't know how many people saw the Moment of Truth with Mike Lindell, but he did give suggestions. They do have all the data on all the counties in the country, and there are mechanisms that the people can. They've identified the ghost voters, the literal addresses. So it's not like you're going door to door, but you're going to targeted areas where it's suspected. And you identify them, and you go to your sheriff, who is the highest law enforcement according to the Constitution, and he is able to stop the machines for 2022, because they will cheat in any way possible in 2022, and they don't care if we know it. They already don't care if we know it. I observed in Alameda County, one of the poll workers calling a vote for Newsom when it clearly wasn't Newsom that the voter had marked. I could see it over her shoulder. So, but they don't care, and they laugh at you. Even so, we are really, California's a complete mess, and I'm sure other blue states like ours are in as bad a situation. But we have a power through the sheriff. We have to give him evidence. He can't go out there with just a few people. They say, if you go check it out on Mike Lindell's site, you will find that canvassing and getting the data, it's called causeofamerica.org. You register, they vet you, and then you'll have access to your county's voter rolls and those addresses, and you get the advisement about how to go about getting the declarations and all of that. They give you everything you need to know, and then hit the streets and get those and put it in your sheriff's face and demand that he it's really, at this stage, maybe the only thing we can do, because I don't know what other lawsuits can push through soon enough. So this is something that's
All right, Allison, you're breaking up on us. Mark, I'm going to go to you and Julia. We have a lot of hands, and the space has grown dramatically, and we got a lot of people in the queue. So what I'd like to do is, for people that want to talk, all right, guys, we've been at this since 7:30, and I know we're over 400 people now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through some hands with Julia and Mark, and if you can, guys, make it a minute or two. If it's after a minute or two, you're going to hear some weird sounds like a monkey or a turkey, whatever Mark is going to play. We try to be respectful with that. We try to get everyone to be able to talk. We want everyone to talk who wants to talk. So we're going to do that. Give it a minute or two. But if you hear the monkeys or turkeys, I guess the only way I can say it is give those turkeys respect. Because they bite, and they bite by me moving you back down as a listener, and I don't want to do that. So, you got a minute or two. We got a lot of people lined up. The space is blown up here at 11 o'clock. We've been going at it for close to 4 hours now. So, but we do want people to talk. That's why we have these spaces. So, Julia, are you able to do some of the hands to start?
Sure.
Before we do, Crypto, do you want to make the newsletter speech or myself?
Yeah, so I'll just make a quick announcement since we got a lot of people in here, guys. So since we have a lot of new people, well, I don't know if they're new. We got a lot of people. We usually have big spaces. But long story short, we have a newsletter, we have a podcast that's separate and apart from this. Ryan is actually going to be in our podcast very soon. He's up here as a speaker right now. So if you guys, the way to subscribe to our podcast is hit our newsletter. It's free. Go to my page, click on my face, however you want to go to it. Right underneath my Twitter bio is the word subscribe, and it'll say Two Feds and the Truth. That's the name of our podcast. We've had Javon on. We have Bricksuit, who's now here tonight, traveling. He'll be on in a couple weeks. Ryan's coming on soon. We got a lot of people coming on. So our newsletter is how you get our podcast. Click on subscribe. That's my pitch. Do it if you guys want to get the podcast. It comes right to your inbox. And that is it. So Julia, we got a lot of hands. And guys, please do keep it to like two minutes, maybe 3 if you have to. You know, I really feel like shit moving you guys down, but we got a lot of people that want to talk. So, you know, please do, you know, make it, you know, 2 minutes or so. Thanks.
So remember, you hear those turkey noises, just wrap up in a sentence or two. There's no need to stop. Just finish up your thought, and we'll move on to the next person. Thanks so much, guys. Let's go to Chris, and then Anthony, you're on deck. Go ahead, Chris.
Hello. It's been great listening to this space. Anyway, I didn't watch the speech. I would just assume shove a porcupine up my ass. I figured I'd have a better time with that than listen to this guy. I personally, I could care less what he really has to say. I don't think he pulls the strings, so I'm not. He can say whatever he wants. It's those behind him that I would worry about more than anything. So that was my kind of thought. The pictures, or I seen the red and black. I think that's just to block out the little girls that are in the audience. So that was probably a good move. So he wasn't out there sniffing or whatever else he likes to do or taking showers. But anyway, that was kind of my thought on the whole thing. I don't listen to him. So anyway, you can drop me back down.
All right. Thanks so much, Chris. Next up, we've got Anthony, and then Jessica, you're on deck.
I didn't watch the speech, but I was following it like you was, Julia. And Benny Johnson was tweeting a lot of great excerpts out of the speech. And there was one that really caught my ear and eye when he said, he talked about January 6th. They tried to overthrow the democracy and stop a peaceful transfer of power because they thought the election was stolen, and they're doing the same. And he said they're going to do the same thing in 22 and 24. That caught my eye and ears because that made me think, what are they up to here? Yeah, when Biden or when Obama was president, going back just a quick second, he made it a war on police, and it was open season on the cops. Biden tonight made it open season on Trump supporters and MAGA. So when there's violence in the streets, and I don't say there's going to be violence. What I'm saying, MAGA people, if they're wearing a red hat in a store, who's to say somebody won't come up and knock them in the head? I mean, there's no defense for that. Where's the Republican Party? I haven't seen hardly any Republicans speaking out against what happened tonight with Biden. This was the worst speech in American history. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Excellent point there. Let's go to Jessica, and then Javon, you're on deck.
Hey, I actually took my hand down because I was going to say Ryan and Javon were spot on. So if anybody needs to hear it again, I'm glad that you have it recorded. I was going to say, make sure you let everybody know where they can find it, but you already covered it. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much. Go ahead, Javon, then Gnostic, you're on deck.
Hey, I just wanted to say it's never become more important than today than to secure our elections. And this is what President Trump has been talking about consistently. He's faced blowback from the Mitch McConnells of the world, telling him that this is a non-factor. This has solidified the fact that it has become more important than ever before to ensure that we have fair and free elections. And that means making it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We don't need any more mail-in ballots. We don't need any more dead people voting. We don't need any more non-Americans voting in American elections. Shout out New York for that dumb shit. So this has become a huge opportunity for us to try and capitalize on, what is right. And I think they're going to push back against it hard. You're going to see a renewed push to try and federalize elections from Nancy Pelosi and the left. And to speak on, really quickly what someone said about where's Republican leadership, frankly, And this is an unpopular opinion that I have, or maybe it's popular with this crowd, but I think the Mitch McConnells of the world, their time is done. Thank you for your service. We respect what you've done for the nation when it comes to 3 SCOTUS justices. At the end of the day, though, we need someone there who's willing to fight, and I think now is the time for sure. So I'm hoping that this puts renewed pressure on a push for election integrity, because it's an issue, it's a factor, and if we're serious about quote unquote saving our republic, that's the first thing that we need to be doing. And we need to keep talking about it and keep putting pressure on these secretaries of state and state legislatures to get the job done.
That's a great point, Javon. And guys, by the way, I know that we are obviously mostly like-minded here in this space. There's a lot of tweets about the space tonight, right? Some of them from Democrats who are in here who have, I don't know, they've said nice things, not so nice things, whatever. My point being is this is, I understand, we're mostly like-minded, we're conservatives, but if you're a Democrat, you're a liberal, you can come up and talk. If, the major difference between our spaces and something like Natalie Jacoby or Occupy Democrats or Tariq Nasheed is there's no gang ups. That doesn't happen in my space. So if you guys want to come up, if you want to speak your piece, you will have the opportunity to do so. You don't have to exactly trash us all on tweets. If you want to, that's fine too. You can absolutely do that as well. But if you want to come up, I just don't want you guys to think that it's like any other space. We actually run ours differently. We've been doing it for a while, so you're more than welcome to come up and listen. Mark disagreed tonight. That's fine. If you want to come up and you want to say your piece, that's absolutely fine. You're not going to be ganged up on. You're not going to be muted. I'm not going to pull a Tariq Nasheed. You'll be able to say whatever you want to say because that's how we work here. So, I'm just hearing people, tweeting and bitching, but if you want to come up and talk, we can have a conversation as well. So, Ryan, go ahead.
No, I was going to say check your DMs. That's it.
Will do. All right, Julia, back to you.
Yeah.
I'm definitely curious how Bricksuit's doing and how he's traveling tonight. Good Lord, that guy's been on every airplane imaginable.
And I was just going to say, if you do come up to speak, be sure that you do throw your hand up so we know. I do have a queue. So we've got Gnostic and then Bricksuit. We'll find out how his trip is going. So go ahead, Gnostic.
Okay, that's what I call being patient. Javon, I hope when you say fight, what you're talking about is fight in the political realms, fight in the local political realms, and not, fight in the let's go out and shoot people realm. Because that would be falling for exactly what happened tonight. And I would lightly suggest perhaps use a slightly different word, although everybody is very angry tonight. And the funny thing is, I'm listening to Mark, I'm listening to Javon, and I'm listening to Ryan, and I think all 3 of them are right. I think that Javon's right because he's got a right to be as pissed off as he is and use fight and use all the rest of the stuff. I think Mark's right in the sense that people are, this is like listening to Hitler do his post-Reichstag burn down just before Kristallnacht, or was it after Kristallnacht? I always forget the order. But we had Hitler getting out doing something like this, who twisted, like literally he twisted all of the things that the Nazi Party was about to do in Germany and accused the other side of doing them and then went out and did them himself. And my concern is that if people listen to this and sit down and say, let's go do something, and they actually do something and befall it. And I'll bring up the truckers in Canada, where Trudeau really tried to piss them off so much that they did something violent so he could call in the police. And his aggravation was they never did it. And he finally called in the police anyway. And they stomped all over them, including horses and little old ladies and all the rest of the stuff, and just stomped all over everybody's rights. And I have always, it's like the United States, there's a great constitution to sit down and say, this stuff should be done this way, and this is the way it should be done. It's just getting trampled on by Biden in a way that I haven't seen in history in so long. I'm just stunned, like almost. I posted a clipping of that on the little thing on the lower right-hand side where it lists all the people posting. And it was a clip of the speech that he actually did that I listened to after listening to Julie's. And I'm just stunned. Oh, my God. This is like they did red. They did. This looks like it was actually designed to sit down and irritate the hell out of Republicans to the point that they go out and do something stupid. so they can sit down and say, look, we have to get these people. And I hope that doesn't happen. I hope, the equivalent of another January 6th doesn't happen where people actually go out and do something foolish, because I think what they're basically saying is they're scared, exactly the same way that Hitler was when he did Kristallnacht, because he was about to lose the election. And then he got an enemy, and people didn't even volunteer to be the enemy. He actually created it through false flags. And that speech just left me speechless, like just so angry. I recognize everything Siobhan's saying, and would like to add stuff to it in anger and frustration and everything else. And I listen to what Mark's saying, and it's like, yep, that's the bait. Like, don't go for the hook because it's hidden in there. I think they're both right. And the problem is, how do we as a group resolve Siobhan's opinions, which I think are right, and Mark's opinions, which I think are right? So that means I'm missing something somewhere here. And is it that this was bait? I don't have an answer for that. I suspect it's bait, but I dearly wish that the Republican Dan Bishop would come up and
Yeah, I'm gonna
put
go to
some
Ryan
space
to
in here.
respond
So
to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. I spoke with Rep. Dan Bishop tonight. He loves to chat. He's a little occupied right now. He can't join in, but he wanted to say that he's enjoyed listening to this. And he told me he's going to, we're going to bring this country back. We're going to keep fighting for this country. We're not done. And I commend him for that. Rep. Dan Bishop is from the state that I live in, North Carolina. He's been a fighter. He's been a patriot. He's been one of the original people sort of in this America First movement who's really been by the side of the president, who's stuck up for these policies. And overall has just been out there. Unlike some of the other Republicans, the rhinos that are out there in Congress, Liz Cheney, perfect example. So I have to commend Representative Dan Bishop. Everybody, please give him a round of applause with your emojis. I know it's sad, we're not in an audience, but thank you, Representative Dan Bishop, for everything that you do, everything that you're fighting for. You're here tonight, you're listening in a Twitter space. We're in 2022, folks, where you can have the president, a congressman, or a senator sitting in your Twitter space. This is just amazing to me. You would have never seen this prior to Donald Trump, and now you see it right now, real time, where you have a sitting member of Congress. We've seen it with Lauren Boebert. We've seen it with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Dan Bishop. We've seen it with many of these folks, Ted Cruz. These people are fighters, and we need to make sure that we keep electing people like them. They engage with the public. They're not afraid to talk. They're not afraid to get into the weeds with things. People like these give me hope for the future. So let's keep fighting. Thank you, sir.
Well said, Ryan. We've also had Matt Gaetz come into quite a few of our spaces. So
Matt Gaetz too. God bless him.
Yeah, fantastic. And it really is a wonderful every time we get to, interact and have our representatives speak with constituents. So what a time to be alive. All right, let's go back to the queue. We've got Brick Suit looking for an update, and then Jane, you'll be on deck. So Brick, how are things going on your trip? You're heading toward the rally in Wilkes-Barre, right?
That is correct. I am headed towards the rally in Wilkes-Barre. And for those of you who don't know, I was scheduled originally to fly out via Delta last night, and I had my ticket. Had been booked for like 2 weeks. Delta's sending me emails, time to check in, here's your update. And I get to the counter and I find out that I'm on Delta's internal no-fly list. So I don't know what it is yet, but they put me on their no-fly list stemming from something that I did on a flight segment where basically I took them to DC for January 6th. Flew into Atlanta, drove to the rally in Dalton, Georgia, drove back to Atlanta, flew to DC, and then flew back home from DC on the 7th. So something I did along the lines there in that trip has gotten me on Delta's internal no-fly list. I have no idea what it is. So I've been scrambling since then. I did get in-flight Wi-Fi, so I was able to, on my flight out to Dallas today with another airline, of course, because can't go on Delta, was able to hear some of the segments from Biden's speech. And yeah, I did hear some people asking for a response, but I do want to say that I thought Kevin McCarthy's lines, I thought his presentation prior to the speech, I thought that was
fairly effective. So don't completely cut out a type of response from the administration or from the Republican Party. I think they're doing fair in that regard. What I saw from Kevin McCarthy, I thought was effective. But the imagery, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this, but the imagery of Biden in front of that backdrop, how horrible is that? I mean, it's just unbelievable to make a break that you're going to start calling people evil when you're drenched in red, when you're in these dark tones. I thought the imagery of that was just absolutely horrible. And to get back to your question, Julia, I am ensconced in the Admirals Club in Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. I am currently standby for a 9 a.m. flight out tomorrow to D.C. And if I don't make that, my next option is going to be like 7 p.m. So cross your fingers for that morning departure.
We definitely will, Brick.
And I'll tell you how I got in the Admirals Club too. I'm in line with a couple hundred other people at the customer service desk in the American Airlines terminal, and because weather delays are what happens, so there's a lot of other people who are affected. And somebody walks along and says, "Hey, want to come with me to the Admirals Club? They got a concierge desk there. They can take care of your situation a lot faster." So I don't know if it was the Ultra MAGA hat that I was wearing or the Kerry Lake shirt that I was wearing, but somehow I got selected and tapped on the shoulder, and it's been definitely the only really good thing that's happened on this trip today.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and you'll keep us posted, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Brick, I want to, I've obviously been in contact with you, so safe travels. We need to come up with a plan for you to like travel undercover.
To do what undercover?
I said we need to come up with a plan for you to travel undercover.
Well, you can't. I took an interesting video, which I'm going to post probably tonight. It's about how all of us will be canceled in the future. I mean, anybody who's flown has gone to the self-ticketing machine where you put in your credit card, it spits out your boarding pass. Well, here's what happened to me. I put in my credit card, then it asks for my ID. So I put in my ID, and then it says, you need to go see an agent. And that's how it's going to happen. You're going to put in your card, and then one day you're just going to be denied. That's how they're going to take things away from us.
Did you know? Did you have the feeling when you saw that message?
No, not at all. Because nobody ever approached me from the airline. This is something. What I think happened is I think that somehow I embarrassed Delta, and I don't believe it's a complaint from any flight attendants or employees or anything like that. I think that they got a little butthurt. Maybe something I said at an airport or something that maybe a PA said at their airport or something like that. But we'll find out.
So it's safe to say, Brick, that if we contact Delta, they're not going to say that you became a member of the Mile High Club.
No, they're not going to say that. And they're not, it wasn't me assaulting people or refusing to wear a mask. I'm smart enough to know.
Right.
I wore my masks as protest. I wear a mask that had Trump on it or MAGA on it or where's Brandon on it. So,
right.
That's not what it is. This is just a little fun. It's a hiccup, and I'm just waiting for the official word from them so I know exactly how to respond.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're taking it in stride because there are other people like me who would not be so understanding. We'll just go with that word. So.
He's got to get there to root for Mastriano, who is now suing the J6 on Select Committee as of today.
All right, guys, I got to go. They're closing this wing, and I will talk to you later.
All right, Brick.
All right, safe travels, Brick.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, all right. Thanks for being patient, everyone. We've got Jane up next, and then Carice, you're on deck. If you're still up here, actually. Yeah, okay, you are. All right, go ahead, Jane.
Hi, thanks Crypto for hosting the space. You always host really interesting spaces, so I'm very grateful for that. I'll just be brief. I basically think that when Biden said MAGA Republicans don't respect the Constitution and they don't believe in the rule of law and respect the will of the people, I didn't think he completely gave credit where it's due. because he's right about that. But he forgot to mention that neither do Democrats. And it's come to a point where our elected officials do not care about us. They've abandoned us. The party has completely abandoned us. I'm a Republican. The Republican Party has abandoned us. Democrats have never cared about their people. So I think at this point it's come to be Americans versus the government. And it's really sad that it's come to this, but it's true. And if we don't get new people elected, it's just going to take down our country completely. I support the Second Amendment. I think more people are starting to understand why we have it. And I think we should all get prepared for the worst. I'm not saying it will happen, but we should get prepared, and we should definitely make sure our elected officials know that we know their tricks. We know that they're all rigging elections, both parties. They're both doing ballot harvesting. I've personally witnessed it in Nevada. Even our state party chairman has been investigated by the FBI. So it's happening everywhere. So Americans, it's us. We got to stand together, united, like our forefathers, founding fathers, intended us to. Thanks so much.
Very well said, Jane. Thanks. We appreciate your thoughts. Let's go to Carice, and then we've got Connor on deck. Go ahead, Carice.
Thank you for guys for your time this tonight. I just want to say this, that Biden, with his speech, I think gave us a chance to really get back the House and the Senate. The independent is who we really need to swing here. I know we all kind of get caught up in talking about it in our boxes, as Republicans, MAGA, all that. But the reality is the independent is who we need to swing. And we have a real chance to do that with this speech, saying basically that people who have belief in America are enemies of the state. Now, let's be clear. The Democrats and their speech tonight, and of course of talking about embracing the Constitution, is really, the reality is this. True Republicans, true America First people who look at what is going on in our country, what is our aim? Our aim is to make sure that America is secure, that our people are secure, that we're really doing what's best for Americans. And we do that by using our Constitution. Democrats are trying to bastardize the Constitution for a globalist ESG UN agenda to take over America, and we cannot stand for it. The ESG agenda is a real agenda, and the Democrats have embraced it. And the only reason tonight that Joe Biden stood up and said that anybody who believes in having America secure is against America is because we reject that globalism that's having countries like Sri Lanka having energy crisis like we're seeing in Germany. We reject those policies that will create that. And all I can say tonight is this, that we need to be motivated, inspired, and know that we're only seen this way because the true momentum is coming in the fact that we really will try to secure and keep Americans safe. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, Carice. Connor was next, but it looks like he's requesting. So if one of you guys could bring him up, we'll jump to Tara Bull next and then go back to Connor. Go ahead, Tara.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, awesome. First, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for hosting this space. Your spaces are always phenomenal. Second, I want to bring up something that was brought up earlier as far as censorship goes. Letting lawyer know and is that this space is having major issues. I don't know if it's just on my end, but I don't really think it is. I think there's a reason for that, and that's something that I've dealt with, on a pretty large scale here on Twitter, is just the censorship and their ability to sort of suppress things, push things down that they don't really want at the forefront. And the Trump subject obviously is one of the things, as they were effectively able to ban him from Twitter while he was still our sitting president, which is absolutely a travesty. Anyway, I don't care how you feel about the man, shun people's voices and especially our own president is wrong on every level. So I just wanted to bring that up in case other people in here are struggling to get into the space or stay in the space. You're not alone. I keep getting removed. It's not the host or co-host fault. Just try to keep coming back in and bear with it. It's definitely on Twitter's end, and that is exactly what they do with voices that they do not want to be heard. So, and subject matter that they do not want to be heard. So anyway, I just wanted to say great job and thank you guys for putting in the effort. And
Yeah.
Thanks, Tara.
Yeah. Thanks, Tara. So guys, I'm getting a bunch of DMs of people that can't get in, and they're showing me the screenshots that essentially it's just a black square when you click on our space. So as Tara pointed out, this is nothing new for us. We get this more often than not, that people get booted. It's not us. We don't boot anybody from our spaces unless I tell you I'm doing it. You know, I make a fucking point of doing it. So it's not us booting anyone. And I keep getting DMs, guys. I'm sorry that it's from your end or from someone's end on the outside, you're locked out. But if you click on it eventually, that usually works for someone. But yeah, I have a bunch of DMs, and I got one from Tara as well. And if you're on the outside, you're probably not hearing this, or it's not helping you. So, but if anyone can put a tweet out saying that we're kind of shadowed right now, but at some point, hopefully they'll be able to get in. And with that being said, Julia, I'll continue to move people.
All right, we've got Connor next, and then Kurt is on deck.
All right, I just want to say thank you for having me on for a few minutes. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I didn't watch the speech at all because I could care less. But what really opened my eyes is when I saw the news notification on my phone that the FBI raided Trump's home in Florida. And that really got me thinking today, and hearing people talk, what's keeping them from coming in from one of our houses? What's keeping them from coming in one of a private citizen's home and just trashing the place? And then I also want to say this one thing. It's up to the younger generation like myself, the 19-year-olds, the 20-year-olds, the whatever. We are seeing what's consequences of an election, even though it was a rigged election, right in front of our eyes. I don't know what concrete evidence people need, but this is the shit that you get when you vote one way. And for the people who say consequences don't have elections, all you need to do is watch the space. I mean, not the space. All you need to do is see the images and the watch the clips of Biden's speech to see that that elections do have consequences. And all I'm going to say is this: if you are able to get out and vote in November, get out and vote. Stand in line. Don't move. Get out and vote. Use your constitutional right to vote. Every vote counts, guys. Thank you for having me on.
All right, thank you so much. I don't know, Crypto, did you have anything you wanted to add to that about like people's homes being randomly raided or anything like that? The concerns people might have after seeing what they do to Trump, if this could happen to them?
Right. Well, I mean, my broad concept on that is obviously if they can do it to Trump, they can do it to anyone else, right? With that being said, there was a reason why they're doing it to Trump and they're not doing it to everyone else. But with that being said, I think there is, moving into the criminal area of it, and especially with the congressmen and congresswomen, I think there is a move by Biden, which obviously tonight he's trying people to not come out as MAGA, not support the movement, things of that nature. And I was reading an article where one of the Oath Keepers attorneys, I read only part of it because I had just a crazy day today. The lead attorney for the Oath Keepers just got indicted. So, not that I support that group. I really don't know much about them, to be quite honest. But, I think when you take any political party, whether it's far left, far right, or even in the middle,
and you start having political prosecutions, which we've seen on, going on every day since J6. And then you start indicting their attorneys. You start indicting. You haven't, they haven't indicted the president yet, but they've raided his home when he wasn't there. So, as a criminal defense attorney at this point, I would say use caution in what you say and what you do. But I think, that is pretty commonsensical. But outside of that, I don't think anyone should have any extra fear that your house is going to be raided. Believe it or not, guys, if you're in this space tonight, you're probably too small of a fish for the FBI with locals to come to your house tonight. But if you are up in the stratosphere of Trump and the political connections of those people, and if you're rubbing elbows with those people, you could possibly be on Biden's radar, because him and Garland, and I think especially Garland, I never thought that you have to excuse my language, just such a pussy looking of a man could be so vengeful, right? Like, just the guy looks like, he just wants to fall over and die. But he didn't get his SCOTUS spot, he got his AG spot, and God, he has weaponized that position. I'll tell you that. He has done some crazy things, and I think it's him with a few other people up there. So, but as far as the everyday citizen, no, I think more collectively they're trying to suppress the MAGA movement. I think that's what they're really trying to do, and they're trying to make Trump an example. Unfortunately for them, Trump's a billionaire, and I've already spoken about his attorneys, which I'm not going to do now. So they'll play it out in court, and with one plaintiff and 26 defendants, that case, Trump versus Clinton and everyone else, is going to take a long time to play out in the Southern District. But no bigger concern that anyone here is going to get raided. I mean, before any of that ever happens, one of us will get nuked on Twitter. That's about the extent that will happen. They'll see our space, they'll say, "Oh my God, a bunch of MAGAs in here," and then we'll all just get nuked, and that'll be the end of Twitter. So that's about it.
All right, we've got Kurt up next, and then Javon on deck. Go ahead, Kurt.
Hey, Julia, Crypto, BY, Mark. I don't know what to say. I mean, I didn't see the speech. I didn't bring myself to watch it yet. I just saw Julia's tweets. I mean, I was just, livid and sad. I mean, the speech was, I think, the most disgraceful speech ever delivered in U.S. history. I mean, the whole thing. Biden was Hitler-esque. The imagery was Hitler-esque. The rhetoric. I mean, the fact that he gave it at Independence Hall, where they signed the Declaration of Independence, he desecrated Independence Hall with what they did. I mean, it's just, it's scary. I mean, the rhetoric it's kind of dehumanizing, I think. I mean, and Biden, I mean, he's the most hateful and divisive president in U.S. history. I mean, he's a disgrace to the United States. He's a disgrace to the Constitution. He's a disgrace to the office of the presidency. I mean, he shredded the Constitution continuously. He's just a terrible president. And I think the speech was, projection. I mean, everything he said that we're doing, it's what he's doing and what the Democratic Party is doing. I mean, it was projection. I mean, they're really talking about themselves, not us. I mean, but just the level of hate from Biden and his deranged supporters on here is just, breathtaking to me. I mean, but I probably will watch the speech because I think it's important. But, it was a disgrace. I mean, what he did tonight was an absolute disgrace. So, and, it's scary, quite frankly. If we have to win the House, or, I'm fearful our country will not survive. They cannot have 2 more years of absolute power, or, they'll pack the Supreme Court, they'll pack the Senate, they'll add states, and God knows what else they will do. So, they cannot have unchecked power for 2 more years. I don't know what else to say, but
Yeah, I think that was
what
a
a
good summary.
disgrace! What a disgrace!
I agree, Kurt. People in the speakers box. So James, Zach, Sheena, if you can toss your hand up. If you don't know how to do it, guys, just click on the heart. And then after you click on the heart on the far right, you'll be able to throw your hand up. Perfect. So I know that you want to speak. And then quick question to Julia, and then really whoever else wants to chime in on that. I don't want to make it a free for all because I know we're going by hands, guys, and we're going on 4.5 hours now. So I do want to get everyone to speak, and we will get to you guys. But question for Julia and Mark, and then anyone else who wants to chime in, and then we'll get back to it. Obviously, there's 2 ways to think about a speech, right? Something like this, which we disagree with. One is to just not talk about it, let it go to the wayside, not give it, I guess, what we can call press. The other one is talk about it, and we have a space that's been over 500 people for most of the night tonight. So are we giving it undue attention? Are we giving it more attention than we should? Are we giving him a bigger platform than he should be entitled to? Or I'm just kind of thinking on that. Or should we say Biden's a schmuck and move on with our lives? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Can I chime in?
Yeah, Jeff, of course. What's up, brother? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, just 2 things really. The first thing is we got to remember that when Biden says things like MAGA Republicans, he's not necessarily talking about people who identify as MAGA. There were plenty of people who voted for Trump that wouldn't call themselves MAGA. I'm one of them. I don't have problems with the MAGA. I just don't use that label myself. What he's talking about are people who are against the GOP establishment. If you listen to what he said he complimented mainstream Republicans. He likes them. When he says mainstream, what he's talking about is the establishment. He likes the establishment. He likes the Mitt Romneys. He likes the Mitch McConnells. He doesn't like the Trumps, and he doesn't like the people who are bucking up against the GOP establishment. And they see that the America First crowd, MAGA, whatever you want to call it, has gained a lot of inroads and a lot of influence, and the establishment is being made more irrelevant. And that brings me to my second point. I want to think a little bit deeper about that speech. I mean, people focus on how dark it was and on how aggressive it was. What I saw when I saw that speech, and also when I saw Karine Jean-Pierre's talk about how we're semi-fascists and that we're extremists, what I see is fear. If you think about it, they're afraid. Biden and company are afraid. That is why they're using this rhetoric, because they're trying to terrify the American public into voting for them. But really, they're afraid. They're not afraid that MAGA Republicans are going to violate people's rights. I mean, this is coming from a guy who was pressuring social media companies to suppress views that he didn't like. This is coming from a guy who wants to tamp down on gun rights, on the Second Amendment. They're not afraid of us being authoritarian. What they're afraid of is losing power. They know what's coming in November. I mean, you look at, and Biden knows what his approval ratings look like. And this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of losing the House and possibly the Senate and not being able to go through with their agenda. They know that if Republicans retake the House, there are tons of investigations coming as long as McCarthy keeps his word. So that's what's going on here. So yeah, we should be paying attention to this. Yes, we should be paying attention to what Biden is saying and trying to demonize us. But we need to recognize where it's coming from. It's coming from fear.
That's a great point, Jeff. That's a great point.
I was going to say I definitely disagree on the earlier point you made about him liking Republicans. Because I did listen very carefully to that portion where he was saying, not all Republicans are MAGA, so don't get me wrong. I don't think at all he was saying that he likes Republicans and that he appreciates a certain portion of Republicans, just not the MAGA Republicans. I think that was absolutely a tactic on his part to pretend that he's friendly to Republicans on a whole and wasn't stoking, the fires of division. He wasn't being divisive in his speech, and that he's just identifying a certain group of people, the MAGA movement, as being extremists. So he doesn't like Republicans at all. He pretty much hates Republicans. And what he was doing in the speech was making an entire group of people, 75 million people have voted for Trump, enemies of America, enemies of our republic. And so, yeah, I just had to disagree there. I don't think at all that he is fans of Republicans. He just had to say that to make it seem as though, he wasn't being divisive. Like, yeah, I get along with everybody and, I welcome differing points of view, but MAGA is very dangerous. They're a threat. So we can't welcome that viewpoint.
Yeah. So when I say like, I actually really mean prefer. Yeah, I know he doesn't like Republicans like personally, but he would much rather deal with Mitch McConnell because he knows that the establishment will give in to Democrats. They'll give in to what he wants, whereas the others won't. So yeah, you're right. He doesn't like them, but he would much prefer to deal with them because he'll get what he wants.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I'm from Kentucky, and Mitch McConnell is compromised like a motherfucker.
Zach, we'll get to you 1 second, I promise, bud. So I think, Julia, the other thing I was going to say to you, and I'm not sure where you and Jeff land on it. I think when he says, or at least Jeff, maybe you can explain it. When you say mainstream, and then some of the people that you named, like Mitt Romney's getting late now. Mitt Romney, so I think there are probably people, which I agree with, that are part of the establishment. And then when he says mainstream Republicans, I think Biden and probably most of us have a different concept on that. I think he probably thinks rhinos are mainstream Republicans, where, we would think of mainstream Republicans, and Mitt Romney would not be any name ever coming to my mind.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's the thing. I mean, when Biden says mainstream, he means the establishment, but we know that that's not mainstream on the right anymore. The problem with people like Biden and people like him is that they don't really talk to any of us. So he actually thinks Mitch McConnell and the rest of the gang are mainstream. But what he's really referring to is the establishment, the establishment from when he was in the Senate and when he was vice president. So, yeah, I agree. I think that he doesn't really know what he's talking about. So he uses it like mainstream when these people aren't necessarily mainstream anymore.
Yeah, I think he's probably stuck in the 70s or the 80s or just pick any decade you want, because he's been there forever.
Yeah.
So all right, Julia, back to you. We're still running through some hands, guys. We still have a queue afterwards. So onwards we go. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Julia?
we've got Javon up, and then Jeff, you were on the queue, so just throw your hand back up if you're still interested in speaking. So we'll go to Javon. If not Jeff, then we'll jump to Mrs. Doubtfire. So go ahead, Javon.
Hey, thanks. I've calmed down from earlier today, but just to build off of what Jeff was saying, I mean, there definitely is a sense of fear. And I think that with that, we have to be cognizant that with fear becomes erratic and frankly illogical actions. And so I would point everyone's attention to what happened in Alaska. We're not talking about this enough, but this is what I'm talking about when I say there's an attack on our elections. Ranked choice voting is a fucking scam. It's a way for Democrats to win in Republican majority areas. If you don't see that, you need to wake up and smell the coffee. Not only are they trying to federalize our elections in this country, but they're also trying to change the way we vote. The majority of Alaskans who voted for a Republican, yet there will be a Democrat representing Alaska in this upcoming Congress. That is an issue. So this fear that Jeff, that you just mentioned, is going to make them, I think, is going to, catalyze them to start pushing extraordinarily hard to try and alter and change. We talked about systems earlier. This is some of the systems that they're interested in changing. And this is what we got to be aware of. Not just violation of our Second Amendment, not just sending billions of dollars overseas to God knows where for who knows what reason, but also attacking the way Americans vote. And calling us fascist while we do it makes it incredibly difficult in the court of public opinion to oppose that. This is why I say, Mark, everything is related. This is not a coincidence. When you start campaigning, calling people fascists, you can go out there and start building a narrative that to oppose them, to oppose the government, makes you a fascist, makes you the enemy of the people. That's essentially what we were just told today. So I just wanted to point out what was going on in Alaska, because I think that this speech kind of overshadowed that, but there's no reason why there shouldn't be a Republican representative representing the state of Alaska. And the reason there isn't is because Democrats, again, purposefully manipulated elections in order to get a Democrat a win like they did in 2020.
There is someone with their mic off, and I hear them chewing. I don't know who it is, though. I couldn't tell in time. So, all right. Javon, much appreciated. We're rolling through. So, all right. Q is still there. Mark, do you want to, Julia, do you want
Yeah.
to for a little bit? Julia, do you want Mark to sub in?
Sure.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Is it too early to talk about lightning?
Too early to talk about lightning. Yeah, I mean, we're getting pretty close. So, I mean,
okay, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, once we start getting some repeat people, I try to do like a modified lightning. So, and guys, that's just us talking how we run our spaces. So again, keep it to a minute or two, please. We still have a massive queue, and I'm really trying to get to everyone tonight, but we're still hovering at like, I don't know, I can't see the number right now, but 500 people, and we're still staying there. So that's fine. That's great. So off we go. Mark, let's hit it. And guys, again, 60, 90, 120, have a question, make a comment, whatever it is. I just want to try to get everyone in tonight. So, all right, Mark.
Yeah, and just a reminder, if you go a little long, the turkeys or monkeys will come out. It's not personal, just wrap it up. Ultra Mega Constance, I guess you're not pleased tonight with the speech. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't watch the speech either because I'm not going to watch that. But I'm really impressed with his team's choreography of it. But I just wanted to say, I'm sure, everyone doesn't see everything. Julia was saying, she's like, oh, I think Biden's, he's not against, Republicans, or he doesn't like Republicans. But I've been looking for this clip. I haven't found it yet, but there's a clip from his speech in Pennsylvania. I think it was earlier, what week are we in? Earlier this week or last week, when all of this started, right? And then his press secretary was responding to that about we're all semi-fascist. But in that speech, he specifically says, there's a clip where he says, he's like, I don't care. I don't mind, I don't know if he called them conservatives or Republicans. I don't mind those ones. Basically, he was saying he doesn't mind the ones who are willing to compromise with him, right? But it's the mega Republicans is specifically what he called out and said, those are the ones that, I don't know, whatever he said, I can't stand or whatever. So I think there is that element. I don't know if Jeff mentioned that, where he's trying to distinguish and even separate the Republican Party or the people on the right into these are the crazy ones, and I'm going to label these ones and demonize them. But if you play soft with me, if you go along with my agenda and you work with me and do everything I want, then I'm not gonna have an issue with you.
Yeah, and that wouldn't make them Republicans, though. But
right,
that's exactly the same point. Yeah.
Right, and we say that, but yeah.
That he's trying to stoke divisiveness, and then what he does is pretend that he appreciates Republicans in general, but then says he only has an issue with this extreme group, the MAGA Republicans, and that's why he's
right.
them.
It's a lot like the Harlem Globetrotters saying how much they appreciate the Washington Generals.
What?
Yeah, I don't know the reference, but I can admit I don't know basketball.
No, BY, what a great random comment to someone who knows that. Yeah, absolutely. So if you guys don't know it, just Google the Harlem Globetrotters and the Washington Generals will pop right up, and you'll see what he's talking about.
I'm gonna have to. I'm completely in the dark.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. You're just a youngin' kid.
Okay. All right. So Zach, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well. Go ahead.
Man, I got dark, man. Like like through the pandemic or whatever that was, and I got super weird, man, and got political and everything else. But one thing that remained like true to the heart was like, there's an agenda here, and I started looking at that, and then like the end day was like, oh shit, like the division between just people, like we can all rip on Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, we're all people. Like, why isn't there like 3 candidates that don't like they're not subject to any kind of political party, but they're the best 3 candidate, like the best 3 candidates, and then the people vote on that. So what I've really developed is that the reason that they have extreme candidates between the 3 parties, if you want to call the third one a party, is that it's all about the division and the hate and the disgust you have. Like, it is crazy to me that we just can't just be like that we just can't vote for a person that has our best interest. Not, oh, he's our piece of shit Democrat. He's a piece of shit Independent. He's a piece of shit Republican. That's crazy. And if we could all get on the same playing field as far as like, yeah, all right, I got you. I'm out. I'm good.
Thanks. So you make the point, but it's complex business because you know it's just, this is where we got, this is nothing new. You slander the other people, you demonize the other people, and say that we need you because the other ones are all wrong. So it's just it's an old process. Let's see here. Sheena, go ahead.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm actually here in the great state of Texas, and I did watch the speech. I watched it in its entirety. I think it's important to do so just because we need to know. I think Julia said it earlier. We need to know what they're saying. And honestly, with our organization here, we have a nonprofit here in Texas. We're at the forefront of this manufactured border crisis. And that's what we're aiming to try to help combat, but on the state level. I just want to say, if we're going to survive the next 2 years, we're really going to have to focus on state sovereignty. All of the issues that were talked about today, from elections, I think I'm the first one bringing up border since I've been listening. To thank God, Roe versus Wade was overturned and kicked it back to the states as it should have been. But, I guess I have a much darker perception of this because of how close I am to the manufactured border crisis, this active invasion. It is really bad. It is an existential threat. Just here, I actually live in North Texas, and we just had Antifa out here, with their rifles out, with their ARs, trying to quote unquote protect a drag queen show with children inside. And I do have to disagree on one thing. I know that you had mentioned before, that regular people are not necessarily a target for the 3-letter agencies. I do live here in Texas where where mothers, going to school board meetings, have had their doors kicked in at 3 a.m. in the morning by 3-letter agencies. Several of them have. And if you're an activist like I am on the forefront, and we are, you guys made the point earlier that this is out of fear, and to an extent, I agree. Look, I'm just a homeschooling mom. I'm just a homeschooling mom that sees issues that are an existential threat to my family, and to my family's freedom and future. And I've stepped up to the plate like so many other mama bears in their respective, while border and border related issues are my topic. Oh, go ahead. But I hope I made my point.
Thank you. I like when you guys respect the wildlife. We gotta protect our resources. And we talked about turkeys was almost the national bird or animal, whatever. All right, real quick, we're gonna keep with these hands real quick that we have. James, go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I'll be really brief. I just want to give some inspiration. I went into Twitter, and the first thing I saw, believe it or not, was the left's beauty queen Jennifer Rubin, and she says here, Biden's Philadelphia speech met the moment. Mass arrests should come next. And I'm just thinking, like, what the heck? Like, that just made me laugh, and then not a cry, but just like, oh my gosh, that's nuts. Anyways, guys, you have a great one. It's a really good show tonight.
Thanks, James. And we have real J.R. Riley, and I'll also say this, bullpen, get ready, the call's coming.
Hey, yeah. I think everybody's missing the point here. The bottom line is this. I don't think people really realize what's going on. You look at 1937 Germany, and you look at what these people went through is similar to what we're going through, and I don't think people are taking it serious. You've got people being banned from planes. You got them, you no fly list, this and that, and people are blowing it off like this is something normal. I just don't think it is, man. I think we're living through something much more scary than people are making out to be, and I hope I'm wrong. I just think we are. Bottom line is, I think people are downplaying things that are going on because they just don't want to come and understand what's really happening here. Our country's being taken over. It has been taken over. Every institution has been taken over. Every piece of government has been taken over. Every institution of power has been taken over by these people. The Marxists have. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. The monkeys wanted their chance to get out. All right, so
Mark, amazing job. Has this ever went like this before? Beautiful.
It has never gone like this before.
No, the people respect the wildlife tonight. I don't know what's in the air, but it's must have been Biden's speech. I don't know. So, but, all right. Me. Go ahead.
Pedo Hitler is in the air.
Hello. You're not black if you don't listen to me. I have to say what I have to say. We all did it. We fell for it. We was walking around for 2 years with a mask on our face and all that. We fell for it. I did the measurements, and I'm into mathematics. And if I think about the New Jersey Turnpike, if we could take a segment of the New Jersey Turnpike is like the highway of all the, the New Yorkers, the New Jersey, and all that. And I remember New Jersey because I was out there. If we, as a people, we could have took that, and we just all went to the East Coast. All of us should have been up there protesting against a stolen election, but don't nobody think like me. Not everybody. Because I know the election was stolen. But at the end of the day, we deserve, I'm going to say we, because we are we now. Because my mama just texted me just yesterday or something. She keep doing it. I don't understand it. She said Trump is going to kill us. Okay? If you look at my bio, you know how that stands. I'm dealing with this shit, people. That's my mama. I love her. But I'm at a point. It comes a point where I believe like it's too much. I don't believe our president should be trying to go against his competitor. Like it's not football or some shit, right? You understand what I'm saying, people? Like it's just the president. When do people fall in love with their president? You understand what I'm saying? So it's too much. And we need to wake up as Americans, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or conservatives, and like get it under control a little bit. And thank you. And not the monkey, but it's okay because we acting like that. I heard the
Thank you,
sound
Mimi.
effects. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will have a comment for you at the end, or relevant to something you said. I appreciate it, Mimi. Let's go to
All right.
good guy biker.
Yeah, so Mark, we have good guy, and then we have it should be Liberty Mom. It's the same picture, I think, or no, she's changed it up.
Semi-fascist Liberty Mom. Okay.
So we'll go to good guy, and then to Liberty Mom, and then we'll go to the bullpen and wrap up.
Got it. Go ahead.
2 quick points. The time travelers came back and fixed the timeline. That's why Trump became president. Hillary was going to appoint Larry Fink to head of the Treasury, and basically the most important positions in the American government. He was going to own 85% of equities inside of America, all at the same time, while basically running the money machine. So this is the safe timeline. That's why this all happened. Focus on the money transfer. Trillions of dollars was created and moved. What you want to need to pay attention to is where that money went. We all got some checks, but much bigger amounts of money. Millions of dollars of no payback loans went to people in certain positions, friends and business owners. It's about wealth transfer. We also saw that now with Ukraine. The war is not stopping in Ukraine. We're just pissing around sending, so was it 17? So how many, $17 billion we're sending there now? And it's supposed to stop the war, but really it's just a less regulated place for people to move money around. So it's just going to make more money disappear. And lastly, I'll close with the thing we all need to be paying attention to moving forward. That is the climate crisis. They are using these power words: climate crisis, climate crisis. They're forcing this down your throat. They're losing control of the medical narrative. They're not going to be able to stop us from flying and traveling and seeing our families due to, again, a huge sum of wealth transfer with these large medical corporations. Again, trillions of dollars that our governments had to pay out of taxpayer money to make good on these medicines for people that weren't necessarily tested. But that's a whole nother conversation. So climate crisis is the new thing. They're going to not let you drive your car. They're going to not let you go to the airport. They're going to tell you it's too hot. They're going to tell you it's too cold.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Man, good as Johnny on the spot.
I know, he was good, and he makes a great point that they keep changing the narrative. Whether it's the lockdowns or the traveling or whatever it is, they keep changing the narratives, and they keep doing it to whatever they can do. It used to be climate change, back in like the late '80s, and then along came other things, and obviously coming to modern times. Right now, we had COVID. Now we're going back to climate. So yeah. Lots of things going on. Narrative constantly changing. Different means to get to the same ends. But all right, Mark.
Yeah, I like that one video from the 60s or 70s. The newspaper. This big story. It was video of talking about we're about to experience the next ice age by the year 1980 or something, and it was just all about snow and ice age. And
I would, short of the RV talk we all had prior and traveling the country, I would love an ice age. I am sweating my balls off. I'm sweating my balls off in South Florida. I go outside, it's like 110 degrees, and again, these are this is my $1 million of whiteness, which apparently I have, and my white privilege. And the fact that this is definitely a first world problem, but put on any fucking suit. And by the time I make it from even the lawyer parking to the courthouse, I am a dripping fucking mess. And I step out of the car, my glasses fog, and
literally not more than 20 feet. I'm already dripping. Like Under Armour needs to come out.
I just want to add something on it. Not even that in Florida. Have you ever been to D.C.? I lived in D.C. for 2 years of my life. Worked in the Capitol, worked at the RNC, and oh my God, walk one block and you feel like you were literally being bitten by an alligator in a swamp in Louisiana. Like your suits are destroyed, your livelihood's destroyed, your confidence is destroyed. You look like, Joan Rivers without plastic surgery.
Right. No, it's so true. And you're all.
We don't even know what that would look like.
I pray to God I don't. I love Joan Rivers. She was.
It looks like Nancy Pelosi.
Oh God, and that was worse than Joan Rivers. For anyone in here knew, Joan Rivers. I mean, she was a comedian. She was such an amazing figure because she, called out Obama. She made this joke about Michelle Obama being a tranny. And, for whatever it is, weeks later, she dies under a normal procedure with anesthesia. And I'm like, I always loved her comedy. I'm not going to lie. I think many people who are, maybe a little bit older loved her comedy because she was so authentic. But I'm like, you walk through the streets of DC for one day in a suit in the summer, 95 plus degree weather, you look like Tupperware.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, you're right, Ryan. It's so bad. And for those guys that are in the suit business, that take care of your suits and have expensive suits, you're only supposed to get them dry cleaned, 2-3 times a year maximum.
Yep.
So, I go to court.
I'm a big believer in 1 to 2 max.
Right. Well, the problem is I walk into court, I'm a dripping fucking mess. And then I cool off in the courtroom. Then I walk back out, I'm a dripping fucking mess. And then I come home. And what I actually do is I've been steaming them at home because I don't want to bring in my suits.
Yep.
Right. Because I don't want to bring my suits in and get them destroyed.
Be careful steaming it at home because that really, all these cheap ass suits that they have nowadays, it releases the glue in between the suit and the canvas and it creates the puffiness. So be careful with that.
Interesting. I wonder how many listeners we just lost talking about suits. I bet we lost 100. Let me check real quick.
If they wear suits, dress jackets, whatever, be careful. Do not steam your suits up close. If you're doing it, do it like 5 inches away because you're gonna fuck it up. I
must have all right suits, Ryan, because I put that nozzle right on it.
I fucked up a $2,000 suit. Okay, I'm not bragging. I fucked up very expensive suits doing it. I won't do it again.
Maybe my little steamer's the right one. I'll let you know.
I mean, I would say that Mark knows what 5 inches is, but he doesn't. Anyway, all right, let's go to Liberty Mom. And then as far as the bullpen goes, we have our normal bullpen. We have Ryan up here as well. So so Ryan will have his closing comments as well. Mark, you'll set that up.
Okay.
Wow, man, you got a really deep bullpen tonight. Anyone else?
Everybody will go 1 inning.
Yeah. Everyone else, guys, I know we have a couple more people left. It's just, I literally have been shoveling shit against the tide. And I don't mean it to you guys. I love all of you. And I really, truly do. Honestly do. It's just every time we got down to like 4, 5, or 6 people in the queue, we got right back up to 4, 5, or 6. We got down to 3, jump back up to 6. Got down to 3, jump back up to 9. And we've just been
popular. We're popular.
That sounded like Trump. We've just been battling for the last 5 hours to get through the queue. So I really do apologize if we didn't get to you tonight. But short of us getting nuked after this Twitter space, which probably won't happen, knock on wood. We have Twitter spaces all the time. So we love all you guys, and we hope you always come to all of them. So with that being said, Mark, we have one more hand, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I would say, Liberty Mom, I'm going to take just 10 more seconds from you. Breaking news, Adam Kinzinger has surpassed Eric Swalwell as the favorite in the three-way cage match.
That's so. Okay, so right now we have Tara, we have Ryan, Brandon Straka just left, but I'll DM him. So we have Brandon's here. So Brandon, here's what we need from you. I need you to retweet this dumbass tweet that I did, Brandon. And
bring Brandon up.
Yes. So between Ryan and Brandon, we're going to get to the entire world. So I'm going to retweet it right now. I'm going to bring it up. It's up in the nest. I put essentially in a three-way fight in a cage match, who wins? Adam Kinzinger, Adam Schiff, or Eric Swalwell. Currently, Kinzinger is at 41%. Schiff is at 20%. I don't know how he has 20%, but Swalwell is right behind at 39%. So that's a tight race. Very, very tight race.
You know what? I really misunderstood the question.
I did too. Where's Ling Ling? Where's the Chinese spy? Ling Ling wins 10 out of 10.
I thought it was Bang Bang, but
yeah, I was going to say the panda wasn't the spy.
Whatever the hell her name is, she wins 10 out of 10. She already owns us. So what's the matter?
Well, the reason I thought it was between the three who would be the favorite fighter, who would be the superior of the three. Now I realize it's a three-way fight.
Yes.
Which is much different. In that case, I'm taking Adam Schiff. I think the two questionable men are gonna have to fight it out. They're gonna be exhausted, and Schiff's gonna find a way.
I wanted to say one funny thing that I just learned about my university. So I went to Campbell University in North Carolina. Eric Swalwell went to Campbell University. He was I guess he got a soccer scholarship. He was kicked out of Campbell University. My university, I don't know what year this was, probably early 2000s. This guy's a total grade A loser. If you can get kicked out of my university, you're a fucking idiot. I'm just saying that. So honestly, all bets are against anyone else besides Swalwell. He is just a grade A loser. But I must say, none of these people can win in a cage match. I mean, honestly, they're all grade A losers. Adam Schiff, pencil neck Schiff, sucky Swalwell, Adam.
One of them has to walk out. One of them has to walk out.
What if we bring a gun to the knife fight? Honestly.
That would be nice.
Liberty
That's how you get Capone.
Liberty Mom, save us.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to kind of say a lot of the same things about the energy, the climate hoax, but that was kind of covered. But I do have to say that, I'm in my mid-40s, and so I remember watching these different cycles of politics, and I've never seen such an attack on the people. Usually, we had somebody like Reagan who just made a little remark here and there, and it's just kind of escalated every cycle till now. If you go look at what people are posting now, you even have people like Ted Lieu just flat out saying, no, we're not going to apologize. You are fascist. And then all these crazy medicated followers it's like a religion to them. And so we've got on the streets, we have, Antifa is getting bolder. A lot of the cities, the police don't really do anything about it. And now we have the Black Menaces, which are kind of like the 2.0 of the Black Lives Matter movement. So they're all over schools already. That made up story at Utah, in the college in Utah. It was actually a special needs boy that somehow didn't understand a conversation or something, and a girl lied and said that he called her the N-word. Anyway, they've just been running with it. And I also heard that now they're sending a subpoena to Newt Gingrich. It seems like any person who's even looked at Trump is going to be, they're going to push this January 6th even more. I had kind of hoped that was over now that they've moved on to Mar-a-Lago, but it just seems like it's just not going to end. The schools, the school district, people getting deplatformed for standing up against, child rape and the hospitals. It's just like in it just seems like it's coming from so many more directions than I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's, like I said, it's like a religion. These people, it's just like a religion. And I just can't believe how bold, when like McCarthy, never speaks, but when he did today, then it's just like other politicians, other members of Congress are basically saying F around and find out. And I just don't think it's going to stop. I think every time something big happens, the conservative electorate thinks that that's done now. Okay, now they've reached the pinnacle, and everybody gets kind of complacent again, but it just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. They're just not going to stop. but I just don't see him stopping.
Thanks, Liberty Mom. So, all right, rotation is as follows. We're gonna go.
So just real quick before we wrap up, and I think I'm going to get backing from Michael Dean on this. And Liberty Mom, thanks. And Tara, thanks for the input on the space. I have to say, no matter what happens in the bullpen here for the rest of the game, Mark and the monkeys and the turkeys are the MVP. I mean, no matter what happens here, absolutely phenomenal. Like you had these people in it was like a drill camp, dude.
Sometimes you get a win. I've had some worse moments, so I appreciate it.
I mean, we've had people just straight over talk over the monkeys and turkeys for
or flip out.
Or flip out, but for 5 minutes straight, just talk over it, and we raise the volume, just to see what's going to happen, like a psychological experiment. But wow, right on the dime. So, all right, so Mark, you'll give the closing order here, and then after that, we'll go to you and Julia. I have no closing comments. It's been a long night. I'm just appreciative of everyone that's been here and everyone that has subscribe to our newsletter on my Twitter bio feed. If you just go there, you click subscribe. That's how we get our podcasts out and our newsletters out. And Ryan, who's up here in the speaker box, will be on our podcast next week. And Brandon Straka, is he here or is he not here? He'll be on. And we got a lot of people coming on. A lot of people were in here. Jeff Charles was just on. We had an awesome time. So always a fun time in the podcast. So, but the podcast,
I wanted to say one thing before Mike kind of goes. This speech tonight and everything that's going on, I think, should be kind of an awakening for many MAGA Republicans. Anybody who supports Donald Trump. I said this earlier, but we got a lot of new listeners. There's sort of this concealed message here that I think everybody needs to listen to, needs to tweet about, needs to talk about for the next weeks, plurally, is that Joe Biden has created a scenario that he probably should have never created. He came out as this great unifier, came out as this person that would unite the country in a way that no other president has, which is a total lie. He is an empty suit, no backbone, with just, lies within that suit. When you look at where this messaging went, where the structure of the messaging went, the setup, the atmosphere, you look at the whole entire scenario of the speech tonight. And I said this earlier, and I'll say it again, I felt like this was Palpatine vibes. This looked like Emperor Palpatine's, saying, I am the Senate. Right? It's like, this was creepy. You got the U.S. Marine Corps Sentry Guard behind him, acting as sort of this forcible reason behind his speech, which, this was nothing but political propaganda. This was not a presidential speech. This was not a White House speech. This was a campaign speech. And I think everybody needs to understand that he used the resources of our military to promote this in ways we've never seen before. And I hate to be the one to discern this, but they want to have this sort of propaganda. They want to have this sort of speech, especially against MAGA Republicans, MAGA Americans, because what they want to do at the end of the day is create this narrative that we are the bad guys. We are the terrorists. We are the threat to democracy because we want free speech. We want the Second Amendment. We do not want to pay for other people's student loan debt, because we all know what that is. You're never, originally taking student loan debt, and just making it erase itself. You're putting on the backs of American taxpayers. They do not like how we stand because Donald Trump, at every point in time, was a threat to American democracy to them, was a threat to the cabal that was created by this government. He was always a threat to the system, the establishment. They do not like this. This is like what happens in Russia, right? You've seen it time and time again, political prisoners under Putin because they do not agree with his regime. It's sad. It's sad. I do not like to get dark. I do not like to get conspiratorial. I am not that person. I fought for Donald Trump since 2015 when I was a freshman at Campbell University in North Carolina. I never thought I'd get to this point where I have to be defending children, the Second Amendment. I never thought that at any point in my life. And it saddens me. It saddens me that I have to convince middle-aged Americans, I have to convince people of all ages that what we're dealing with is not a normal society. We're in different times where you have a DOJ who wants to prosecute a president over privileges that he has as a former president, where he can declassify anything he wants, where he can have a skiff in whatever residence he wants. Presidential Records Act. You know, and I'm sorry I'm taking more time than I should, but I am so enraged at what we have had to fight against, what I've had to go on Newsmax, OAN, Fox News to fight against. I am not a lawyer. I am not an expert on these things, but it does not, it's common sense. If you read the basis of the Constitution, you can understand these things. You do not need a lawyer to understand these things. You do not. Donald Trump is being set up in ways that I cannot explain to you. And they want to take him down because if you look at COVID, if you look at every other facet of what has happened in the last year and a half to 2 years, Donald Trump was against China, right? Donald Trump import trades, everything was against China. He wants them to pay their fair share. When you look at Donald Trump and his attack on the CIA, the FBI, the intelligence community in general, it's an attack on the DC swamp. These people do not want him to remain in power. And I want you to understand that on every level, facet, or forum. I want you to understand that. They want to take him down, and they successfully did it in 2020. Not going to lie to you, they successfully did it. They got a guy who's an empty suit, 81 million votes. China, parallel to the DC swamp, COVID-19. How do you think that works out? Oh, we got COVID-19 in China. Now it's an international virus. Why don't you guys go ahead and do your, your voting at home, right? Do your voting at home. You guys see where I'm coming from with this? It's not bullshit. It's not rhetoric. It's real things that are happening right now. Everyone needs to wake the fuck up. I'm sorry for the rhetoric. I'm 26 years old. I am not someone who's in the deep state. I'm not someone who's a conspiracy theorist. I am someone who's just realized what is going on around me and how it affects me, my future children. I don't have children yet. I don't even know if I want to have children in this society. I sound like Tucker Carlson. I don't even know if I want to have children. I'm at the point where I'm at, like, this society is so screwed that until we fix it, no one should have children. I do not want to raise a family in a society where you have a president who is so adamantly against a person who probably won the election, but also at the same time, you want to defeat him because he's against everything that you ever stood for in your entire life. You know, I hate to be in this position. I know it's 12:26 a.m., but I think people need to go to bed tonight and think about this. I really do. I know we had Rep. Dan Bishop tonight. I talked to him briefly before about all of this. He agrees with me. We live in a kangaroo republic. We live in a society where it's like, okay, you believe this, and if you believe this, you're a Nazi. You're a fascist, right? People need to stand up against this stuff. Question everything. Like Tucker Carlson has always said. I just cannot get on the same page with America at this point. You know, as young as I am, as young as my children might be in the next few years, I question everything, and I think everybody here needs to question everything as well. I think our society is on a downward path. I think that Biden's speech tonight sets up a preemptive for MAGA Republicans to create violence. I ask you, and I ask your followers, not to fall into that trap, because that's what they want. They want you to create violence. They want you to fight against the system. They want you to do this because it gives them ammunition that they never had before to create a narrative to reelect the VeggieTale president that is in office right now.
Thanks, Ryan.
And I'm asking this on behalf of Turning Point, Students for Trump, every entity I have a representative. Do not fall trapped to this. Fight peacefully, fight vigilantly. Never let your guard down, because let me tell you this, Biden's not going to win in 2024 if it's up to us. Keep fighting. I'm on your side. We're going to do it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ryan. All right, guys. The pitchers that are left is going to be Michael, Baby Yoda, and then Johnny. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, guys, so this is only about 30 seconds. So here's the response that we're getting. Here you go.
Calling out Republican semi-fascist behavior. Where's this version of Joe Biden been hiding all along? Was his semi-fascism label, in your opinion, unfounded?
Absolutely not. The Republican Party of today, under Donald Trump, is a semi-fascist party. President Biden did the right thing. He did the right thing by challenging them and calling them a mega fascist, semi-fascist mentality.
What do you think about the president calling millions of Americans semi-fascist?
Listen, he's got to express and be honest about what he feels in his heart and his soul. And now he's out.
All right, there you go.
Thanks, Michael. Well done. Baby Yoda, you're up.
Well, I was going to talk about loans, but that'll bore people to death. So I'll just say that never has it been more clear that the left goes after Trump because he's between them and us. And they've declared that they're going after everyone at the same time now. So we have to get ready for that war footing. And, if DeSantis runs in 2028, they'll go at him just as hard. They don't care. They're not going to say, oh, he's nicer than Trump or better spoken, we'll lay off of him. He's going to be Hitler as well to them. So, and with a couple limericks, call me deplorable or extremist, you sick pedo-Hitler polemist, but your son's going down, you demented ass clown, America firsters aren't squeamish. And then to the Swalwell battle with Adam Schiff and Kinzinger. There once was a battle royale between Kinzinger, Schiff, and Swalwell. Watermelon Head threw a haymaker blow, but tiny little Kinzinger's head was too low. The punch hit Eric square in the jaw. He proceeded to fall and took out crying Adam, who dropped his white Zinfandel. Thank you.
Great job, BY.
Baby Yoda, we love you.
Great job.
Very talented. I wonder how many. Baby Yoda, real quick, do you pick your target and say I wanna come up with something about this, or does the thoughts flow and then you do it?
I pretty much do it in real time as I have thoughts. Julia can back me up on this. I can probably do like 20 in an hour if I'm in a mood.
Man. All right, well done. Thank you. Johnny, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Ryan took a lot of my thunder. I agree with a lot what he said. I think it's important for everybody to remember, Biden didn't write this speech tonight. It was written for him. He is the empty suit. He is the puppet. And there are people that are doubling down on this now. They are doubling down. All the chips are in. They are all in now because they've got nothing to lose, they think. And they're just going to double down on all this rhetoric and everything until election time. And you have to think, I think Biden put his paperwork in to run again. Why would he run again? He's miserable. He's a lousy. He's nobody likes him. Even the party doesn't like him. But it doesn't matter because the blue states are blue. The blue cities are blue. And all they got to do is find another way to rig an election and they will get their other 4 years. And sadly, that's their thinking now. And, I'm at the tail end of my life. I'm not saying I'm at the end of it, but I'm at the tail end. And I never thought that I'd be worried about the freedom of my kids or my grandkids. And I am. And it's sad to say, it's hard to look at it that way, but these people are, there is no middle ground with them anymore. You can't find there is no middle ground with this progressive socialist left. And until the right realizes that, until the Republican Party realizes that, we're going to keep on taking hits in the chin. So we really got to just go all in ourselves. I mean, the fact that Brick Suit can't get on a plane because Delta said he can't get on the plane is absurd. And what's going on there in California, I don't know how anybody's staying there anymore. This latest, aside from the gasoline and the electric issues they have, the government wants to take over managing fast food restaurants. And it will probably happen. And it's absurd as it is. That's how crazy things are getting. So we just got to keep on fighting. And until the Republican Party wakes up and realizes they got to put it all in on the table, and that's the way it's got to be. It's got to be all in now or lose it all.
Thanks, Johnny.
No problem.
Crypto.
Yeah, Mark, we'll go to you for your closing comments, and then Julia's, and that will conclude us. So go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so obviously a lot covered tonight, but I'll make it kind of quick as far as how I talk. Right. Like I said, my understanding of the speech is limited only to what I saw with the photos, which optics look odd. With the red and at Independence Hall. The Marines don't bother me too bad. It's if you're in the military, you understand rent a crowds. That's rent a crowd. But I would say the bigger issue is what was said, and I only know what Julia said. So as I listened tonight, I listened to everybody. I realized some major things, that the words that were uttered are open to interpretation. Okay, they're not very, very black and white. That doesn't mean they're not emotional. Doesn't mean it's not polarizing, but they're open to interpretation. I don't think it's necessarily a call to violence. I do hear what Michael played, and I'm not surprised. The fact that this is some amazing speech or touted speech or some pivotal speech, maybe. I don't think so, but that's just me. I just really stick on it being, more about interpretation, and it's all about negativity as far as I'm concerned. And I think about the labels: ultra MAGA, dark MAGA, nuclear MAGA. Okay, it's all to alienate. That's true, but I'm still optimistic that it's a far cry from saying, the Hitler speech. I just think about how much I heard President Trump in his speech. The same thing was said. He's Hitler. He's calling to violence. He's calling to the right wing, and and he's calling to the KKK and the racists, and I just don't, I hear the same things. So I hope I'm right, not for me being right's sake, but because I hope that, it's not a call to violence and we don't have violence. So that's it from me, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, Mark, thanks. Julia, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Well, this was a long space, but I think we had a lot of great conversation. Just wanted to give a big thanks to everyone who spoke, especially Ryan Fournier. He was here for hours listening and offering his input, as well as passing along some great feedback from Rep. Dan Bishop. Hopefully he that even the mainstream media recognized the messaging and tone of articles here at the end. I also noticed a lot of tweets about CNN. They adjusted the color mid-speech. I wasn't watching CNN, so I didn't notice that, but I did. They said the explicit effort by Biden to marginalize Trump and his followers marks a sharp recent turn for the president, who preached his desire to bring about national unity in his inaugural address. And that's something I think a lot of us did notice. He's very divisive in the speech. They also noted that he'd been increasingly vocal in calling out Trump personally. And I think the left is definitely aware that midterms is just around the corner. They're aware they have an uphill battle and aware that Trump is going to return in all likelihood. But Biden is definitely sharpening and increasing his attacks. So it's really wise of us to pay attention. We heard last week he was likening, basically us and everything that Trump says to MAGA philosophy. That's what he's calling it. And saying that it was semi-fascism in how he actually looks. So to answer Crypto's question from earlier when he was saying, are we giving the speech too much attention or not? Just to echo Ryan's closing comments, I don't think it can be discussed enough, honestly. I think he vilified half the country tonight, and we do have to push back peacefully, of course. And I think everyone had that same philosophy when they were speaking about, standing up and speaking out or fighting back. It's always peaceful. And so we do that first and foremost by making people aware of this Republicans that are hurting the soul of the nation. To reference the speech title, it's Biden and his policies. The crisis at our southern border and the fact that terrorists are crossing into America from that border, that's one thing. You've got crazy gas prices and rising inflation, out of control crime. The left wants to shift the blame on all of this, wants you to forget about it. So by calling us MAGA extremists, this was really an escalation, I thought. And then that's exactly what they did. They shifted that blame and try to make people, especially their followers, forget about all of the bad things that are happening that are actually destroying, the soul of the nation. I thought Jack Posobiec, had a really good suggestion for responding to this. He said there should be a massive resurgence of MAGA hats in public, because they want people scared. They want us living in fear, and we just can't do that. So that would be one way to show that, we're not going to be silenced and we're not afraid of supporting, the America First agenda. Another interesting post, speaking of Poso, he posted this an hour ago. He said, Biden is considering issuing a preemptive pardon to Trump over classified material handling. And that's according to White House staff. I tried to look up articles on that, didn't find anything. So it's just something to keep an eye on. I thought that was very interesting. Two quick short pieces of news. I mentioned this, Doug Mastriano suing the J6 on Select Committee. He's currently a Pennsylvania state senator. He's running for governor here in the state. He is the Republican nominee. Recall that he was subpoenaed earlier this year because of his involvement in the plan to arrange for alternate slate of presidential electors from PA for Trump, and because he had direct conversations with Trump himself about post-election activities. That's according to Benny Thompson, committee chairman. So he sued House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the Democrat-run January 6th committee in federal court, alleging it failed to follow its own rules and does not have the legal authority to compel him to testify. So he said the focus of this complaint is not the legitimacy of the committee, rather it's the committee's absolute inability to legally compel deposition testimony in compliance with the regulations for use of deposition authority. So I thought that was a fairly based move, especially because it's 2 months out from midterms. He also challenged Chairman Benny Thompson's signature on the subpoena, providing evidence it may be an auto pen signature generated by staff. Last piece of news on immigration. Hopefully you've all heard about the first bus of illegal aliens that was sent from Texas to Chicago a few days ago. Well, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says we can expect Chicago to be on the list of bus stops now, as the city's sanctuary status is used to highlight the nation's porous border with Mexico. So he's planning to send more buses there. If you'll also recall, he's been sending buses of illegal aliens to cities with lax positions on enforcing immigration. He's been doing this since April. And he says that when it comes to Washington, D.C. and New York City, so those are places he's already sent buses with around 10,000 migrants, the officials there have complained about it, despite being self-proclaimed sanctuary cities. So in my opinion, I think this is the single most effective thing the GOP has done in years, but just wanted to end on a positive note. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with us, especially if you've been here for hours, and I hope you all have a great night.
Indeed. Thanks, everyone. And we will see you on Saturday as we have Damon Amani on our podcast. And short of that, thanks for being here, everyone. We had an awesome night, awesome discussion. Thanks, everyone who dropped by, and we'll talk to you soon. Good night.